And a pleasant good afternoon to everyone out there in Irish Breakdown land. I am Vince D'Addario. That is Brian Driscoll. I have to say this. It's a good thing that we have the 30-second countdown because it gives me a chance to compose myself after our little pregame talk that we always have. And you really never know what's going to come up. And the bottom line is we both love our wives very much. That's where that comes from.
No matter what.
So anyway, a little bit of a special edition today. It is a Saturday, obviously, but we've got one more positional breakdown to work our way through, and that is, of course, the tight end position, Brian. And we've got fall camp right around the corner. Next week kicks it off. So pretty much all next week is going to be devoted to fall camp.
Yeah, man.
What we're expecting, what we want to happen, what we think is going to happen, all that fun stuff.
Yeah,
and then
we're gonna do one recruiting show on Monday, right? Ryan will have a recruiting show on Monday, and then Tuesday we're gonna do sort of our camp preview, storylines, all that kind of stuff, biggest questions, what we're most excited to see, and then Wednesday's fall camp. And so we're gonna kind of do a two for that day. I'll come home and do a show right after practice, what normal 1 o'clock slot. Then you and Jesse will do a show that night because Jesse will also be a practice on Wednesday, I believe. And then the next 2 days we have practice access,
which is crazy because I was complaining about the practice access, but we've never had the first 3 days like consecutively to kind of check some things out.
I think you're nuts for complaining about it, but I mean, it's like 5 periods. It's like that. Yeah, I wish I had more, but that's better than nothing.
True.
Right. We can at least see some things and watch this team develop, and that's a good thing. Right.
Yeah.
So we'll have a lot coming from that. A ton at irishbreakdown.com. The previews, right? We're still kicking out the season previews. I'm going to have my 10 reasons to be excited article edition coming out later today. So, man, it's wild. Like this summer went by took forever. And then all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, it's camp already? I'm not ready. I'm not ready for camp yet. So it's been wild. Took my version of a vacation is taking last night off to go to a Cubs game, a South Bend Cubs game with Angela.
Nice.
That's literally my vacation. And then I come home and work till 3 o'clock in the morning. So, but, excited for camp, ready for camp, and just really excited to see what this team is going to be, Vince. And that's kind of the thing we've done these previews. It's boy, there's a lot of potential on this team, but a lot of questions as well. And tight end is no different. And then camp's going to kind of give us our first chance to look at these teams and say, okay, what is it going to look like? What is this position going to look like? Is it as good as we thought it was going to be? Is it not as good as we thought it was going to be? Is it better than we thought it was going to be? And that's going to happen at some positions. Some positions going to be better than we thought. Some positions probably not going to be as good as we thought. And some and others are going to be kind of what we think they're going to be. That's just the nature of football. Somebody's going to get hurt. There's going to be an injury in fall camp. That's going to happen. We don't know who it's going to be or at what position. That's just part of the life. And those are all the things that make camp really interesting.
Absolutely.
Really, really interesting.
Well, and this particular position that we're talking about, I mean, you're talking about going from a iconic all-time great in Michael Mayer, and that's not even an argument. I mean, that's who he was. He was the offense last year, for better or for worse. I mean, great player. He's a great player. He's gone now. And so those are some pretty massive shoes to fill. And I don't think anybody here is thinking that one guy is going to fill those shoes. And they're not going to be able to fill the shoes in the manner in which Michael Mayer did his job.
For a bunch of different reasons.
For a bunch of different, that's exactly right. And so that's the biggest question moving forward with this group is how does the current group fill those shoes? And I'm not saying fill those shoes like you're Michael Mayer, but fill those shoes as in now this is the tight end position.
Right. I mean, this kind of mailbag question, it was kind of, I don't want to wait till the mailbag to bring it up because it's kind of like we'll have addressed it by then.
Yeah.
But Rob Osgood kind of, I think, has a sentiment for a lot of people. He says this position, in my opinion, is the most unknown. How do you think they will be used? Who do you think will rise up and take control for playing time? Irish Gordy Knott says in a few topics on the IB boards, quite a few people said the tight end group was a group they had the least confidence in. I don't see it, and I think this show is going to be great. I thank you for that. We're going to do our best, but it's just kind of one of those things, Vince, where there's twofold aspects of this tight end conversation. Number one is the assumption that, look, Notre Dame's their starting tight end has been drafted every year since like 1998, right? So they're going to be fine. They're going to figure it out. They're going to be fine.
Right. They
but
do
then
well
the
in
other side is like
ends, yes.
the people that all right, and so there's just this assumption that they're going to be fine, and that's a very fair assumption when you look at number one, kind of the talent on the roster. Number two, how Mitchell Evans finished the season once, because we've seen a game without Michael Mayer. I mean, that's the same thing with like Isaiah Foskey. We talked about this with Jordan Patelho. we have seen the replacement for Isaiah Foskey play a game and get 2 sacks in 10 pressures. We saw the replacement for Michael Mayer step in and make some big plays in a bowl game against a quality football team. And so, but that's a bowl game. We had a month to prepare. What's going to be like for the entire grind? There's a lot of injury history at this position with multiple players. That's also a little bit troubling. So it's not as easy as just plug and play.
Right.
There's also a lot of potential in the group, and how it's going to look, Vince, is one of the biggest unknowns we have. This post Michael Mayer era is really one of the biggest question marks we have for a lot of different reasons.
It is, because there's a lot of unproven production. There's been a lot of injuries. They counted on Michael Mayer, again, for better or for worse. He was the dude in this offense the last 3 years, right? I mean, he just was. And that, whether Michael Mayer was here or not, that I don't think that was going to be the focus for the 2023 offense. Now, he still would have been a big part of it. He's Michael Mayer. You can't minimize what he's able to give your offense, right? I mean, he would have been a big part of the offense, but things are going to be different this year.
You know what I think we would have seen if Michael Mayer would have come back? A decent amount fewer catches, a lot more yards.
Yeah.
Because I think the ball would be spread around a lot more, and the run game, the balance of the offense would have allowed him to get more free. It felt like every time he caught a ball last year, except against North Carolina and their blown coverages, I feel like every time he caught a ball, there was like 2 or 3 dudes on him.
Right.
And
because
that
he was the offense
to do. Right. Yeah. That'd have been a lot harder to do this year.
Right.
But yeah, it's going to look a lot different. I mean, and here's another angle too, Vince. The tight ends coach from last year is now the offensive coordinator.
Absolutely.
What's that going to look like? Does that mean the tight ends are going to be used more? Are they going to be used less? Is it going to, I mean, are they going to be used differently? And that's something that I expect. And so, that's kind of the question that Rob asked that we'll kind of start to address, Vince, is just looking at it from a big picture standpoint is, how do I think the tight ends are going to be used? I think first and foremost, I think the tight ends this year are going to be a little bit more complementary aspect of the offense as opposed to the driving force of the offense. And what I mean by that is, you're not going to see the tight ends this year, in my opinion, be the focal point of the pass game the way that Michael Mayer was or the way that Brock Bowers is. And that's a twofold reason why. One is the talent on the roster, as you alluded to, Vince, is a lot different this year. And number two, none of those guys, as of right now, that we know of are Michael Mayer or Brock Bowers. So there's understanding we have talent here. If you're a coach, we have talent here. We're going to use this talent, but we're not going to ask these guys to be Michael Mayer, because that's a mistake that you can kind of get into is, hey, we're a tight end driven team. Okay, that's cool, but you don't have Michael Mayer. We're excited. You and I both think Mitchell Evans can have a really good season, but the kid has 4 career catches coming into the season. Like, how much of a burden do you really want to put on him in the first 5 games of the season? So those are all aspects of it, Vince. And when you look at how they're going to be used, but here's the other reality. 12 personnel is not going away.
Absolutely.
13 personnel is not going away.
Right.
And I think there's this notion that maybe we have as fans that they're just going to be a 10, 11 personnel team now. And the occasionally goes 20 and 21. I think all those things are going to be true. I think we might even see some 10 personnel this year. I think we'll see some. I don't know that for a fact. I'm not like hinting at something that somebody told me. I'm just saying, like, when you're looking at the roster, there's some things you can do. You can go 10 personnel and almost be in 20 personnel, the way you can utilize Chris Tyree in those situations. So there's a lot of different things they can do. We're going to see a lot of 11 personnel. We're going to see some 20, 21 personnel, I hope. And we're going to see some 12 and 13 personnel because they are talented. This group is talented. Now they got to go earn it in fall camp.
Sure.
But I think that's the expectation. But how they're going to use 12 personnel, Vince, is going to look a lot differently, in my opinion, or at least should look a lot differently than they have in the past, because no longer can you just put 2 tight ends out there and just one of them's going to dominate the reps. There needs to be a lot more balance with how you're using the tight ends this year than we saw in the past.
Well, and I think the 2 tight end sets, the 3 tight end sets, it's how will they be used and how often will they be used, right? I mean, I don't know. And again, this is speculation on my part, but are there going to be complete total drives where they're in 12 personnel the entire time? Maybe.
That depends.
It just depends on
here's how it goes.
Yes, and here's also what I believe. I believe that it will be much more matchup dominated formations
this
season than we have seen in the past. I'm not throwing shade on the previous situation, but I just think
they had no choice to do it the way they did it last year in a lot of ways.
Exactly.
I mean, so when we talk about it's different, it's not we don't need to do that. Oh, we're not saying so. Screw that. Everybody knows what we're talking about. It's a different team.
Yep,
right?
Exactly. And I just think that they have the ability now to formationally take advantage of mismatches and things of that nature. And 12 personnel, 13 personnel could be that, right? And or 10 or whatever, right? All of the different formations. We're going to see a more variety of formations, in my opinion. And then that comes, I hope, absolutely. But that comes down to tight end play and what these guys are able to give Notre Dame. And a lot of that's going to be what we find out in fall camp, you know, and coming back from injuries and all of those
jobs.
Right. Absolutely.
If Mitchell Evans and Kevin Bauman, or Mitchell Evans and Cooper Flanagan, or Mitchell Evans and Davis Sherwood are the 3 best tight ends in fall camp, then how you use 12 personnel is going to look a whole lot different if Holden Stace asserts himself. He's a completely different type of tight end. If Eli Raridon comes back at some point in time and you're using him as part of your 12 and 13, it's going to look a lot different than last year, because the reason I say that is Mitchell Evans and Michael Mayer are kind of the same dude. And when I mean same dude, I don't mean that you know, Mitchell Evans is good as it means what you use Michael Mayer on. That's the kind of stuff you want to use Mitchell Evans on, right? Corner routes, you know, some quick seam, some overs, some option routes, some of that intermediate stuff. Although I do think Mitchell has a chance to be a guy that can maybe stretch the field a little bit more this year than Michael did because of the offense that he's in. Not so much that Michael couldn't do it. We wanted to see them use Michael more for that. And we saw Michael make some plays down the field in 2021 with Jack Kona quarterback, catching wheel routes, catching seam routes, you know, some things like that. We didn't see him catch a whole lot of that last year because the offense was different. I think he had one deep ball against Syracuse that he caught late in the first half on like a wheel. You had a seam route against, I think it was Cal or UNLV. I forget which one. It was a home game. Remember that ridiculous one-handed catch he had like behind a dude? I can't remember if that was Cal or if that was UNLV. I can't remember which game it was. I think it might have been UNLV. But the point is Mitchell Evans and Michael Mayer are similar guys of how you're going to utilize them. And so when you have them together in 12 personnel, you're not stressing teams with different players. And that's also true if it's Mitchell Evans and Kevin Bauman. It's true if it's Mitchell Evans and Cooper Flanagan. But if it's Mitchell Evans and Holden Stace, or Mitchell Evans and Eli Raridon, or in some situations, Eli Raridon and Holden Stace, if Eli Raridon's able to come back at some point in time this year, you have completely different skill sets. And I think that's a good thing, Vince. I think having a diversity of skill set is important for a couple reasons. Number one, when you're in 12 personnel, you can be more pass game threatening. So like the way that Mitchell Evans and Holden Stace, and we saw this during the spring, Vince, is they'll move him all around. They'll treat him almost like a receiver at times. Well, that's a little different animal. And then now you've got Mitchell Evans doing that. So instead of it being a Michael Mayer type, a big physical guy, now you've got a little bit more of a vertical, speedy type of guy. Same with Eli Raridon, who's really fast. And so you can do different things with him. And if when Mitchell Evans is on the bench because you're in a rotation situation, because, you know, you're going to get your even in 11 personnel, you're going to get your second tight end in there, just like you're going to spell your receivers and your running back. Well, now you can attack teams with a different set of plays. So last year, Michael Mayer wasn't coming off the field. Well, now if there's more of a rotation on series 1, Mitchell Evans is out there doing his thing, right? You know, playing the game the way he does. And then series 2, maybe you do mix in some 12 personnel. And then series 3, Holden Stace or Eli Raridon's out there. And it's their series to kind of be in the 11 personnel. And now you're attacking teams with completely different type of tight end body type and concepts, right? So those are types of things that we could see if Holden Stace, Eli Raridon, and some of those guys really assert themselves this spring. So it's going to really come down to who really asserts themselves in spring camp. That's going to largely determine what the tight end room is going to look like, getting back to Rob Osgood's question, Vince. And that's the unknown, right? That's the big unknown, is we don't know who's going to assert themselves. Is it going to be Mitchell Evans and Michael and Kevin Bauman? If that's the 1-2 punch, I think we're going to see a big drop off in production at tight end. And it's going to be one guy, you know, catch 30, 40 balls. And then, you know, there's maybe 10 the other way. If it's more Stace and Raridon assert themselves, then I think we're going to see something a little bit different. And I'm also very curious to see how they're going to utilize sort of the H-back type role this year. Do we see that more involved in certain looks? It's all going to be fascinating, Vince, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it shakes out.
It really is going to be fascinating because we all know how tight ends were used the past few years, right? And it was we knew it. Like, we knew what to expect from the tight end position, whether it be from Michael Mayer or whoever the second tight end was. Like,
would you say this is fair, Vince? Teams knew exactly what was coming with Michael Mayer. It just didn't matter.
Exactly. Oh, well,
there just wasn't really a whole lot they could do about it.
Yes.
I mean, that's kind of the way that I looked at it. It's just like they knew what was coming. There just wasn't anything they could do about it.
And that's why every time he caught the ball, there was guys all around him because they knew that he was going to get the ball. But again, it didn't matter. He still made the plays. And I don't see that being the case. What I foresee happening because of who the quarterback is, because of what we think the wide receivers are going to be, because of what we think the running backs are going to be, I see a lot more one-on-one coverage for whoever the tight ends are, whether that's Mitchell Evans or Eli or whoever it happens to be. You're not, the emphasis is not going to be, well, we got to stop the tight end. Like that's not going to be the emphasis. And so it's going to allow the tight end position to still be productive, but it's not going to be the be all end all of the offense either. And so I have a lot of confidence in the tight end position. I do. I think they're going to be productive because of the way the offense is going to operate.
Can I bring up one point that you and I did not really prepare to discuss before, but just kind of has popped in my head, and I just something that I've been meaning to bring up and just forgot to do in our show prep. When you look at the tight ends at Wake Forest last year,
okay,
and you look at the number of snaps they had a decent number of snaps. Their top two tight ends were on the field for combined 912 snaps last year between their starter and their backup. When you look at Notre Dame and you look at their tight ends, the number is higher, obviously, but not a ton higher. It's 1,074 snaps.
Okay.
Right. So the tight ends at Wake Forest were on the field a lot, but they weren't part of the pass game. Okay. Right. And that's something that you look at and say, okay, here's something that I'm very curious about. The tight ends last year at Wake Forest were targeted 47 times last year in the pass game at Wake Forest. And at Notre Dame, obviously, it was a lot more than that because Michael Mayer alone was targeted 101 times.
Yeah.
And then you had, 7, 10, 12, 14 from the others. So 115 compared to 40-something. The big question about this is how quickly can the tight end position become something that Sam Hartman looks for?
Sure.
And do they utilize that? Because we know Sam Hartman likes to throw the ball down the field. We know that Sam Hartman likes to attack the seams. He will attack you deep down the field. So I'm watching somebody put on Twitter yesterday some highlights of Sam Hartman against Wake Forest, against Clemson last year.
I saw that, yeah.
And he has that great back shoulder touchdown pass. I think it was Taylor Morin, I think is who it was to. I could be wrong on that.
84.
I thought it was a receiver. I can just look.
Well, there was one that was right up the seam to a tight end. The rest were all receivers.
Okay. I couldn't remember if it was Taylor Morin or a tight end.
Pretty sure it was a tight end.
The point is like, okay, those are routes that the Notre Dame receivers are going to make a killing on. Yeah, it was Blake Whitehurt, the tight end.
Yeah.
You were correct, Mr. D'Addario. And you just say, okay, what of the routes that he was throwing at Wake are now going to go to tight ends?
Right.
And will he be comfortable with those? We kind of saw a smidgen of a glimpse in the spring game when he hit Davis Andrews, or I keep saying Davis Andrews. Sorry, Davis Sherwood, with a deep in cut, right? And so he's willing to throw it, but how much? Sure. Does he fall in love with it? Is it just never something that he kind of gets into the swing of? Does he? That part of it is an unknown as well. So I don't know what he's going to do. It's a bit of an unknown. Is he someone that will look for the tight ends the way that the previous staff did? So I think that's something that gives me optimism that we're going to see more receiver attack, is because a receiver oriented attack as well, is because that's where Sam Hartman's mind is. And then then saying, hey, those big boys, we're going to use them too. But they've got to earn his trust, and that's going to be a big part of this conversation, Vince. So so much unknowns. I'm so much
Yeah.
looking forward to seeing who steps up this spring, who's healthy, who stays healthy. All of that's going to be a big fun topic of conversation. And one of the things I'll be keeping my eye on this spring is how the tight ends are. There's so much to look for this spring.
Oh my
It's going to be
gosh.
like, man,
you're going to have
it's
to
gonna be
assign
tough.
us topics to look for, like,
That-
because there's so
done.
much. You know what I mean?
That's absolutely going to happen. I mean,
Yeah.
that's absolutely going to happen because there's,
Right.
like you said, there's going to be so much to look at and so much to evaluate, and what do we know, what do we don't know, all
Sure.
that kind of stuff. It's going to be.
It's going to be fun, man.
Yeah, and then when Notre Dame's playing, so I'm stealing a little comment from one of our viewers, but when Notre Dame's on ESPN, then they add even more talent to the tight end room because you got Jaden Thomas. You know, whenever Notre Dame's on an ESPN game, Jaden Thomas counts as tight end production. So
it's best tight end in the country. Come on,
couldn't help myself. But that's another part of it, is how much of the tight end production does Jaden Thomas take away, or Jaden Greathouse, or Chris Tyree?
Sure.
You know, do we see a lot more production in the slot receiver position this year?
Work in the middle of the field, as opposed to the tight end. It's going to be
very interesting, man. Very interesting. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. I'm ready to dive into these player previews.
Let's do it.
But
yep,
that's just, this is one of those positions where I feel like at running back and receiver, we kind of have an idea where they're going to go.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like, okay, but to what percentage? Like, I have an idea of how they're going to use certain guys, but what's the percentage, right? And that's going to be a fascinating part of this whole thing, is just that, how much do they use 12 personnel? They're going to use it. It's not going away.
Sure.
But how much?
Right. You have to use it. Yeah. You have to use 12 and 13 because you've got an incredible amount of talent in that room. I mean, you have to use what's going to benefit you, and getting multiple tight ends on the field at times is going to benefit you. I mean, end of discussion, right? So let's break these guys down.
Wow, geez, you're just end of discussion, huh? Okay, I see how it is.
All right, we're done. See ya.
I did want to say one more thing. When you look at relative to the tight end room, Wake Forest also did run 100 more plays last year than Notre Dame, so that kind of adds a little bit of context about that. But again, when you're talking about 900 plus combined snaps for your number 1 and number 2 tight end,
they were on the field.
They're on the field.
Yeah.
They're on the field. The production from the tight end room at Wake Forest wasn't. You know, so all that production, and their leading catcher at tight end had 24 catches for 295 yards. They had 34 catches last year, 33 catches at the tight end position last year. Right? I mean, that's a really bad year for Michael Mayer.
Sure.
That's a half a year for Michael Mayer.
I was going to say, that's exactly. Yeah. That's a bad half. All right. Anyway, so let's break these guys down. And we always talk about like what we're confident in and things like that after the fact. Little teaser preview here. My confidence in what Mitchell Evans is going to be able to do, and what he's going to be asked to do, and how he's going to be able to meet that expectation. I have the utmost confidence in Mitchell Evans, and he's going to be the number 1 guy. That's how I feel. Unless he gets hurt, or unless he just absolutely doesn't show up to fall camp, he's the guy I'm most confident in for a multitude of reasons, but I think that we're just scratching the surface as to what Mitchell Evans 100%. Can give to this offense.
2 points, two kind of responses to what you just said, Vince.
Yep.
To a degree, you're correct. I think Mitchell is a guy that I was not sure why they signed him when they first got him. I'm like, this is a converted quarterback, like your tight end, and then you kind of watch him as a senior playing quarterback, and you're like, this is a really athletic 6'6" kid. You're like, okay, I see it. But he's raw and he's going to need time. Well, he got time. You were thinking because you got Michael Mayer. Well, then injuries happen, and then Mitchell's thrust into the field a lot sooner than I think. I doubt when Notre Dame got him, they thought he's going to be our number 2 tight end by the middle of his freshman year. I doubt that was the thought process for Notre Dame, for a kid who was playing quarterback the year before, right?
Right.
And then he comes out in year 2 and he's banged up, and that's kind of been the issue with Mitchell Evans. He misses about half the year this year because of an injury that he suffered in the spring. He was a little banged up as a freshman. He's got to prove that he can stay healthy. That's the other part of this. Because to your point, if you go at the end of the year and you're able to forecast Vince, he's going to play, Brian, he's going to play at least 13 games. I say, okay, then he's going to be pretty good. He's going to be a dude. He's going to be a guy that makes a lot of plays. We saw it in the bowl game.
Absolutely.
Right. And we all remember the touchdown where he was wide open. He did a great job selling that route, but a big part of go remember the 3rd and 15 he converted on their first touchdown drive, getting open but he caught the ball short of the sticks. He had to make dudes miss to get to the first down, ends up getting 18 yards on it. So, and then there was another play, Vince, I think you remember in the first quarter, maybe it's the first quarter, I think it was the first quarter, where Mitchell's running up the seam, and if the quarterback gets to him, he's open for a big play. I mean, so 3 catches for 39 yards and a touchdown is good production for a tight end. I mean, if you're talking about, the course of a 13-game season, that's, 39 catches on the season, that's 507 yards, that's 12 touchdowns. I mean, 13 touchdowns, right? Like, that's a heck of a year for a tight end for most teams. I think the production could be right there. I think that's a very fair number of what he could be, depending on how they're going to use the tight end. So we've seen Mitchell Evans show that, hey, I can be a guy that's a really good, important complementary piece. Maybe my numbers aren't what Michael Mayer's were, but every catch that Mitchell Evans had mattered in that game.
Absolutely.
And I think you could maybe see something like that if he's healthy. And that's what Mitchell's got to show, because I think, to your point, Vince, I think you nailed it with like the last thing you said. I think the last comment you made was that kid's most likely just kind of starting to scratch the surface of the kind of player he can be. You see him, we've joked about this. When you see him and Joe Alt standing next to each other, they look like little kids if you only see them like from here. Right? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, they look like they could be, if you only saw them from the chest up, you'd look like they'd be hanging out with your son. Junior in high school. Right? They look like little kids. Well, you've seen Joe. They're in the same class. I haven't seen Mitchell Evans really this summer. I've seen Joe Alt. He's a man now. He still has a little bit of the baby face, but he's looking more grown now. You know what I mean? He doesn't quite have the same amount of the baby face. Mitchell Evans is going to be entering the same boat, Vince, where he's now the third year in the weight room is going to pay off. Because remember, he missed almost the entire summer and fall camp last year. He came back like middle of fall camp, I think, but he was like, I mean, he wasn't really full go. They couldn't utilize. He didn't really. What was his first game that he played last year, Vince? It was like Stanford game. It was the first game we saw Mitchell Evans last year, and only played 18 snaps. And then, of course, he played a bunch after that. But now he's got a full offseason under his belt. Remember that they were showing the summer workout pictures of all the tight ends flexing, and Mitchell's over there on his little riding scooter with his knee on the thing because he couldn't put any. That's going to limit how much. Clearly going to limit how much work you can do. You can't really even bench that way. You can bench, but you can't put a lot of weight on, because to put a lot of weight on, you got to anchor your feet under there and really get yourself and go. He's got that whole offseason now. So if he can stay on the field, there's a lot of reason to think that Mitchell Evans is, like, to your point, Vince, I think you nailed it perfectly, is just scratching the surface of the kind of player going to be, because he's going to have some grown manness to him this year, right? I've been making up words this year, this like for these previews. Grown manness is something that I'm looking for here as a new word. We're going to get it going.
I love it.
But do you get what I'm saying though? Like, he was a young kid who, honestly, if it wasn't for injuries and some other guys and some years where maybe the recruiting wasn't what it should have been or could have been for different reasons, he got on the field sooner than he should have. And that meant that the production wasn't going to be where you are, but that's going to benefit him now moving forward. Now,
absolutely,
as he gets into this, because that experience is going to make him more prepared to be that guy this year. And now he's going to be a lot stronger, I think, and a lot better. And so I'm very curious to see what Mitchell can be this year. I just want to see what he's going to look like. Does he start to have a little bit more definition? Because we're used to the Notre Dame tight end the last couple of years looking like he should, be in a bodybuilding magazine, or something like that, right? Like, and then there's Mitchell that looks like a 15-year-old, right? Well, now he's a junior now. That this is about when you start to see those jumps, Vince, as with those kids that kind of have those young bodies, the baby fat and all that. Now's the time they start to have that big jump, junior year. And if Mitchell has that, Vince, then he's going to be a force, because he's more of a vertical player to me than what Michael Mayer was. They're very similar in how you're going to use them, but because Mitchell's probably about an inch and a half taller than Michael, he's got a little bit more vertical burst. Remember the first catch we saw him make at Notre Dame in the blue gold game was on a corner route from Tyler Buckner as a freshman. Remember, just stuck that sucker and beat him over the top. So you're going to see, I think, him doing a lot of the tight end stuff that we saw Michael Mayer do in 2021. And I think it's going to be impressive, but he's got to stay on the field.
Right.
That's
absolutely
the big key.
And that's, you could say that about a lot of these guys that we're going to talk about, because a lot of them have been battling injuries throughout their Notre Dame career. And for Mitchell Evans, one of the things I remember, and I hope I'm not misremembering this, but during the bowl game, they were interviewing Michael Mayer on the sideline, and one of the things that he started to talk about was Mitchell Evans. He's like, this kid is good. Like, you guys don't understand. He's stuck behind me, but this kid can play. And while he's talking, I believe he made one of the catches on the field. He's like, that's what I'm talking about.
It was that 3rd and 15, I believe. Yes. I could be wrong.
I think you're right about that. And so it's like, you see what I'm saying? Like, this kid can play. And he's like, I'm glad that you guys are getting the opportunity to see him play, against a big time opponent, because he can play. And so now with some of that, teammate speak or whatever, maybe, but if one of the best to ever do it is saying that this kid can play, I'm going to take his word for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's definitely some teammate-ness to it, but he's also not going to go out there and just say it just to say it, right?
You can change the subject. Like, there's ways to finesse that
conversation. He's a great kid, hard worker. I can't wait to see what he does at Notre Dame. Yeah.
Right. Absolutely.
And he's not alone. I mean, there's a lot of people around the program. I mean, I had a coach at Notre Dame tell me one time, like, Mitchell Evans is a day 2 draft pick. I mean, that's the kind of talent he has.
Okay.
He just has to develop. I mean, that's this kind of talent he has.
Right.
Well, he's going to get his chance now, right?
Yeah.
But the key is, here's the key for Mitchell. You better stay on the field, right? Stay healthy. And then some of the stuff you can't control. Like, you can't control someone rolling up on your knee or rolling up on your ankle or whatever, right? I mean, I get that injuries are not really in your control when it comes to those type of things. I mean, remember how, Cole Kmet, that first practice in 2019, like first few practice, looked like just a man. Like, this guy's ready to be a dude. Then he catches a touchdown pass, gets landed on, collarbone popped, and then he ends up missing the first game, and and those type of things. But as long as he can stay on the field, because as we're going to get into some of these other kids, Vince, there's some really talented players coming behind him. And if Mitchell can stay healthy, it means you're going to have a very loaded room. But if Mitchell gets banged up, it means he's going to get passed up depending on how long he's out. The hope is that he stays healthy and you can utilize all their skills. And then those younger players are going to have the time to develop in a way that Mitchell had the time to develop. Now, hopefully that comes with more production. But if Mitchell can be that guy, Vince, I mean, you're talking about a 6'5.5", 6'6" kid that's going to be 250 plus pounds before he really has that last jump of physical maturity, right? And you're probably start getting a little fired up about what that can be and what kind of, if teams are going to be blitzing Notre Dame a lot and bring a lot of pressure, that's a weapon that you can utilize. To beat that stuff that Sam Hartman didn't really have as to the same degree at Wake Forest.
Yep, no doubt. So let's talk about the next guy on the list. So we're going to go kind of an age order here, okay?
With the exception of Evans, since he's kind of the guy that's projected as a returning starter. That's what we decided to do. From here, we're going to go oldest to youngest.
Absolutely.
Eligibility
so
wise.
Next guy on our list is Kevin Bauman, who I think from a play standpoint is similar to Mitchell Evans. Like, if the two of them are on the field at the same time, you're going to kind of have a very similar player. If I'm not mistaken, he's battled injuries at one point or another in his career. What do you think about Kevin Bauman and his chance to step up and take some snaps here?
We've never gotten a chance to see Kevin Bauman healthy at Notre Dame. Right. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you think back to his freshman year. Didn't he catch a pass against Alabama in the playoff game in 2020? I think he did. He played, so he caught a pass against South Florida. But I remember him playing against Alabama as a freshman. And a guy that came in with a very good reputation, good athlete, good pass catcher, really good defensive end in high school as well. Good signing, 4-star player. He just has literally been banged up his entire career. And then when we saw him last year, early in the season, he looked like a guy that had been coming off of a bunch of injuries, just no juice. But then he goes against Ohio State and makes a great back shoulder. I mean, behind it. You remember the catch he had on that seam route against Ohio State? That was not a really well thrown ball. Yeah. Well, it wasn't. It was not a well thrown ball. It didn't look like a well thrown ball. What actually happened is Kevin bent the route in a little too much, and Tyler threw it where it was supposed to go. I want to be fair to Tyler. Tyler threw it where it's supposed to go. Kevin bent it. He shouldn't have bent it. But the point is, the ball looked like a poorly thrown ball, and he snaps around, makes a catch, and gets a 20-something yard gain on it. Right? But, so you look at the guy and you say, hey, look, he had 3 catches for 44 yards and only played in 3 games. Had a 22-yard gain against Ohio State, had a couple catches against Marshall. You say the kid's got, and that was with him looking slow to be honest with you. He just looked like he had no juice because of all the injuries. And then he was out again this spring. So honestly, with Kevin Bauman, I don't know what to expect from him. If Kevin Bauman is finally healthy, Kevin Bauman can flat out help this football team.
Sure.
There's no doubt about it. But it's just at the point now where you're a senior and you've never been able to stay healthy. I don't know what to expect of you. It's hard for me to have too much of a conversation about Kevin Bauman because we've just never seen him be healthy for a season in Notre Dame. And but the reality of it is because of 2020 being the COVID year, his freshman year being the COVID year, and then he only played 3 games last year because of an injury. He's got 3 more years left of eligibility.
Really? Holy
Will
smokes.
he use those at Notre Dame or not? I have no idea. But if he's going to use them at Notre Dame and not be someone that transfers out after this year as a graduate transfer, he's got to stay healthy and shine.
Yeah.
This is his chance, right? We kind of enter those now or never conversations, and that this is it. And somebody in the chat said that Kevin Bauman was a great blocker when he played. I disagree. I think that's the part of his game that he's got to get a lot better at, and I think a lot of it has to do with the lower body injuries he suffered. I don't think he was been able to kind of gain the strength to be an effective blocker. I thought the blocking early last year was poor. Michael Mayer and Kevin Bauman.
For sure.
And he's got to get better there. But a lot of that comes to me, Vince, is from just time missed.
Yeah.
Time missed in the weight room, time missed from a technical standpoint, time missed from the rep standpoint. So it's hard for me to know. But what I will say is if we ever see Kevin Bauman at his best and healthy, this is a kid that can flat out help this football team in some capacity, whether it's as an H-back, whether it's as the number 2 tight end, whether it's as a number 3 tight end, kind of serving like a Brock Wright role that Brock Wright had in 2020. Now, we could argue that Brock Wright should have played a lot more, but I'm talking about the role that they actually used Brock Wright for. Could he do that? Absolutely. But he's got to step up his game when he's in there. And because if not, we're going to talk about some younger kids here in a second that are going to be chomping at the bit, when it comes to getting on the field. But, you start thinking about a lot of different things, like what would the tight end room have looked like last year if George Takis doesn't leave, if he's the number 2, and what he could have been. He'd be going into his 6th year now because he had a 6th year of eligibility and what he could have done maybe as a starter and all that. But all these things have kind of shaken out in a way where Kevin Bauman's going to get one more shot to say, hey, you're ready to go out there and do something.
Yeah.
I've been told he's healthy. That's great. He's healthy. Where's his strength at? Where's he at from a volume standpoint? I'd like to see Kevin Bauman get healthy and get a chance to prove himself one way or the other for one of 2 reasons, Vince. One, he's healthy and he helps this football team win. That's what I'd like to see. Or B, he's at least healthy enough to where after the season, he can transfer and go play somewhere else and have a chance to fulfill his college football dreams as a starter and a guy that plays at Notre Dame. One of those 2 things.
Sure. Absolutely.
Or at another place. One of those 2 things I hope happens. I hope it could be a combination of those 2 things. He's going to help Notre Dame this year and then still maybe transfer. Who knows? But I just want to see the kid get a shot. And I don't mean get a shot like the coaches haven't given him one. They have. Just get a shot by just
being available.
Yeah. Right. And again, it's no one's ever, I've never heard it. He's a hard worker. It's just one of those things where some guys are just they either have bad luck or they're just injury prone and there's not a lot you can do about it. And hopefully that kind of is in the rear view for Kevin because he's going to provide some veteran leadership if he's healthy this year. It's hard to be a leader when you haven't played a whole lot and you're injured.
Sure.
But if you're out there playing, he can help. So I hope he's able to kind of crack that. And here's the other part too, Vince. If Kevin Bauman's healthy and playing to his potential, you can be more patient bringing Eli Raridon along.
Right.
And very important. Very important.
Yeah, we're going to get to Eli Raridon in just a second and what his situation is. But before we do, we have to talk about Holden Stace, who got on the field last year, was able to make some waves as a young guy getting on the field, mainly because of injuries, etc. I believe he changed his number this year. He's going from 85 to 13. So, what does that look
athletic
like?
number.
That's right. Exactly. So I love the fact that he and Stace are like, more athletic number. He's 13. Stace is number 9. So there's some athleticism there. Yeah. I'm sorry. What's that? I'm sorry. That's what I meant. I said he and Stace, didn't I? He and Raridon. Yeah. So Stace is going to be an interesting one because he's built differently than Evans, and Bauman. And so he brings something different to the table. And so if he can work his way to the number 2 tight end or even the number 3 tight end, get himself into the rotation, he allows something a little bit different to the offense than the other 2 guys do. And that's intriguing. I mean, that's intriguing to me.
He's probably the most unique athlete that Notre Dame has at tight end. And I would say Raridon's the second, but they're different types of players. And this is what I loved about them when they signed is they are both incredibly talented and 2 guys that are very athletic, but play the game a little differently. Raridon is a tall, fast, vertical guy. Holden is a little bit more athletic, a little bit more receiver-ish. We saw in some of the practices this spring where they had him basically playing in the boundary, catching receiver routes, things like that. And so, you're going to see him being utilized in different ways. Some of those ways are going to be geared towards, complementing the rest of the offense as the number 2 tight end. But you to the point is, you can line up in 12 tight end and put Kevin or Mitchell Evans in sort of an attached position. Let's say you're going to go 2 by 2, right? So you're going to go kind of like deuce right. You're going to have your 2 guys off the ball to the right, and then your tight end and your boundary receiver to the left. You're on the left hash. And then you can either do one of 2 things, depending on who you have in the game. So if I have Tobias Merriweather in the game, I can put Tobias outside and have Holden Stace inside. But you know what else I can do with Tobias Merriweather? Where was his only touchdown pass as a freshman come from? It was a slot in a 12 personnel 2 by 2 look with both tight ends to one side. I could put Holden Stace outside and put Tobias inside. If I got Chris Tyree in the game, I could put Holden Stace on the outside and Chris Tyree in the slot. And now all of a sudden, I've got a really interesting situation because I can throw my screen game to Chris Tyree on the perimeter, and I've got a 6'5", 240+ pound guy as a lead blocker, but I also have a guy that can run routes out there. I can drop back and throw the ball and run routes out there. I can run my comebacks, my ins, my overs, my unders, my field high lows and different things like that. And I can throw one-on-ones depending on how you want to match up against me. If I'm the OC for Notre Dame and I'm looking at those alignments, are you going to put a linebacker out there? Are you going to put a safety out there? Or are you going to put a corner out there? How are you going to defend us when we go to those looks? And those are all things. You could do things the way Mitchell Evans plays. You could literally go with the 2 tight ends as your outside guys in those looks and go with, the 2. And there's other things you can do, like if Jadarian Price or Jeremiah Love or Devin Ford is in the game at running back, you can go 22 personnel, right? Or 12 personnel. And I can put my 2 tight ends outside and I can go empty. And I've got 3 really good pass catchers as a receiver / backs, but I also have 2 big receivers on the out, 2 big tight ends that can run routes. That's the thing, Vince. These aren't just big, run 5-yard hitches as decoys. You can throw vertically to these guys.
Right.
And there's just all types of different things, but that only happens if Holden Stace really steps up this fall camp and says, hey, you got to play me, which means being assignment correct. Right, obviously being healthy, that's going to be true for all of them. But be more assignment correct. Be stronger. Be a guy that can block. Sure. Because you can't be a one-trick pony at tight end. You can't be a guy that's just a pass catcher because now we put you in the game and teams are going to play you differently than we normally would if in our normal 12 personnel because they know that when you're in the game, you're a pass catcher. So you got to be a guy that's a dual threat guy. So Holden Stace has got a lot to prove this fall camp, a lot to prove. But, man, he's got a ton of talent. And if he can step up and have a good spring or good fall, I keep saying spring. If he can step up and have a good fall camp, Vince, he gives you some things in 12 personnel that you just did not have in past seasons. It's almost and he's got a lot better hands than Tommy Tremble had, but he brings a lot of the athletic running potential that Tommy Tremble had.
Very similar
as a fast vertical guy, but he's bigger than Tommy Tremble and he's got more reliable hands than Tommy Tremble. So if Holden can say, hey, you got to play me, not by what he says, right? Whenever I say a player says you got to play me, it's with his actions. He goes out there and earns it.
It's how he plays. Yeah,
right,
exactly.
Right. I think that they want to do a lot of 12 personnel. They want to still be able to do 12 personnel whenever they want. Not that they're going to do it as much, but whenever they want. And if Holden Stace is the guy that emerges as that number 2 tight end, and it's like not because everybody else is hurt, but because of he just is that good, you got to get him on the field. He gives you some very interesting looks and some very intriguing opportunities to where when Notre Dame goes 12 personnel, you got to make a really tough decision. Are we going to stand our base defense, or are we going to be able? Do we have to go bigger? Because if you go bigger, and Notre Dame has some matchups either way. If you go bigger, then you can line him up out wide and get in some matchups against linebackers and safeties that they may not like, the defense may not like. If you decide to stay in your base looks, then Notre Dame can just say, fine, we're going to run it at you because Holden's a good enough blocker, right? So there's so much that they can do if he's able to step up and perform. But he's got to do that, Vince. That's going to be the big question, right? Is he's got to step up and say, hey, I deserve playing time. Because here's the thing. He's not just competing against, and this is true of the tight end, the number 2 tight end. You're not just competing against Eli Raridon and Kevin Bauman and Cooper Flanagan and Davis Sherwood and those guys. You're also competing against Chris Tyree, Jaden Thomas, Jaden Greathouse, Rico Flores, Jadarian Price, Devin Ford, Jeremiah Love, Jabron Payne, meaning, okay, if you're not stepping up and I want to get a different look, then I'm just going to go 21 personnel, or I'm going to go 11 personnel more because I have more faith that, Jaden Greathouse is going to give me a look here, or if I want to go big, then I'll just go big and say, we're going to put Jaden Thomas in the slot and have Deion Colsey and Tobias Merriweather outside. And now I'm going to get out of the different things that I want to do pass game wise and run game wise than I will out of 12 personnel, because I can't count on you to go do your job and do it at a high level.
Right.
So that's what these tight ends are up against. It's not just, okay, I'm the number 2 tight end, insert X number of snaps for me. It may say, hey, yeah, you're the number 2 tight end, but you didn't play that well. And I've got 6 receivers, 7 receivers, and 4 backs that are just chomping at the bit who had great fall camps. Guess what? We're not doing a lot of 12 personnel this year. That's the reality of it. So that's what makes this interesting, is it's not just a tight end battle. And we don't talk, we kind of compartmentalize, or there's the slot receiver battle and the number 2 tight end battle and the number 2 back battle. Well, those kind of things all go against each other as well, Vince. Is like, if the slots are just dominating a fall camp and the tight ends are just kind of okay, guess what? We're going to do a lot more 11 personnel. If I've got 3 running backs that are just so good, I got to get them on the field, and my number 2 tight ends are just, then guess what? I'm going to do more 20 personnel, more 21 personnel. That's just the reality of it. And then the opposite is true. If my number 2 tight end and number 3 tight end are balling, are just kicking butt in fall camp, and my slots are inconsistent, catching the ball, not getting open, my backs are just not, effective, then, hey, guess what? We're going to see a lot more 12 personnel than we expect a little bit. But even then, it's not going to be like last year's 12 personnel. It's going to look a lot different. And that second tight end, I think, needs to be treated as more of a pass game weapon than we've had in the past. That's been one of my biggest complaints about tight end play at Notre Dame. Like, when you look at 2020, even, Vince, when Tommy Tremble caught like about 20 balls, let me look up and see what he had in 2020. Like 19, 20 passes. Tommy Tremble, 19 catches for 218 yards. You say, well, that's good number 2 tight end production. We had 8 of those catches in the first 2 games when he was the starter. And then after that, he had 11 in the next 10 games.
Yeah.
Because he basically, Michael Mayer, became the number 1 pass catching tight end. Well, I don't want to see that. I want to see a guy that maybe only has 20 catches, but it's kind of throughout the year he's utilized as part of what they're trying to do, to where the moral of the story is, Vince, when the number 2 tight end is on the field, you have to respect it, or we're going to beat you with him. That's the key. In the past, I remember you and I having this very conversation and when we first launched this channel. The way the teams defend Notre Dame, they do not pay attention to the number 2 tight end. Because even when he runs a route and gets open, the quarterbacks do not look at him.
Correct.
We used to complain about this with George Tack. It's like, dude, George Tack was open 5 times in this game. Tommy Tremble was open in this game. They just didn't throw him the football.
Right. All the time. All the time.
That's got to change.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think there's a good possibility that will change. Now, you brought up the fact earlier on, we were in the intro, and you were talking about Sam Hartman and his, I wouldn't say reluctancy to throw to the tight end, but it wasn't part of their offense. I mean, it wasn't a legitimate part of their offense. It will be a part of their offense here. How does he adapt to it?
I hope
that's a question, because we don't know, right? Yeah, we hope, obviously.
Yeah, because
I just don't see how the tight ends coach is the offensive coordinator and the tight ends aren't involved.
Right, because like who I'm not blaming for never looking to the number 2 tight end? Ian Book, Jack Cohn, Tyler Buckner, or Drew Pine. Because when 4 quarterbacks all run the offense the exact same way, that's telling me that they're not being taught to target this tight end is being, because you know this, Vince, in the pass game, you'll have a guy run a route and you're like telling he's not an option.
Right.
We're using him as a clear out. He's doing this. You'll have routes where you're just going to tell your outside receiver to run a go, and there's some teams will just say, hey, you're not looking at him. We're reading here.
Right
Well, I hate
underneath.
that.
Yeah,
I hate
exactly.
that. I mean, I'm like, hey, look, now there may be if the pre-snap look is here, we're not looking at him. If it's a too high look, and
Correct.
then you're not looking at him. But if it's cover one and that safety's over the ball and we're on the left middle hash and that right guy's playing a one-on-one, then now all of a sudden he's a guy that you look for, and we're just going to catch and we're going to bang that one-on-one outside, right? But Notre Dame didn't really do that. They used that second tight end to kind of occupy space to free up the other tight end on an under or some other type of receiver route. That's what I have to believe, because otherwise you're telling me 4 different quarterbacks that started at games at Notre Dame never looked at the number 2 tight end just because they didn't feel like it or they didn't know how to read a defense. Well, if they didn't know how to read a defense to get down to the number 2 tight end more than once or twice a year, then that tells me they weren't being taught that, or B, they were being taught that, and it was that guy's not your check down option. If the 1 and 2 read isn't open, then we're coming backside to the comeback, or we're going to the check down to the back or something like that. That's what that tells me. So that's what we don't know of how that's going to change. We don't. We can assume that Jared Parker is going to do more because he's the tight ends coach. But let's not forget, Jared Parker spent most of his career coaching wide receivers. He played wide receiver at Kentucky.
Yeah.
Right. So he was an SEC wide receiver that's coached receivers his entire career. I don't think we should automatically assume that he's going to make the tight ends a bigger part of the offense, even just because he's coaching them.
Sure.
I think he should. But it's still kind of show me a little bit. I think maybe we're assuming a tad too much here.
Well, and I don't even want to use the term a bigger part of the offense, because the tight end was a big part of the offense last year.
I'm talking about the number 2.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to clarify for people. 2. Yeah.
We're going to see one tight end be a part of the offense. There's no doubt.
Right.
What I'm more referring to is, are we going to see the second and third tight ends be a bigger part of what they're doing?
There we
just
go.
As the tight ends coach is what we're doing, because Chip Long was the tight ends coach at Notre Dame too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I don't remember the number 2 tight end catching a lot of balls under him either.
Sure.
You know, but there was a little bit more. You know, we saw Tommy Tremble in 2019, catch 16 passes, right?
Yeah.
But, three of those for 49 yards of those came in the Louisville game when Cole Kmet didn't play, and then 4 of those catches came against Bowling Green in a blowout. So it's like, well, did they really target it more? Not really. 2018, you saw a little bit. You saw Cole Kmet with 15 grabs that year. But again, part of that was because there was, Alize Mack missed a game.
Sure.
And Cole Kmet stepped up and played well. Remember, Alize Mack didn't play against Northwestern. Well, Cole Kmet goes out there. He got hurt against Navy, and then Cole Kmet had 6 of his 15 catches were in the Navy-Northwestern game when Alize Mack went out.
Sure.
So even then, you just didn't really see that number 2 tight end being a big part of the weapon, even when you had a guy like Cole Kmet as your number 2 tight end. Right. So those are the different aspects that you look at and say, you just haven't you haven't seen that a ton where the number 2 tight end has been targeted. And what do we mean by the numbers? Like, to me, the numbers we just pointed out with those other tight ends, that's good production for a number 2 tight end.
Sure.
It just can't be. It's kind of like when we talked about using 2 backs. So best example of using 2 backs was 2015 with Josh Adams and CJ Person. I'm like, no, it's not. Well, how can you say that? CJ had 1,000 yards. Josh Adams had 800 yards. I'm like, yeah, but almost all of Josh's yards came after CJ got hurt.
Yeah, right.
Right? Like the USC game, he got 1 carry for 26 yards, and we don't see him again. Right? I mean, he had 100 yards in a blowout of UMass off the bench, and then the rest of his yards didn't come until CJ got hurt against Pitt, if you remember correctly. So, actually, I'm going to kind of support that point here real quick. He had 100 yards. Josh Adams came in the first game against Texas. Remember when Torian got hurt, had 5 carries. Then he came in the second half and had 13 carries for 133 yards against UMass in sort of mop-up duty. He had 2 carries against Clemson, 1 carry against USC, 0 carries against Temple, and then he goes 20 for 147 against Pitt. But that's because CJ got hurt.
Right.
And then the rest of the way, he has 147 against Pitt, 141 against Wake, 39 against BC, 168 against Stanford, 78 against Ohio State, all because CJ was out.
Right.
And so that's kind of where I'm looking for. I want to see 15 to 20 grabs by the number 2 tight end, not coming like blowout moments and mop up minutes where it's part of your offense. It may only be 1 or 2 catches a game, Vince. That's the whole point. But
that's fine. Yeah.
It's Holden Stace only catches 1 ball against Ohio State. but it's a seam route for 35 yards that then opens up other things.
It changes the field position. It puts them in field goal range,
now they
or
have
whatever.
to defend that guy now
Right.
next, and then that opens up. I run I go out of 12 personnel. I run a high-low with my tight ends where I run Holden on a 15-yard in cut and Mitchell on an under route. And all of a sudden that field safety's coming down saying, "Oop, they're Holden Stace again." And I bang a post route over top to Tobias Merriweather or somebody else, because now they're more, hey, we got to defend this guy now. And then boom, that opens up something else. That's the impact that I'm looking for. It's not so much they're going to catch, the starter's going to catch 45 balls and the backup's going to catch 35 balls. That's not what I'm talking about. It may be 40 and 15, but those 15 are bigger plays. They're legitimate weapons. And when this kid runs a route, you've got to defend him.
He's an option. He's an option.
You've got to respect him, because if you don't, then I'll throw 5-6 balls to him.
Right.
But if you do, now all of a sudden that's going to open up opportunities for me outside. And that's why those things are important, Vince. And when you've got a guy on the field that's just not a weapon in the pass game, you're going to get hurt. I point to the Denver Broncos when in 1997 and 98 when they had Howard Griffith. They were a 21 personnel team a lot of the time. But Shannon Sharp was a major weapon in the pass game, but Howard Griffith would catch footballs. They would throw to their fullback. I mean, one of the biggest plays in the Super Bowl against the Packers was Howard Griffith catching that one-handed ball, or was it against the Steelers? I think it was against the Packers, where he catches that ball backhanded. I think it was the play where Ed McCaffrey laid out that linebacker, I believe. So, when he was in the game, you had to worry about it, right? I mean, 1999 for the Broncos, or 1998 for the Broncos, when he caught 15 balls out of the backfield, 30 targets out of the backfield. He had 26 the next year. He had 27 for the Panthers one year. The point is, when he was in the game, you had to worry about him because they would do things with him to get him to football. You couldn't just leave him open. Or we saw what Audric Estime last year against USC, where they finally throw the freaking swing to him. And because that was the thing is, when they go 12 personnel, they see two guys were not really options. You only had to cover three guys because they weren't going to really throw the check down to the backs.
Right.
And they weren't going to throw the number two
second tight end. Exactly.
Makes it a whole lot easier to defend you. But if I'm a team saying, hey, look, they're going to throw to the backs out of this, they're going to throw to the second tight ends. So we got to be balanced in how we attack, which then makes it harder for you to key on my top receivers. And that's really where it comes from. And Holden Stace is to wrap it up, and we can kind of move on to the next topic, because we went from Holden Stace kind of big picture. The unique thing about Holden Stace and Eli Raridon, if he's healthy and gets on the field this year, is they bring home run potential as tight ends.
Right.
They're not just going to be catching like little 6-yard option routes for first downs. That doesn't mean they can't do that, but that's not why you're putting them in the game to be the primary fact. It's, hey, you don't want to respect this seam route from Eli Raridon, who is a 4.6, if not a 4.5. Okay, cool. Don't do that. We're going to hit a little pop pass of your linebackers because your safeties are not worried about my tight end. He's going to catch that, and you don't have anybody that can catch him once he gets that ball free. You don't want to respect Holden Stace? Fine. We're going to bang a backside post route. You're going to put a corner on him with no safety help because you don't – okay, fine. You're going to roll your coverage to the 3-by-1 because you don't respect Holden Stace backside? Fine. We're going to run a play-action backside post route, and I'm just going to tell my quarterback, throw it at about 9 feet, and then let Holden go up and get it if the guy's on him. Right? Easy. And that may be his only catch in the game.
Right.
But it's that impact type of plays, and that's what Holden can bring to the table. That's what Eli Raridon, if he's healthy, can bring to the table as we kind of transition to just kind of quickly talking about him, Vince, because with Eli Raridon, it's just –
he's healthy.
I don't know. Like, I've been told he's healthy. He's back to 100%. I just feel like the kid's a quick healer. But at the same time, he was a quick healer last year too. He got hurt in December and was playing by the opener, and then he got hurt again. Same knee. I would be very, very cautious. Like, if it was up to me, I would say, hey, we're going to redshirt this kid. He's going to play in 4 games. We're not going to play him until the middle of the season. We're going to play him in 4 games unless he's just too good not to play. But you gotta be patient with him, man. That's my hope for Notre Dame is it's going to be enticing when you see him out there running fast. He's 6'7".
Sure.
He can jump. He was a really good high school basketball player. He's fat. I mean, and you're just like, man, we got to use that guy. But he's hurting that knee again from being done, basically. So to me, that's why if Holden Stace and Kevin Bauman have really good fall camps, then your need to push Eli Raridon diminishes.
Sure.
If those guys don't step up and you're watching Eli dominate in the reps he is getting, you're like, man, you know what? Docs say he's cleared. Let's just put him out there. And then boom, we get what happens. So I hope they take their time with him. But if at any point in time he comes back this year, he brings a weapon, because the funny thing is, Vince, we always thought he would be the big pass game weapon. He's 6'7". He's really fast. Apparently has the fastest 10-yard split in the history of tight ends, apparently, which we say sarcastically. He's got great hands. He's a leaper. And we're thinking this guy's going to be a great pass game weapon, but he's kind of skinny. I don't know how good of a blocker he's going to be. Well, as a freshman, he was their best blocking tight end before he got hurt. That was the crazy thing. Like, he was literally their best blocking tight end before he got hurt. And you're like, holy crap, if this guy's also going to end up being a good blocker, then he's a legit all-around weapon. It's just, is he going to stay healthy?
Right.
That's the key. That's what we don't know.
Yeah,
that's absolutely what we don't know with Eli. But, man, the talent is enormous.
No doubt.
It really is.
No doubt. Let's move on to the one incoming freshman that Notre Dame has coming in this fall, Cooper Flanagan. Fairly highly rated guy coming out.
A top 250 guy for sure.
Yeah, coming in. So, I mean, he's got plenty of ability in this tight end room. He belongs in this tight end room, tight end U, all that stuff. Where do you see him, fitting into this group this year? I know what we think of him long term, but as a true freshman, can he make his way onto the field?
He can, yes, as a blocker. I think Cooper Flanagan shows up as a true freshman with the ability to block. He could easily fill the role that Eli Raridon had last year. Because the funny thing is, we've talked about Eli's speed and all this, but when they put Eli Raridon on the field last year, it was to be a blocker.
Yeah.
And that's what he was in the game to do, is block. And to me, if you get into a situation where you're not getting good blocking from your veteran tight ends out of 12 personnel as your number 2 tight end, I'd say give Cooper a chance. Because, I mean, that's what you brought him here to do. Yeah. Number one, he's a throwback tight end. He's a traditional tight end. When we talk about the stuff Mayer did, Cooper Flanagan to me he's a Michael Mayer type. Now, again, not the dominance, but as far as how you use him. When I compare him to Michael Mayer, it's about how you use him. Not saying he's as good as Michael Mayer or anything like that. Michael Mayer was a 5-star kid coming out of high school, right? But as far as the usage, the type of routes he's going to run, option routes, out cuts, crossers, the short to intermediate stuff, right? And then he's a really good blocker. So I think those are the things you look at with Cooper. And so, yeah, that role could get him on the field this year. I hope he doesn't play more than 4 games. I'd like to redshirt him. I think tight end is a position that I prefer redshirts unless it is a Michael Mayer, holy moly, he's our best player, day one type of guy.
Right.
But, I would like to see him redshirted. But if they don't have somebody step up in that 12 personnel role as the number 2 blocker, then you got one of 2 choices, Vince. Number one is you just don't play a lot of 12 personnel.
Sure.
If you do, you do it differently with a couple players we're going to talk about next.
Right.
Right. Or if you want to go 12 personnel with a traditional tight end, then you say, hey, Cooper, these guys aren't getting it done. Let's see what you can do.
Sure.
And then maybe you get him in there against Tennessee State or Central Michigan, see what he can do. Because, you can play 4 guys 4 games now. And if he goes out there and balls out, then you can say, hey, look, we wanted to redshirt this kid, but he's too good not to play. I could certainly see Cooper Flanagan having a very important role in some of the 12 and 13 personnel if the older players aren't getting the job done in the run game. I could certainly see that.
Yeah, for sure. And I could see him being, the 12 personnel package, the 12 personnel run package guy. Like, I could definitely see that. But you could also, you could squirt him out. Like, if, here comes the run package, we're prepared for the run, but you could squirt him out and he can catch the ball just fine. It could be one of those kinds of situations. But if he's going to be that guy, he's not redshirting because you're going to need that guy all year. So just depends on what those guys ahead of him are up to for sure. And then nice transition, by the way.
Kind of previewing, a little sneak preview of what's left. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you can also do something like that with the 2 guys we're going to talk about next. They're both listed as tight ends. They're kind of that H-back, fullback, tight end. That's kind of the role that they're playing. And we're talking about
Notre Dame lists them as a tight end. We list them appropriately on our roster as fullbacks.
Correct. Yeah,
because that's kind of what they are.
And they work out with the tight ends, but they have different roles potentially.
But we did see Davis Sherwood this year line up at tight end and run catch an in cut from Sam Hartman in the spring game because he was one of only 2 healthy tight ends left by the end of the spring.
Which is crazy.
Well, now, I will say this. I was told by multiple people that there was nothing really wrong with Mitchell Evans. It was more precautionary because he had just got like a little minor, twisted ankle. He had a great jersey scrimmage performance, so he looked really good in the jersey scrimmage. So it's just like, why would we want to take a chance to get him hurt again? If they were playing a team, like if they were playing a real game that Saturday of the Blue Gold game, Mitchell would have been fine. So there was a lot of precaution taken with the guys that didn't play in that game. Yes. But to the point of the 9 tight ends on the roster, only 2 of them played, Davis Sherwood and Holden Stace. And then so we did see Davis do that, but I think that was more out of a necessity. When he's at his best, when you're using him properly, it's as more of that H-back, fullback type of role.
Sure.
And same with Justin Fisher. But when you look at Davis Sherwood, he is a scholarship player. But he's a guy, Vince, that brings a little bit something to the table. And I'm very curious how they're going to utilize this year. We don't like last year, we knew what his role was because of the way that they ran the offense. I don't know what his role is going to look like this year.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still used as that sort of fullback H-back role in short yards and third down? He was a very important special teams player. I mean, he had that little shovel pass to Braden Lindsey because he's the personal protector on punt team.
Right. Yeah.
And the timing of that was really good. He made a great catch. I mean, he got drilled on that in cut that he caught the ball in the spring game. That was a heck of a catch. Does the offense change to the point where you've got to use Davis differently? Does he have the same role, but you get it like you leak him a little bit more, which I would actually like to see, especially in short yardage. I would love to see early in the season, even if it's against Navy or Tennessee State, just to let everybody know. I would love to see Notre Dame line up in a 21 personnel look, Vince. You're going to love this. I already have it planned out. You go 21 personnel with slot to the left, right? My 2 receivers to the left. And I've got my tight end to the right. I've got Davis Sherwood as my H-back on the left, right? I'm in pistol. I'm going to motion him across to the other side, at tight end side. I'm going to fake a stretch at a pistol to Audric, and I'm going to have Davis Sherwood run right off the tight end's butt like he's blocking stretch and then go right up the sideline. And I'm going to tell Sam, fake the heck out of that stretch play, right? Get that peel back block back there to protect him. Come out of that sucker and just throw it to Davis. I don't care if he's covered. Throw it to him. I might do it against Tennessee State. Just to let everybody else know, if you don't respect this alignment, we will throw 38 the football. Right? If you're going to try to go zero pressure against this look, we will throw this kid to football, and he's athletic enough to beat you, and he's got the hands to beat you.
Yeah.
Like I would do something like that, like early in the season. Remember when they did that to Brock Wright against Bowling Green?
Sure.
Like I would do something like that early on to say, hey, look, you don't respect this kid. If you don't play this kid, we're going to leak him out on 3rd and 1 and run a slide with him, or we'll run a wheel with him, something like that. I would.
If he's in the game, you got to respect him.
If you're still going to use him in your short yardage stuff, Vince, then you need to let teams know early on. You can't just assume we're running the football right down your throat, or we will get some. Because I could see him catching a little slide route off play action, catching it out in the flats with nobody near him, and just going for 30, 40 yards before somebody finally catches him. I think that would be something to do. He's got the ability to do it. That's the other thing. Both of them do. Him and Justin Fisher both have the ability to take a ball like that and do some damage.
Absolutely.
So I'm very curious to see if they still continue to be used in that role, or if we see them become more traditional tight ends. Because I don't know if having Davis Sherwood as more of a traditional tight end is the best way to utilize his skill set. I mean, he's listed at 6'3", 228. Do you really want him lining up attached, blocking out 9 techniques all game? Right. I don't think so. Getting him ISOing on linebackers, getting him as kind of a movement kick out block, or a movement peel block to the backside. You know what I mean? Like a split. When you're running split zone, bringing him back where he can leverage on the tight end. That giving him a running start is a better way to allow him to block a 9 technique or a 5 technique. Not lining him up and saying take a step and power block a guy that's
you can do some wham stuff with him. I mean, there's different things that you can do with him where he has a running start. And it can be a quick hitter type of a play. I mean, shoot, you can hand the ball off to Davis or Justin as well. I mean, I'm not saying all the time, but I'm saying short yardage, things like that. You get him in motion. You can look. I've seen Justin Fisher run away from plenty of guys. The kid's got some speed. Now he's 230 now, or whatever he's listed out on the roster. He wasn't 230 in high school, but the kid can pick him up and put him down. I would love to see them get the ball in one of their hands at one point or another, just enough. And it's very similar to the conversation we were having about the second tight end, right? You give them a ball enough that they are an option, and it's somebody that you have to pay attention to, because when you do that, that opens up other guys, or it puts them in one-on-one situations. All of these different things you can do if you only prove at one point. You just got to put it on film. If you put it on film that, hey, we're not afraid to throw it to these guys. We're not afraid to put the ball in their hands. Now you can't take them for granted. You can't be like, okay, we know they're not going to go to this kid. We know they're not going to go to this kid. So now we can bracket this kid, or we can, inside out this kid. You've got to at least prove that you are willing to go to these other guys. If you do that, this offense can be very dangerous, because you're talking about a heck of a lot of one-on-one opportunities. And I like Notre Dame's chances in one-on-one opportunities.
I do, across the field. I mean,
Absolutely.
in a lot of different positions. Yep. And they've got to take advantage. That's been an issue with Notre Dame in the pass game for a while, Vince. They don't do enough to take those one-on-one shots. And sometimes they're going to be incomplete. That's okay.
Right.
You have to have enough faith in your pass game, efficiency of your pass game, and enough faith in your run game to say, hey, look, I'm okay taking a shot on 1st and 10, because we're going to go back to the run game on 2nd down and get 6 yards and be in a 3rd and manageable. Or we can still throw the ball on 2nd and 10. We have a really efficient game. We can run our RPO concepts on second. That's the other thing too, is about with RPOs is 2nd and 10 becomes a completely different play calling situation for you.
Right.
I can still run the football on 2nd and 10, because if they want to load the box and to where we're going to have a tougher time, I can pull that sucker out, throw a little quick hitch, get 6 yards, guy gets tackled, boom, we got our 6 yards. We're 3rd and 4, we're right where we want to be.
Exactly.
Right where we want to be. And now next time we take that shot on 1st and 10, we hit that. Or we run some other concept, or we run the football, but they've now got too deep on the back end because, our quarterback missed that receiver, but they know he was open. Right.
Exactly.
So those are, I still remember the story that Lou Samoji told me that one time about the first play that they put Rocket in for against Michigan in 1988.
Great story.
And Lou said that Lou Samoji told me that Lou Holtz looks at Tony Rice and said, throw it to Rocket. Right? I don't care if he's covered or not. He goes, I want you to drop back and I want you to throw the ball as far as you can. Well, Tony Rice could throw the ball a country mile. I mean, that guy had a howitzer. Didn't always know where it was going, but he had a howitzer connected to his right arm. And it was incomplete, but he said you saw Michigan defend Notre Dame differently when Rocket was in the game from that moment on. Because they knew, okay, you got a big-armed quarterback and a guy that we don't have anyone on our team that can run with. We got to handle that differently. Similar concept, Vince. That's why sometimes you do things. It's not even, you'd like to hit that play. You're never designing a play that's going to go incomplete, but you're okay taking incompletion because you're letting the other team know you better defend this.
Right.
And you may never get anything out of it, but it opens up something else. That's all part of the chess match of play calling and play design. That's what people don't understand. It's not always I'm doing this because this play in itself is going to work and we love it. That is part of it. You always want to play to work. But sometimes it's, when we would do a script, when I was pass game coordinator, it's like I would say, hey, look, it was so dumb. One of the teams I was on, and I was the pass game coordinator of this team, but the script would be we'd go to each assistant coach and they'd pick a play that they wanted to run. I'm like, this is so dumb. Like, we need to be thoughtful of how we're running that play.
Correct.
So we can set something else. Because then we'd this guy'd go 21 personnel, this guy'd go 12, this guy would go 10. It's like there was no rhyme or reason to it. I was like, we need to have some strategy of, hey, you want to run the ball early, that's fine. But can we run it out of some certain looks to try to manipulate the defense, see how they're going to line up to this, how they're going to handle that? So then we know on our 4th play. So, like, to me, it's like, okay, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd down, we're going to throw a quick game out of this alignment. We're going to come back with a motion in the shift and run the ball here. We're going to do this because I think based on how they have played in the past and what we did with our scheme on play 4, we're going to run this look and we're going to pop this guy free and we're going to gash him for a big play, run game, pass game, whatever. And so you'll do some of that stuff too. And I think to tie this all in with your 12 personnel options, I kind of view Davis Sherwood being in the game as more 21 personnel, traditional 21 big, as opposed to 21
in the backfield.
Speed.
I mean,
right, 21. Like, this is the way we called it when I was coaching: 21 big and 21 speed. 21 speed was 2 running backs. 21 big was you had your fullback in the game, right? Or you just go 21 and then 21 speed.
Right.
21 base is your fullbacks in the game, 21 speed is you put a second running back in the game, whatever the case may be. The point being, whatever you are when you have those guys in the game, doing things to say, hey, we're going to obviously use them for this is their primary role, but we need to make sure that we're thinking about how we're using them so that way teams don't have tells. It may not matter against Navy and Tennessee State or even NC State, but by the time that team from Columbus comes into town, they're going to have 4 games worth of film, and they're going to have some tells. They're going to have some, hey, when they do this, you don't got to worry about this guy or this guy. This is what they do. They have a tendency to do this. So you need to have some tendency breakers with those guys early. So when you're in 12 personnel, again, be thoughtful. We need to get that number 2 tight end the ball early because we need to let those teams down the road know you got to defend this guy. Now, the other way to do it too, Vince, because of the NC State game is you don't show it in games 1 and 2 because you plan on showing it in game 3.
Sure.
Right? I'm okay with that. You're not necessarily holding anything back. It's just we don't necessarily need that then.
Right.
But we're going to work on it in practice, and then we're going to break it out in Series 2 against NC State or something like that. I mean, there's always those kind of options as well. But you want to get that stuff on film to let everybody else know, hey, we're going to do this. And then you got to be smart about when you do you really want to waste that play against Tennessee State? Well, yeah, I do because I want to get NC State thinking about it. Or I really like this play against NC State. I'm going to hold it for that game. And then we're going to let them, and then we're going to break it out for them. Now Ohio State and Duke and Louisville and USC all know you can't not worry about – you can't ignore Davis Sherwood when we're in 21 because we're going to run him on a wheel, a slide, something, and going to get him the ball. I mean, because it's an RPO, Vince. I mean, if you're in pistol, it's an RPO. I mean, you just have Sam Hartman step back, and you're just running a quick downhill zone out of pistol, or even just off normal alignment. And I'm reading that overhang. If he stays right there, or he comes down, I'm pulling that sucker. I'm getting outside, and I'm throwing that little slide route to Davis Sherwood, or my second tight end.
Yeah.
If he stays back, I'm handing to Audric Estime. He's cutting that inside zone back right into that hole. Boom, first down. You got to show that you're willing to do that.
Exactly.
And that's going to make teams say, hey, we got to keep that guy back on this alignment because they will sneak. They say, Sherwood's going in motion. I got to keep my eyes on that, right? And then here's something else that can happen. Okay, so they're going to keep their corner there looking at that guy. That linebacker's still going to crash. Okay, cool. I saw that up in the box. Guduli gets down to Jared Parker, lets him know what's going on. Next time you do that, you run that inside zone. Davis Sherwood on the slide, you're now play actioning that. And so he comes down, and all of a sudden your tight end takes a jab step inside, boom, takes off on an arrow, like a deep arrow route right behind that corner, or down the seam, or a corner route, something like that.
Replaces that linebacker that steps down, whatever the case may
be. But
you've
threatened them on the perimeter. You've now seen how they're going to handle that, and now you have answers to create some big play opportunities. Right. I love being able to just line up on 3rd and 1 and smash people in the mouth and move the chains. That's great, but that's also a great opportunity to open up some big plays chances for you as well.
Sure.
And you got to take those as well.
Absolutely.
And that just wasn't who they were last year.
Right.
And part of it's by you understand it. Mitchell Evans misses half the year. Holden's a freshman. Eli's a freshman.
And you got Michael Mayer.
And you got Michael Mayer. And
this is the
and you're playing your backup quarterback the whole season. He's 5'11".
Right.
It's a little harder to run some of that stuff. I mean, Sam Hartman's not tall, but he's still 2 inches taller than what you had last year. So there's just a lot of different things where you understood it, but right now, you need Raridon to step up. You need Davis Sherwood to step up. You need Stace to step up. You need Kevin Bauman to step up to say, hey, look, we're going to use it. If you're a skill player on the field, you better be able to make plays in a run and pass game. Yep. If you can't, we're going to find somebody else. There's too much talent running back and receiver to force 12 personnel down your throat just because, right? And there's too much talent at 12 personnel or at tight end if they step up. Right.
And if they're healthy, all
big
of the above.
If they're that's a good point. If they're healthy and if they step up, there's also too much talent at those positions to just ignore 12 and 13 personnel because you feel really good about your receivers. Right. And that's a great place to be in. But the position I have the biggest question mark about will they get there is, in fact, for me, Vince, tight end, because of the injury histories of Mitchell Evans, Kevin Bauman, and Eli Raridon. There's just too much of that for me to be able to say, yeah, I can definitely know we're going to spend all fall camp preparing for 12 and 13 personnel because I trust these guys. You can't really do that. They've got to prove it, in my opinion. And that's what we're going to find out as we get through fall camp.
Yep. So, I mean, you just hit on our confidence level. You hit on our biggest question marks. Absolutely. And I think those are all accurate. And what I love about when we do breakdowns together, and we always have these two categories of confidence and biggest questions, we hit them when we're talking. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And so we've nailed those two. Now we get to one where, we're going to talk about bold predictions here, Brian. And I struggled with this one because of the tight end position is just going to be different than it's been, at Notre Dame over the past 3 years. And I feel like any prediction we make could potentially be a bold prediction just because of the question marks that we have, right? I mean, and it's going to be interesting. I'm interested to see what you have here for sure. There's no doubt about that.
My first bold prediction, and this is kind of bold related to the expectations for this unit, not so much past years. But my bold prediction is that the tight ends this year are still going to catch over 50 passes.
Okay, total. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my first bold prediction, Vince.
Okay.
What's your first bold prediction?
I had Mitchell Evans with 35, 500, and 4 touchdowns.
Say that again?
35 catches, 500 yards, 4 touchdowns. That's my bold prediction for Mitchell Evans.
30 catches, 500 yards?
Yep. 35, 500, and 4.
That's pretty much basically he's going to be what he was in the bowl game every game and stay healthy.
Yeah. That's what I had written down before the show. And I was like, yeah, you kind of nailed that when we were talking about it, when you said he was 3 for 39 in the bowl game, that kind of a thing. But again, is it bold? I think it is, just because we don't know
It's got 4 career catches, Vince. You're basically saying he's going to get 10 times his career production in the season. I'd say that's somewhat bold. And then my 50 catches comes down to, that fits in well, 35 to 44 Mitchell Evans if he's a starter, and then 10 to 15 plus for the next guys, which is kind of where you want to be. My next bold prediction is this, Vince, and this is going to be 4 different players that we discussed today are going to catch touchdown passes this year. So meaning it could be It could be 3 of the tight ends and then Davis Sherwood.
Sure.
It could, that kind of thing, because I'm counting Davis Sherwood. So even though we don't necessarily count him as a tight end,
but it's the group
not like a fullback preview.
I mean, yeah, no, it would be very short.
Right. Yeah. So, but 4 guys are going to catch touchdown passes this year from this position. I think that's a pretty bold prediction.
That is bold.
I mean,
man.
It hasn't happened at Notre Dame that way, I don't believe. I'm going to look at it. Like last year, there was 2. Correct. So you had Sherwood. You had Mitchell Evans and Mayer in 2020. The most I can remember is, I think, 3. Mayer and Takis caught him. So that's 2 in 2021. You had one in 2020. You had 2 in 2019 because Cole Kmet had 6 and Tremble had 4. No, Takis caught a touchdown. So you had 3 in 2019.
Okay.
2018, you had 1 because Cole Kmet didn't catch a touchdown. Brock Wright, Nick Wisher. So 3 again. Some mop-up duty. So 3 again. 17, 1, 2, 3. 3, then 2. Which is funny. You had 3 tight ends caught touchdowns that year. They only had 4 on the year. You know the leading touchdown receiver was at tight end in 2017, Vince? You had Durham Smythe and Alize Mack as your 1-2. It was actually Nick Wisher. Had 2.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Had 2. And you only had 1 tight end caught it in 16. 17, you had – here's crazy. Remember that stretch in the early part of this decade where the tight ends just weren't much of a factor in the pass game? Like 2015, the leading catcher at tight end had 13 catches. They only had 20 catches the whole year. Had 1 touchdown reception at tight end that year. That was from Durham Smythe that year, and that was on that little shovel pass against Virginia. It was on the special teams. You remember that?
That's right. Yeah.
So 14, you go back to 14, only 1 guy. So 4 is pretty bold. It's something you haven't seen in the last decade at Notre Dame. I'd say that's pretty bold.
Yeah.
I had to convince myself that it was bold enough to do.
So
4 different guys that we talked about in today's breakdown are going to catch touchdown passes.
That's super bold, and it's way less bold than my last one. I just said it's bold for me because the second tight end hasn't done anything in the last few years. But I said the second tight end is going to have 15 catches and a touchdown. I didn't go with a yardage because I don't really care. I just want the second tight end to be a weapon. Exactly.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to be clear too. I'm going to say that they're going to score receiving touchdowns. I'm not talking about Mitchell Evans taking a handoff.
Like the stupid,
right.
Yeah,
correct.
Mitchell Palooza or whatever.
Yeah, correct. Which is cool to do like once or twice, but you can't keep doing that. Like USC was prepared for it. They've seen it enough. They're prepared for it.
I think that's a thing of the past, personally. But
yes, I hope so. I mean, again, the kid played quarterback, right?
Sure, I get it. I understand why he did it, and it worked early.
Yeah, the first couple times did it. Sure,
that's a deal of surprise, not every time it's short yardage, we're going to go to it. Like you can't do that, right? And if you are going to do that, then you need to have something else off of it, which they never showed. It was just always him taking the snap and going forward. You know what I mean? Right. So that was my biggest issue with that. I hope they're kind of done with that, but we'll see.
Yeah. So we'll see. So Vince, that's your bold prediction, huh?
That's it.
15 catches for your number 2 tight end.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing: does that mean like no injuries because of that? So it's not like the starter misses 2 games.
Right.
You're talking about just as the number 2.
As a second tight end in that second tight end role.
Let's just say Mitchell Evans twists his ankle, misses a game.
Mm-hmm.
Holden Stace comes in, catches 5 balls that game. You would not count that as number 2 tight. Okay.
Nope.
So you're not saying the number 2 tight end specifically. As far as a player, it's I got it. Perfect.
Yeah, the position of number 2 tight end. Yeah.
Makes total sense.
Because I want that to be a weapon. I want that to be just like we were talking about. I want that to be something that is on film that people have to prepare for. Because even if that guy, whoever is in that number 2 tight end role, isn't going to be getting a bunch of yards and getting a bunch of touchdowns and all that, he's a decoy at the very least. That's something that they have to pay attention to. So now you've got Tobias Merriweather one-on-one, going down the field, or you've got Mitchell Evans one-on-one, or, just put the name of whoever you want. Now you've got one-on-one coverage as opposed to, we don't have to worry about the second tight end. We don't have to worry about the H-back, whatever. Put it on film, man. Make this an option. Make it an option. That's what I want. And if they can do that, and I think that they will do that. I really do. I think that this team is going to be multiple enough that those things are going to have to happen. They're going to have to happen.
Yep. So here's a good follow-up from my bold prediction. Andrew Gilmore says, what about you, Brian? Is the 4 tight ends with a TD due to injuries? It could be. I'm fine with that. I mean, but I'm more thinking, but just so you understand, I would count that still as good.
Yeah.
But I'm actually thinking more just within the offense.
Sure.
Right. So your starters, Mitchell Evans, he catches 1. Let's say Holden Stace is your number 2. You're going to have a 13 personnel situation where you leak out your number 3 tight end, or, late in the year, Eli Raridon steps in, makes a touchdown in a late game situation where you're blowing a team out. And then also Davis Sherwood has a real in-game situation. So I'm kind of thinking it more 3 normal tight ends, and then maybe a 4th guy does something in a blowout kind of thing. Because in the past, when they would do 2 and 3, sometimes it would be the blowouts where those guys would get those touches.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
And that's kind of what I'm thinking. But no, I'm not thinking injury on that per se, although you could say obviously that would count. But I'm just in my head when I'm thinking and I'm making this prediction, I'm talking about within the normal manner in which a season goes.
Cool.
I'm saying 4 different guys will score. So not looking injured, but it certainly could happen that way. It's not as bold to say, well, I think 2 guys are going to get hurt. And, so thank you for the clarification, Andrew. It's a good clarification. I want to make sure that I am clear on that. I'm more referring to the normal manner in which they run their offense. So maybe the 4th guy could be a blowout situation, but that's still a bold prediction because it means you're going to blow teams out enough to where you're getting your 3rd or 4th tight end the ball and you're scoring on them. So, yeah. So that's it for this part, Vince. And we are having a mailbag next, folks. So Vince is going to get us out of this portion of it. But if you do have some questions, we've had a couple of people ask if we're doing a mailbag today. We are, in fact, doing that.
Yep. So thank you for joining us for our final positional preview of the preseason. We are going to kind of turn the page to next week because fall camp is going to be starting, and we're going to be specifically talking about fall camp, our expectations, all that fun stuff next week, man. We actually get to see some football, Brian, and I'm pretty fired up about it. I'm so desperate. I've been watching my son's huddle film of practice. That's where I'm at. Okay. That's what I've been watching. So I'm excited to see Notre Dame for sure.
We also have 4 big summer intel pieces on the board now. 2 offense, 2 defense.
Oh, I haven't read the second offense one yet.
And so first one focused on front 7. The second one focused on like the secondary. The third one focused on receivers and running backs. And the fourth one was on quarterbacks, tight ends, and offensive linemen. Tons. Gotcha. I mean, they were all huge. I mean, they were all really big intel pieces. So I spent the last month, or really not last month, really last 2 weeks especially, just reaching out to as many sources as I could around the program to kind of get this together. So that is a premium member thing only. So if you have not signed on the message board, do so. I think, Vince, I looked at the numbers yesterday. We are only 44 people away. Let me look at where we're at numbers wise. I think it's only 44 away from reaching our, 44 net subscribers away from reaching our goal of where we wanted to be next season. So nice. When I first launched the message board, the goal was to get to this number by the 2024 season. And we've been ahead every year by a full year every year so far, which is pretty awesome. Like we got to 500 a year faster. We got to 1,000 like 2 years faster. So we're really way ahead. So I would love to get to that number before the season starts, before the first game is the goal. When I say season starts, the first game. So if you have not signed up for the message board, now's a great time to do it. We're going to have tons of stuff on there. We're going to have some really new, cool features this season with film rooms and different things like that. They're going to be message board only stuff. So you definitely want to check that out and be part of that, type of deal. So, and some of this stuff is not stuff that people can necessarily jack because it's going to be actual video and, that kind of thing. It's a little harder to jack that, but, people will try. But yeah, so definitely sign up for the message boards at boards.ourspeckdown.com. You can be a monthly member, annual member, or you can join the booster club. If you join the booster club, you get some free stuff as a thank you for part of that
merch, baby.
So, and all the people in this chat that are on the message board, they'll tell you it's a really cool place to be. Because even like during slow times, then there's all time people still just talking. It's a community. Definitely want to sign up and be part of it. And of course, it's the one thing that we have where we don't split the revenue with somebody else. It's just fully support an IB. So we really appreciate that very, very much. Very, 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 very much.
Absolutely. So make sure you share, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. I saw somebody talking about there's 238 people in here and only 83 have hit the thumbs up. Come on, people. That helps us out too. We're not just asking for your money. If you give us a thumbs up, that helps us out big time as well. So make sure you do that. Share with your family and friends. Hit that notification bell because you just never know when that next show is going to be. And maybe it's planned, maybe it's not. So make sure you hit that notification bell so that you know when we go live so that you can be a part of it because that's what we are all about. We are all a part of IB Nation, and that's why we want you guys to know when we have shows and be a part of it. So that's going to do it for this part of our show, the tight end breakdown. Make sure you stick around for the mailbag. But until then, that's Brian. I'm Vince. Okay, here we go. Let's hit the mailbag, Brian. I know you've got a bunch of stuff start up, ready to roll.
Super chats, got all types of questions.
Okay. Rob Osgood with the super chat. Thank you so much, Rob. Happy Saturday. Thank you for the show today. No problem.
Got people, D. Troll Hunter, talking about he's mowing the lawn today, so he's going to have us on there. So we're helping people get some yard work done. People cleaning their garages out today, listening to us. So we're trying to help the time go by.
That's awesome. Okay. Gregory, thank you very much for the super chat, man. Thank you very, very much. With the influx of talent and elite offensive recruiting, do you see anyone transitioning to different positions than what they were recruited for initially? Does anyone on the offensive depth chart excite y'all personally at another position?
Not another position that they're not already playing. Like the only kid that I would say would do that for me would be if there was some issues at running back and you said, hey, Micah Bell, we're gonna get you over here. You need you to help out at running back in the slot. Because, I mean, anytime you put a guy that runs a low 4.3 on offense, you get excited about it, right? And that's just because I'm an offensive guy. But you know who else gets excited about him running a low 4.3? Mike Mickens, Al Golden, you know what I mean?
Right,
like Marcus Freeman, those kind of guys. If talking about tight ends, if there was a need, I would have no problem if they were like, hey, can we move Cooper Flanagan to defensive end? He was a pretty good defensive end in high school.
Okay.
And so I could see him helping out there. Not that I would want that full time. I think he's a better tight end. But if you got into a pinch and you needed a field end and at some point in time in his career, I could see Cooper Flanagan doing that. Kevin Bauman was a pretty good defensive end too. I just with all his injuries, but Cooper Flanagan was a legitimate to me Division I defensive end type. It would just be more of the lower level Division I, where he's a Notre Dame level tight end.
Gotcha.
It would be like he could maybe play at like Boise State as a defensive end.
Okay.
Or San Diego State as a defensive end. And that's not an insult because those are two of the better programs in the Group of 5 level. So that's why I'm purposely using them, not as like, oh, you can play at Boise, but more so like, I think you can play defensive end at a place like that, which is a good school.
Sure.
So that would be those would be guys. I mean, but there's really nobody else that you see playing a different position except like, okay, because some of those moves already happened. Josh Burnham's already moved down inside. You know who's one that I could see doing something? And again, if Notre Dame ever had a need for another like H-back, fullback type, and Preston Zinter was buried on the depth chart at linebacker, I would fight to get him over.
Okay.
Like that's because he was a really good tight end in high school. Really good tight end. But, his body type, he's 6'3", 225. He's more of that Davis Sherwood type of body type than he is Kevin Bauman, Holden Stace type.
Sure.
But if you're still someone who loves using that fullback and, let's say Davis Sherwood's gone and Justin Fisher's gone and Preston Zinter's not starting for you or playing a bunch on defense, I would definitely try to have that conversation with him. And that's one of the things I like about Preston Zinter is if he gets to the point where he just isn't making an impact at linebacker because there's just too much depth or whatever reason, I'm recruiting the heck out of that kid to come over and play offense for me.
Sure.
I really would because he can help you there. And there aren't a lot of guys that can do that. There aren't a lot of guys that can truly be guys that can make a difference for you on both sides of the ball. And we talk a lot about the skill guys, but Preston Zinter is a guy that I think could be that type of player for Notre Dame on either side of the ball, which for him is great because you're at a position where there's a lot of talent around you in the class above you and in your class. And so, there's a chance he could be a good football player and just be their fifth linebacker. So it means he's probably going to play a ton. Cool. You're going to be a starter on special teams, but dude, let's get you over here because you can help us out. David Sherwood just graduated. Like you can help us out over here and we're going to get you the ball. You're going to get on the field. You're going to be a very important piece of what we're doing. You may only play 10, 12 snaps a game, but those are 3rd and 1 goal line. I mean, those are important snaps. And then and on top of you being a starter on special teams. So I could certainly see something like that.
Good question.
All right, let's get to some more here. We already brought up Rob's question from earlier. We addressed that earlier in the show, so let's get to that.
All right, Irish Gordian Knot. If Parker favors 22 and 21 personnel, how could that affect the wide receiver room in general? My worry is that it limits wide receiver total targets and impact, and how that might cause some players to transfer for playing time.
That'd be very true. If they do run a ton of 22 and 21 personnel, that's 2 backs, 2 tight ends, or 2 backs and 1 tight end. I don't see that when we talk about 22 and 21 personnel, we're talking about those as wrinkles, right? Those are change ups to your normal. I think 11
Not
personnel
base,
is going to be Notre Dame's base offense this year.
Agreed.
12 is going to be second. And then you're going to mix in some 13, some 20, some 21, some 22 in certain situations. They're not going to be bread and butter. You're not going to come out and run 21 or 22 personnel 30 times a game. You're not going to run 13 personnel 30 times a game like they did in 2020, it seemed like, where they were just running 13 personnel a ton back then that year, it seemed. Probably not as much as we think they did. It just, you think back that way to that stuff. Yeah. But if they did that, that would certainly impact receiver room. You'd see guys leave. You'd see it tougher to recruit guys. I just don't see that. I mean, there's nothing we've seen or heard that is going to make us think that 21 and 22 personnel is going to be anything other than a rotational, situational type of situation for me. That's how I see it. But it would be a problem if they did do that a ton.
Sure,
be very limiting. I mean, that's
it would be.
You're gonna. That tells me you're going to be a smash mouth, run it all the time, grind out 20 to 17 wins. That's what it would tell me.
Yeah, and that's not how I see this offense operating.
Nope.
In any way. Now, could they do that if they had to? Yeah, I think they could, but that's not a sustain. It's not how I see this offense being sustainable. How about that? Like, do they have the talent to do that? Yeah, they could, but that's not going to win them a championship. That's not going to get them in the playoff. That's not, and that's not why you brought in Sam Hartman either. So there's that too.
Or recruited Kenny Minchie, or recruited CJ Carr, or
exactly.
Right.
That's not at all how that works. Coleman Smith says, I think Eli Raridon or Nate Roberts will be the next Michael Mayer type player at Notre Dame. Do you agree?
Well, let's define the terms here, Vince, and answer it both ways. If we're talking about Michael Mayer type in regard to being the dude and being big-time impact players, sure, that's possible. If we're talking about using them the same way you use Michael Mayer, neither are like Michael Mayer. They're both more vertically oriented. And I would say Nate Roberts is probably closer to Michael Mayer in style, but Nate Roberts is basically as a sophomore what Michael Mayer was as a sophomore, but with speed, more speed. That's how good Nate Roberts is to me. And he's just played his first year at tight end. Now he's got to continue growing and evolving. He'd be closest to it. Eli Raridon is a completely different type of player than Michael Mayer. Now, if you're talking about the next Michael Mayer type in that they're the guy, I think Mitchell Evans has a chance to be that before one of those two. I think Holden Stace could also be that guy if Eli Raridon doesn't get healthy. But Notre Dame will have someone else emerge as the dude before Nate Roberts is even on campus.
Mm-hmm.
Nate Roberts still has 2 years of high school football left.
Yeah, because he's 25, isn't he?
He's a 25 kid.
Yeah.
So he's going to be just a junior this season.
That's
so I would be shocked if so. And I doubt he's Michael Mayer as a freshman. Right. So you're talking about 3 years of nobody emerging as an impact tight end. I don't necessarily see that. So I would take Nate Roberts out of the equation. So if it's an or, now you could say, you know, the line of succession is going to be Eli Raridon becomes the dude and then Nate Roberts replaces him as the dude. And I'd say, yeah, okay. I agree with that line of succession, right? But to me, I think you're going to see other guys step up before that, Vince. I think Mitchell Evans has a chance to be an impact player. But here's the thing. I don't think any of those guys are going to replicate the production that Michael Mayer had the last 2 years.
Sure.
Simply because Michael Mayer wasn't playing with receiving cores like those guys are going to be playing with.
Right.
Michael Mayer's never going to play with a receiving core, you know, a class that in a 2-year stretch lands Jaden Greathouse, Braylon James, Rico Flores, Caleb Smith, Cam Williams, Micah Gilbert, and Logan Saldate, plus the backs like a Jadarian Price and a Logan and a Jeremiah Love, who are these explosive big-time backs who can rip off 60-yard runs in a way that last year's couple years backs couldn't. Kyron Williams wasn't a home run back. I mean, he had a couple. He wasn't a home. So it was a grinded-out offense, which meant way more opportunities for the tight end to get the football. Yep. So the nature of it's just going to look way different. What I think we're also going to see, Vince, in my opinion, is we're going to see tight ends at Notre Dame maybe not have the volume that Michael Mayer had. I don't see that happening. Number one, Michael Mayer was an elite player. Number two, the offense is going to be different. But I think what you're going to see is they're going to have a lot more yard per catch numbers than Michael Mayer. Michael Mayer in his 3 years in Notre Dame was 10.7, 11.8, and 12.1 yards per catch. If you want to talk about a bold prediction, Vince, one for me is Notre Dame's leading pass catcher at tight end the next 3 years is going to average more yards per catch than Michael Mayer ever did. Because the nature of the offense.
Sure.
So to your point, you had Mitchell Evans down for, what was it, 35 catches and about 500 yards?
Yep.
Well, if that's his numbers, that's 14.3 yards per catch. That's 2 yards greater than Michael Mayer's best season when he was a first-team All-American. Right? So I think that will be different. So it's just going to look a lot different, Coleman.
Yeah.
And you may see the same production at tight. Like I could see a season where Notre Dame's tight ends have 71 catches for 840 yards. But it'll be split between 2 or 3 guys as opposed to one guy.
I don't see one guy getting over 800 yards. Yeah. It's too many weapons on the offense for that to be the case.
Right. Including at tight end.
Yeah.
So
true.
But Eli could be that guy. Holden Stace could be that guy. Mitchell Evans could be that guy. And that's why I'm so confident in this room. As long as they're healthy, I'm really not worried about the tight end position if they're healthy.
Right.
The only thing I'm concerned about at tight end is health. Because 2 of the 3 guys that we just mentioned have missed at least half of a season during their careers in Notre Dame. Mitchell missed the first half of last year. Eli missed the second half of last year. So we've never really seen Eli and Holden playing together.
That's true.
So that's kind of where I look at it. And so I think one of those guys is going to emerge this season and next season and the year after that before we even see Nate Roberts put on a Notre Dame uniform. And then will he have a chance to be that guy at some point in time in his career? Heck yes. Because Nate Roberts, as a sophomore, is better than any Notre Dame tight end that they've had, including Michael Mayer. I mean, he was better as a sophomore than Michael Mayer was. Now, Michael Mayer became a freak by the time he was a senior because he looked like a grown man.
Right.
And Nate's similar to that. Nate looks a lot older than he is. So he's going to peak a little bit sooner and then just maintain greatness like Michael Mayer did. Right. And that's what I could see from him. But we're 3 years away from seeing that kid in the Notre Dame uniform. So, and there's a lot of talent in the room now that has going to have a chance to be the quote unquote next Michael Mayer. And I hope that we don't do that as well, is compare every guy to Michael Mayer, because they're different players and they're going to be playing in different offenses and all that kind of stuff. So let them be their own guy. And these two kids are different players than Michael Mayer was, especially Eli Raridon. Eli Raridon, when I think about him, if you're going to compare him to a Notre Dame tight end, it's more like Cole Kmet, Troy Nicholas. Remember Troy Nicholas in his 1 year as a starter was like a vertical guy? You know, like he didn't catch a ton of balls, but when he did, it was like for big plays. He averaged like 15.6 yards per catch. I think that's more Eli than he is Michael, where he's just working short stuff all game. You know, I think it's going to be more of that 15 plus, because he may only have 35 grabs, but they're for like 600 yards or something like that because he's making big plays. I think it's going to be more, a lot closer to that than it will be to what we've seen in some of these other situations at tight end. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, Vince.
Nope, I'm with you 100%. I don't see, because he kind of clarified, Coleman did, he's like production wise, he kind of said that, and I just from these guys, I just don't see 800 yards individually. Right. I just don't see that, but that doesn't mean they're not going to be the guy and be the go-to tight end. That, you know, it's a completely different set of situations.
I don't know that Michael Mayer would have those yards in 2024.
Exactly.
When you look at what we anticipate the receiving core and the situation being on offense in 2024, maybe this year, because guys are still emerging. You know, and you know, like we said earlier, he could have 800 yards, but he does it on 10 fewer catches. I think we would have seen, because part of the reason Michael Mayer had such a low yards per catch average was the nature of the offense. It wasn't that he's slow and can't do more things. I mean, I think he can make more plays, but it's just the way that they used him. They'd run him on little slide routes. He'd get tackled for a 2-yard loss because the defense read it, and that's going to take his average down, just the way that they used him. But you know, so from a yard standpoint, maybe. I mean, you could see a scenario where in 2020, 22, 23, 24, 25, if Eli Raridon comes back for a 5th year in 2026, that him and Nate Roberts combine to be 800 plus yards, I could certainly see that. That'd be Nate's 2nd year at Notre Dame and Eli's 5th year at Notre Dame. Yeah, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Yeah. I mean, I hope that Eli Raridon's not around then, though. Because if he's around, then that means he hasn't necessarily had that big breakout. You know, I'd like to see him be healthy this year and, you know, do great. And then him and Holden both go after senior years because they're both so dang good, right? I mean, those are always good places to be in my opinion. So good question, Coleman. Good question.
Nathan Milton, how much does a coach already know about his team and position group going into fall camp?
You know who's put in the work. You know who your leaders are. You know where you are generally from a health and conditioning standpoint. You know, you kind of have an idea of the baseline of guys who have already played for you and what they are. So you anticipate, you don't anticipate guys regressing in a season, Vince, unless you've already seen the trouble signs for it. So let's just use a guy as an example, because we know it's not the case. But let's just say Joe Alt's an All-American last year, and he's a sophomore, and he's kind of resting on his laurels. He's saying he's a top 10 NFL draft. He's like, you know what, I'm all set. So he kind of coasts this offseason, you know, doing a lot of media appearances, eating food, getting chunky, thinking he's the man. You see that as a coach, and you're like, I'm a little worried about Joe going into the fall, because he's not the same. He doesn't have the same work ethic that he had last season. Right? You would see that, and you'd kind of have that anticipation. You'd know you need to work through that. But what Notre Dame has seen from Joe Alt, we had this in the intel piece, is he's taken it to another level, right? More of a leader, more focused, more hungry, doesn't give a rip about being an All-American last year, doesn't give a rip about what people are projecting NFL draft. He gives a rip about being, here's what I think Joe Alt cares about from talking to sources. He cares more about the legacy that's on his shoulders of, I'm now the guy that has to carry the Quentin Nelson, Mike McGlinchey, Ronnie Stanley, Zach Martin, Liam Eichenberg, Aaron Banks tradition as the dudes that lead a dominant offensive line. That's the standard that I have to live up to. I don't care about all Americans and all this, because there's a level of expectation that is the standard that was set before me that I have to live up to, and I'm going to put in the work to be that guy. And it's not about all American numbers. It's about leading an elite line and leading your team to big success on the field, right? That's what Joe's been working towards. If he wasn't, you'd see that and you'd kind of know, and there'd be some things you'd have to work through. You'd maybe push him a little bit more, be harder on him just to get him, you got to humiliate him. Humble him a little bit, not humiliate, humble him a little bit. So you see those red flags during the off season. So you're not preparing for regression, not from a level of play. Now, some guys may regress from a number standpoint because the way that you're going to use other players or whatever the case may be, but that's not regression per se. So you have those baselines, Vince. What you don't know is, Jeremiah Love looked great this summer. He's a great athlete, but I still don't know what he's going to be as a football player for me this year because he's yet to put pads on. Tobias Merriweather's had a great offseason, right? But what I don't know yet is he going to be a guy that steps on the field against Ohio State and says, get me the rock, and then goes and makes those plays. We don't know that yet. There's still a lot of those things that have to be proven from those guys. Like Billy Shrouth has all the talent in the world, but what's he going to be when the lights get bright? Sure. Those are the unknowns that you have as a football team, but you know where you are health-wise, you know where you are athleticism-wise, you know the work that's been put in, you know the lead. Because if you and I have said this in the past, Vince, if your leadership hasn't emerged by the time fall camp kicks off, you're screwed.
Yes.
Because leadership doesn't come about during fall camp.
Right. Exactly.
It gets cemented during fall camp.
Yep.
Leadership emerges starting in January.
Yep.
And if you don't have some leaders by spring ball, you get a little nervous. If you don't have leaders established within the team, offense, and then within position groups by the time fall camp starts off, you're in trouble. But you know that as a coach. And you got to work at that. So those are all the things that you can know, Vince, coming into fall camp. Is there anything that I missed?
No, I mean, it's look, they've met with Coach Bayless. Like each position coach has met with Coach Bayless. Like, they know what they've been doing. They can
be workouts now. That's the other part is coaches
can they
are allowed
now?
To be at workouts now.
They can't do
football. They can't do like football specific
nothing
stuff.
with the ball. Like,
but when they're in the weight room, when they're in there's periods of the summer where the coaches can be out there.
Gotcha.
In the non-football workouts, so like with the strength staff.
Okay.
But they're helping Coach Bayless do what he's trying to get them to do.
So there you go.
So they can do that.
So they've seen these guys. They know. Like when I was coaching. And we would have, spring workouts, then we would have summer workouts, and we would do all these different things. And, we've been talking to the guys, and, by the time you get to fall camp anymore, like back when I was playing back in the Stone Age, like there were a lot of times where the first time you get to see a lot of your guys is 2-a-days. I mean, because that's just the way it wasn't year round like it is now. You know what I mean? Now, once you get to 2-a-days,
at D3 events, that's how it was for us. At the Division 3 level, like I haven't seen these kids in 3 months.
Right.
I have no clue who was eating Cheetos all summer or who was working their butts off.
Right.
I mean, so that first week of camp was like, well, let me see who's that. That's why you would do conditioning drills day one of camp.
Yes.
Because you're like, okay.
Conditioning test.
Yeah.
I mean,
why
that's what you
do.
do.
Starting receiver from last year barfing, after our 200s because he wasn't working this summer. He spent all summer at the beach.
Exactly.
Hanging out with his girlfriend, eating, and and not putting into work. Okay, I know that. I now know that. So now I know whose butts my foot has to go into. You know what I mean? Like,
and that's why you have those conditioning tests right off the bat.
You don't do that right now at Notre Dame. They already know. Exactly. They already know who's in shape and who has to put in the work because they've been on campus the whole summer. Because at D3, they're all home. We don't have summer school like that there.
Right.
It's completely different.
So that is the only thing that these guys don't know, that the coaches don't know, is how is that going to translate to the field once you put pads on? Because that's still going to be
done it yet.
That's still going to be a question because you can extrapolate from summer workouts all you want as to what it's going to look like, but you need to see it. I mean, you need to see these guys with pads on. Right. You need to see them thumping up against each other. You need to see you see defenders take guys to the ground. You need to see the technique. You need to see it, right? The guys can put in the work, and that's great. But you need to see it. So that's the unknown that they don't have, but you know who your leaders are within your group.
Right.
You know who the leaders are on your side of the ball. You know who the leaders are with the whole team. Like, those are the things that you know going in, which wasn't always the case in the past.
It's a good question. It's a very good question.
It's a great question.
Here's another. Yeah, I love those. Here's another interesting question, Vince. And I want to get you to answer first because I want to hear what I'm going to read it. I want to get your thoughts first.
Man, okay.
Andrew Gilmore asked, Michael Mayer was awesome, but was Tyler Eifert better?
This is tough because I was a huge Tyler Eifert fan when he was at Notre Dame. There's no doubt about it. And Tyler, they were very different players, first of all. And I would say Tyler Eifert was a more athletic type of tight end than Michael Mayer was. They approached their jobs differently with the way they executed, right? I would still give the nod to Michael Mayer because of all the production that he had and the fact that he was the focus of the offense and everybody knew he was the focus of the offense and still had the production that he had. So I'm going to give the nod to Michael Mayer, but they went about their jobs differently. Right. And you're not going to be bad if you had either one on your team. Correct. I love Tyler Eifert, but Michael Mayer was better.
I'm glad I let you answer it first.
Okay.
Because there's two arguments to make, and they're both saying the same thing. One is you could say, well, the year that Tyler Eifert had 63 catches for 803 yards in 2011, he did so because he had Michael Floyd taking the pressure off because Michael Floyd had 100 catches for 1,100 yards. My counter would be, but Michael Floyd took a lot of production away from Tyler Eifert because he had 100 catches for 1,100 yards, right? There's always that counter argument to it as well. And then you say, well, look, 2012, Tyler Eifert didn't have the same level of production or the support around him, and he had 50 catches for 685 yards. It's a different type of offense. Right. My whole thing is it depends on what you want out of your tight end.
Sure.
If what you want out of your tight end is a guy that's going to be a move the chain, short to intermediate, just a horse of a weapon, then you're going to want Michael Mayer. For how I like tight ends, especially in today's age, I think Tyler Eifert was the more impactful player. Michael Mayer would have 8 catches for 100 yards. Tyler could do that on 5. I like more of a vertically oriented tight end. I like a tight end that I can line up in the boundary and say, you're going to run routes like a wide receiver. Tyler Eifert was as much of a boundary receiver as a senior as he was a tight end.
No doubt.
And that's what I like. And I think Michael Mayer is the more dominant player individually, like just a man. But to me, Tyler Eifert was the more dominant pass catcher because he could do so much. I mean, as good as Michael Mayer was, I don't know that Michael Mayer can get open and make the catch that Tyler had for the touchdown against Stanford. Remember that great back shoulder catch that he had against Stanford in 2012? That's
to win it, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it was tied it. They were down, tied it. The one to win it, I think, was Tommy Reese throwing to TJ Jones. Everett got knocked out. I believe that was the touchdown. I think so. I'm going to have to look that up, Vince. Hate when you ask questions and I think I know the answer, but I don't because then I have to look it up. But
you're probably right.
But the point being, when here's like to me, I prefer the Tyler Eifert style.
Okay,
is what I prefer. I just think that it was Tommy Reese hit TJ Jones so it was the Eifert one tied it. So look, if you're telling me, hey, you can have Michael Mayer or Tyler Eifert, I'd say, okay, I'll take either one of those guys.
Right, of course.
But if I had a choice for me, I would take Tyler Eifert because of how I would run the offense. I can do more RPOs with him. I can do more pass game with him. The problem with Tyler Eifert, however, is with Tyler Eifert, if you wanted really powerful run blocking, you had to go 12 personnel and put Troy Nicholas in the game because Tyler wasn't a great blocker. Well, Mayer wasn't either until the second half of his junior year.
Correct.
Now, if Michael Mayer would have come back for his senior year, because remember, Tyler Eifert stayed 4 years at Notre Dame, then he would have been a much more effective blocker at that stage in his career, in my opinion. So it's one of those things where it's a win-win. It's about personal preference. I just think Tyler Eifert could hurt you in more ways. That's my thing. And I think if Michael Mayer would have been or Tyler Eifert would have been able to play in an offense like with a Sam Hartman, he would have put up crazy numbers. It just, but you could also say the same thing about Michael Mayer because then the ball would be spread around so much that Michael would get more opportunities in one-on-one. So they're both great. I think it really just comes down to personal preference. What exactly?
Because they're different players. Because they're different types.
Very different players.
Yeah, right.
Michael Mayer's more Kyle Rudolph
Sure.
Tyler Eifert's more of he's more Miles Boykin than he is Michael Mayer. You know what I mean? And as far as how you use him. So I thought, and he was, I thought, the more dominant player in my opinion, because but they're both phenomenal. They're both phenomenal. I wish we could have seen him healthy in the NFL, because when he was healthy, he's pretty good. He was. So they were both great players. I'm just going to get this one out of the way, Vince. D Troll Hunter says, Vince, what was the review of Barbie?
Well, I didn't see it.
You didn't go, right?
No, I did not go. The kids had a good time. That's all I care about. It was ridiculous how much money was spent at the movie theater for all of those people to go watch a movie and have snacks and everything else. But they all had a good time, and I had peace and quiet for a while. And so you got no complaints out of me. And, I would rather sacrifice my time at the theater for Irish Breakdown and for all of you. So
you really took one for the team, Vince.
Really did. It's a story, and I'm sticking to it.
Because did they go see that yesterday, or did they sing that today?
It was yesterday.
Yeah, Ange and I went to the movies to see Sound of Freedom a couple weeks ago, which was, everyone should see it. I mean, just you have to see it, in my opinion. But it was nuts when we got drinks, we split a popcorn, and we both got a box of candy. I'm like, seriously? It cost that much?
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, you could get 4 tickets and you and your 4 friends could all eat that much and it's just it's nuts.
That's why we go up to Wonderland, man, because
the AMC here in Mishawaka, the popcorn area is really good though.
Yeah, it is
really good popcorn,
but
it's just it's expensive.
It's like eating liquid gold, man.
But if the missus wants to go there, and we're going there,
you got that right.
Get popcorn. Yeah, I'll gladly do so.
Yeah. Andrew Gilmore, do we have any tight ends that we can split out for a jump ball on the goal line?
Yeah, a lot of them. I mean, obviously Mitchell Evans can do that. Holden Stace can do that. Once Eli Raridon is healthy, he can do that. So, yeah, absolutely. Yes. All 3 of those guys have the ability to do that, in my opinion. I'd say Eli probably, when healthy, the most because he's longer and taller.
Sure.
And as long as
that basketball background, that
bingo,
yeah, exactly.
Yep. I mean, he was a double guy in high. I mean, he was a really good basketball player, high school basketball player, right? I mean, I promise you that if he wasn't a football player, there'd have been some lower level Division I and definitely some Division II teams that would have been recruiting Eli Raridon to play basketball. And he was a good basketball player in high school, no doubt. Now he couldn't play it like Notre Dame, but you put those skills to use on the basketball court. I mean, yeah, absolutely. That's why I could see Eli Raridon being, if he's healthy, more of a Tyler Eifert type,
right?
Where it's almost like a better blocker. Because I mean, that was the thing that shocked me as a freshman with him, is he was a really good. It shouldn't, because his dad was an offensive tackle at Notre Dame. I mean, right? So you think about it, you're like, yeah, okay, it makes sense now. But when you watch him in high school, this guy's an athlete.
Yeah.
And he would try hard in the run game in high school, but he was so skinny, he wasn't just a dominant blocker. Then he comes into Notre Dame, he's put on 10 pounds, he's muscular, and he's just really a good blocker. And you're just like, okay, that's just not fair. And now you're like, if he can get his athleticism back and stay healthy, he's got a chance to be a great all-around tight end.
Yeah.
Even more so than maybe Michael Mayer, dare I say, because it took Michael Mayer 2.5 years to become a quality blocker.
Yes, it did.
If we're being honest.
No, it did.
And Eli, that's the one thing he did well as a freshman. So I mean, I try not to talk about him too much, Vince, because I almost don't want to jinx it.
Sure.
But if Eli Raridon is healthy at any point in his career, and healthy to me is not just physically healthy, but your game is back to what it was, he's got a chance to be a star. I just don't know that it's going to be this year because of other players around, but also I want to baby him as much as I can this year, man. I just don't. He's got a very bright future. It's okay if you redshirt him this year. Play him in 4 games. Take the as long as other guys are playing well. There's no need to rush him back and then get him healthy for next year, because he could be a special player for you if you can keep the injury bug away from him moving forward. But when you've torn the same ACL twice,
right.
Yeah. So, somebody just asked, Combs said, who wins a one-on-one in basketball? Eli Raridon or Joe Otting? Eli Raridon better not be playing any one-on-one basketball, ever.
For the next 2 years.
Yes. So it better be Joe Otting, because Eli Raridon can't do anything. You're not allowed to jump.
Because Eli's on the bench
change direction.
Cheering.
Yes. Now, coming out of high school, probably Eli. He's just too fast for Joe.
Yeah.
But Joe Otting was a very good high school basketball player as well. But
Sure.
Eli
was going coast to coast.
Eli's
and
3 inches taller. He can jump higher. He's faster. He's more athletic.
If this mythical thing ever happened, I would take Raridon.
Yeah, unless Joe just boxed him up all day. But again, Eli's got 3 inches on him.
Right. And we calling fouls? Like, is there, is Joe just beating the crap out of him?
That would have to be what Joe would have to kind of, that's part of the negotiation for how that game's going to be played. So, yeah, we'll see how that one goes. But yeah, really good question so far, Vince.
David Lowe. So I don't know much about the tight ends. Who's the next guy to most likely get drafted on our roster? All of them?
Whoever the next guy that's eligible. Yeah. I mean, I'd say Mitchell Evans simply because he's the closest to the NFL draft.
Yeah.
But Vince, I would argue that right now, as freshmen, Notre Dame has 4. When you include the freshmen, Notre Dame has 4 players with NFL potential on there to varying degrees. Right? He said drafted, not drafted in like the first round.
Sure. Yeah. Exactly.
I think that Mitchell Evans, Holden Stace, Eli Raridon, and Cooper Flanagan all have NFL draft talent.
Sure.
Now, will they all get there? I don't know. But I could see, I mean, I'll be shocked if the 3 older guys aren't drafted. Shocked.
Yeah.
It would have to be injury related or something like that. Like Eli Raridon never pans out because of the injuries, or Holden battles injuries, or Mitchell can't stay healthy. But if they're all healthy, they'll all be drafted. I mean, guys, when Georgia was really good, they had John Michael. What's the guy's name? John David Fitzpatrick or something like that, right? Let me find this guy from Georgia from 2 years ago. He was like their number 3 tight end. Let me find him. Yeah, John Fitzpatrick had 5 catches for 55 yards in 2021. The year before, he had 10 catches for 95 yards. And the year before, he had 1 for 22, and he got drafted, right? Because of how good Georgia was. If that guy can get drafted, all Notre Dame guys, and that's not a knock on him. He's a good football player. He's just buried on the depth chart behind Darnell Washington, and Brock Bowers. So they recognize the talent. I think, the other thing that's going to hurt, the other thing that's going to help Notre Dame's depth at tight end is they're going to look and say, man, like Brock Wright's a starting tight end in the NFL now. Now, we'll see if he holds on to that job. Detroit drafted Sam Laporta. We'll see if he holds on to that job. But like, dude, even undrafted Notre Dame tight ends are going to the NFL and doing stuff.
Exactly.
That's going to help, right? Because the tradition that you have is like, there was a while they were like, how's the tight end going to be? And Alizé Mack didn't do a whole lot. Tyler Eifert had the injuries. But lately, all the tight ends are going to the NFL and doing something, right? I mean, Cole Kmet's starting to emerge. There's a lot of people talking about him. Brock Wright did what he did. Obviously, Kyle Rudolph had that long career. Tommy Tremble's been starter for the Panthers, although I understand he didn't have a great year last year. But they also want to say not only were you getting drafted high, but what did you do when you got there? One thing that helps Notre Dame's tradition as far as why Notre Dame gets a little bit of benefit of the doubt when it comes to drafting their offensive line, at least when Harry was here, is because these guys would go to the NFL and do something.
Right.
I mean, Sam Mustipher's started how many games in the NFL and he was undrafted. Tommy Kramer has started games for the Lions and he went undrafted. So even the undrafted guys at Notre Dame are starting the NFL on the offensive line. That helps when you go in there. I mean, Josh Lugg went to the Bears rookie camp, got invited to Bears rookie camp. What was it, like a day and a half and they signed him? Something like that. Like he got signed quick.
Did he really?
Yeah, real
Good
quick.
for him.
So now he's still got to make the team, but as far as like, you went from a tryout player to, you're getting signed. That's great. And so that helps the tight end. They're going to get the benefit of the doubt, but they're also incredibly talented. That's the thing, Vince. It's like we're not projecting, if Mitchell Evans reaches the full maximum of his potential and Eli does. That never happens. But if Eli Raridon just gets to 7 out of 10 of what he's capable of, he's still an NFL draft pick.
Correct.
Same with Holden, same with Mitchell. Now, because the peak is like first round to day 2. And then down here is like, okay, 4th round, 5th round, 6th round, 7th round. So like he didn't reach his full potential, but he's still a draftable player.
Exactly.
Right? And
it doesn't say who's the next guy to be drafted in the first round or, that wasn't the question. So, yeah.
Well, and then also it's just about different. There's some guys where the best they can be is a 6th round draft pick. If they've maxed out their talent and to me, these guys, if they max out their talent, are at worst day 2 draft picks.
Correct.
At worst, based on their God-given ability. They also all have a lot to prove because there's like 5 combined career catches between the entire depth chart. But the one thing I don't worry about with this team, with this unit, Vince, is talent.
Right.
And the margin for error, to me, if you take injuries out, is wide.
Yeah.
Because there's so many talented guys. What you can't have is Mitchell goes down and Eli goes down, and now it's like Kevin Bauman, who's injury prone, and Holden Stace, and that's it. Now you're in kind of trouble with your depth, right, at this point in time. But there's a lot of teams like, okay, I guess I have to play Cooper Flanagan now. There's a lot of teams that will be loving to be in that situation. You know what I mean? So,
but there's a lot of but there's a lot of positions. There's a lot of positions anywhere on any team where if your top 2 guys go down, you're scrambling a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want your top 2 guys to go down at any position, right? And the same thing at tight end. The issue at tight end is that a lot of the guys that are in the mix have injury history. And so it's more of a predominant conversation that we have to talk about, and until they can make it through an entire season, then, that's where we're at.
Yeah. Yep. Good question, David.
We are not Marshall. Would anyone be hurt if the tight end only has 30 catches for the season? I want to see wide receivers dominate catches this season.
Well, I think you're creating a false choice.
Right. It doesn't have to be one or the other.
Yeah, I would be a little concerned if the tight ends only caught 30 balls this year as a room. Because you're taking more than a double dip in production from last year. Because last year the tight ends caught 76 passes. You drop that way down to they're now becoming an afterthought to the offense. It's just nothing but a nice little compliment like the Wake Forest guys were. That is, to me, the reason that, why I would be hurt by that? I don't think that receivers dominating equals tight ends can't be factors beyond 30 catches.
Correct.
I think that's a false choice there. If you were to jump that up to like 40 to 45, 50, I could definitely live with that. I'd be much more comfortable if you gave me 40 plus as my options, Vince, because what was my prediction? Like 50, still catch at least 50 balls.
It's 50.
That's still way less than last year. And you got to think about it. So if they only caught 50 this year, that's 76 fewer than last year. But they're going to probably run more plays this year in the pass game. There's going to be more pass game opportunities this year. So you're going to see at least 25 balls. If they only throw the same amount of times they threw last year, Vince, there's still 26 balls between what they would do this year at my prediction of 50 going to the receivers. Then you got to look at the fact that they're probably going to throw the ball more this year than they did last year. And that's going to factor into it as well. Notre Dame only attempted 338 passes last year. They attempted 451 the year before. I think we'll see something closer to the 451 than we will the 338 from last year. So now all of a sudden, even if the tight ends caught 50, you're talking about a minimum of 40 to 50 more balls being distributed to the receivers than was already there last year. So the receivers can still be dominant and the tight ends catch 50 passes.
Sure.
So I would be because now all of a sudden 30, that's less than 3 catches a game for the tight end position. That's barely 2, Vince. So let's go 30 divided by 13, right? So we're just going to go regular season plus 1 postseason game. Talking about 2.3 catches per game. If Notre Dame is in the championship game and they play 14 games, that's 2.1 per game. Yeah, that would bother me. That would hurt me because that means the tight ends aren't being utilized in the pass game the way they need to be, keep the offense balanced and to keep teams from keying on the receivers.
Sure.
It would make them less effective as an offense. So yeah, that would bother me a little bit.
Yeah, that means they're not using all of their weapons too.
Right.
Because if you want it to be wide receiver dominant, okay, I can get on board with them being wide receiver dominant.
Sure.
But you still have to use the tight end in order to make sure that you're wide receiver dominant. Because if the tight end and the second tight end are actual legitimate options, that's going to allow you to throw to the wide receivers more often too. So it's all of the above, right? It's not one or the other.
Let's look at some numbers too, Vince, from other teams that have had really dominant wide receiving cores. In 2019, LSU had a dominant receiving core. Their tight end still caught 60 balls that year. You had 47 for Thaddeus Moss. You had 12 for Stephen Sullivan. That's 59. And then you had this kid down here, Jamal Pettigrew, who caught a pass. So that's 60 catches. Right. So now, again, LSU threw the ball a lot more than Notre Dame's going to throw the ball. I get all that. They threw 567 times. So, again, happy medium, 45 to 50 as opposed to 60.
Right.
You look at Alabama in 2020. and they played 13 games, even though they won a title because the COVID year. Their starting tight end had 18 catches. Their number 2 tight end had 23 catches, and another tight end had a catch. So you're looking at 42 passes that year in a shortened season, in which you had a receiver who had 117 catches. One receiver had 117 catches for 1,800 plus yards. Another receiver had 55 catches for 916 yards. And you had a running back on that team that caught the ball 43 times for 425 yards. And you still had over 40 catches from your tight ends. So I understand where you're going with this, but there's got to be a happy medium for me. You don't go from 76 to 30. And your offense is balanced. Now you're becoming too dependent. You're putting too much on Tobias Merriweather, too much on Jaden Thomas, too much on Deion Colsey and guys like that. To me, now we could get in a situation where maybe early in the year the tight ends catch a lot more of the volume, and then later in the year the receivers even catch a higher percentage, and then so the overall numbers are like 45, but it was a lot more early, not as much later. But you're just going to come out and complete 2 to 3 balls a game to your tight ends right out of the gate. I think I'd have a hard time thinking that this offense is going to reach its full potential if you're doing that. I would, Vince. I really would.
Agreed. Irish Chi-Town. IB, do you expect Estime to get feature back touches this season, or are we going to see more halfback by committee?
I think my answer to both of those is yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Estime is going to get more feature touches. But I also don't think they're going to make him a 20-plus touch per game guy. Like, there will be games when he does that. But I've said this before. I don't know that Audric Estime, he may look like it, but he's a guy that for whatever reason just seems to, maybe he's too tightly wound physically. Maybe he's too tightly wound. Like he gets too, sometimes, Vince, you see the guys that really super amped up and they just wear themselves out a little bit.
Sure.
Because their energy levels or emotional levels just like here. Maybe he's that. Maybe his body is such that he just can't go. Like, I don't think you're going to see Audric Estime be on a series where they run the ball 10 straight times, just keep giving him the ball. I think he's going to tap out after 4 or 5 carries in that situation. And you're going to have to rotate. So it's going to be a little bit of both. I expect him to be –
he's going to be the starter.
Average about 18 to 20 touches per game. I said earlier 20. He won't be a 20-touch game. I meant 20 carries. He won't be a 20 carry per game guy. But, 15 to 18 carries and 3 to 5 checkdowns is a good day's work. And then there's going to be other games where it's like 10 to 12 carries and 3 to 5 catches because you're whooping somebody pretty good.
Right.
So it's a little bit of both.
But at the end of the day, once you compare carries, I mean, I would say that he is going to be clearly the guy that gets the most carries.
Yes.
Which means to me that he is the featured back.
Yeah. Because he will be their feature back. But you look last year, when you look at Michigan, Illinois, and Chase Brown last year for Illinois averaged 27.3 carries per game. I don't see that. Blake Corum last year for Michigan averaged 20.6 carries per game. Quinshon Judkins averaged 21 carries a game. I don't see that. I think at most he's kind of like a Zach Charbonnet, 19 and a half. I don't see him averaging 20 carries because I think there's going to be some games where he gets to 20 plus. But the other factor too, Vince, is if your other running backs are healthy, there's just no need for him to get 20 carries every single game.
I want a fresh Audric Estime for the playoff or for the home stretch. I want him to be able to carry
25. Yeah. Great. I'm sorry, Vince. I didn't mean to cut you off, man. Yeah. Please say that again because I talked over you for half your sentence. Can you repeat what you just said again?
So I want a fresh Audric Estime running dudes over, whether it's the playoff, whether it's a bowl game, whether it's the stretch run at the end of the season. Like, that's when I want Audric Estime to be a dude, like just hammering guys, right? I mean, so taking some stuff off of his plate early on, and in some of these games where you've got the game in control and, all of those different things, that's what you want, because you want a healthy Audric Estime, man, because he's a weapon. He is a weapon that late in the game, you don't want to have to tackle that guy. You know what I mean? If you're trying to put a game away, you really want to see 7 coming down the barrel at you. Like, that's not what I would want personally. And so if Notre Dame wants to be successful for an entire season, you have to manage his carries because he's got to be 100%. Well, He's a running back. They're never going to be 100% at the end of the season.
You want him fresh.
Want him as fresh as you can possibly have.
I would much rather have him fresh for USC and Clemson late in the year than to say, hey, he had 25 carries for 150 yards against Central Michigan.
Right.
Or 250 yards against Central. Why?
Yeah, exactly.
Stop him at 12 for 140. You know what I mean? If he's doing that, right?
Exactly.
Because I want him to be able to carry it 25 times against Ohio State if you need him to.
Yep.
I want him to carry it 25 times against USC if you need him to, or NC or Clemson, or as you said, Bench, you get into the postseason.
Absolutely.
But it's more so for me the Clemson,
for
USC,
sure.
because you're going to get that month off between the last game and the bowl game. And so when you reset it, you clarified like it's not just the postseason, but it's also like
the home stretch or the big games or however you want to define it. When you need him to be him. That's when that's when you
because the way the schedule sets up, they got 2 byes late.
Yeah.
So like when Notre Dame kicks off against Navy, Vince, I think they're like 8 games before they get a bye. I think right because the first game is after USC.
They're going to be done with half their schedule before the calendar turned to October.
Almost, yeah. They're going to be in Game 5, right? No, Game 6. Duke's on September 30th.
They have half their schedule done. By the time it gets to October 1st.
Play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games before they get to a bye.
Yeah.
Then they have basically they have 0 byes in the first 8 weeks. Then they have 2 byes in the last 6 weeks.
Correct.
If you can have him somewhat fresh coming out of USC, he's going to be really fresh against Clemson.
Yeah.
Now, again, that doesn't mean you limit him to 12 carries against Ohio State because you're trying to save him for Clemson. No. You limit him against Tennessee State and Central Michigan to keep him fresh for Ohio State.
Correct.
Here's the other part. If they're healthy, this also isn't just about resting Audric. This is about I need to get the ball into Jadarian Price's hands.
Yeah.
At least 5 to 7 times a game. Jabron Payne is a guy that needs to play because they're good football players. And from a preparation standpoint, last year with Notre Dame, because of the way they used Chris Tyree, you literally had to prepare for no diversity at running back. None. Late in the year. It was, we got to stop duo. Now, some people could do it. Some people couldn't. The teams that tried to do it with their base defense, like Clemson, Syracuse, couldn't do it.
Yeah.
The only teams that could do it, like Navy, slowed down the run. USC did because they just said we're going to bring more guys than you can block and make Drew Pine beat us. Right. And he barely did one and couldn't the other. And that's not a Drew Pine thing. That's what you got to take something away.
Correct.
You got to try to make some team beat.
That's
you
always
another part of their offense. That's just
what you do as a defensive coordinator.
When the other team has way more talent, that's what you do. And so that's just kind of how they did it. So when you look at it, Vince, it's like this year, however. Yes, Jadarian Price can run duo and inside zone, but there's going to be other things you want to do to get him the ball that's a little different than Audric. Maybe you're just duoing and off tackle with Audric, and then you bring Jabron Payne and you let him hit, a buck sweep, or you let him hit a counter where he's just got that little quickness in that read. And Jadarian, you're just like, we're running stretch, we're going to toss him the ball. Now all of a sudden you're a team like, good God, there's like 8 different run concepts we have to prepare for.
Exactly.
And Audric can run all of them, but you're going to emphasize them there. So you say, well, we know what's coming. Yeah, you may know what's coming, but you have to have scheme prepared to stop all 8 of those different concepts, right? Or 7 or whatever the case, 6 or whatever the case may be. But it's like when you're getting hammered with that, so with one guy, you got to chase him left and right. With the other guy, he's going to run it down your throat. That can wear on a defense.
Heck yeah,
it really can wear on a defense.
And then you go 21 personnel, and you can do any of it, all of the above.
And then the next series, we just went 12 personnel and literally did a 10-play drive. We ran the ball 8 times, and then the next series we're going to come out and go 10 and throw it on you.
Right,
like, that's where you need to be. Or 11 and throw it on you. And that's where I want Notre Dame to be this year. I do. Yep. So we'll see if they get there or not. But the point being that Audric will be their number 1 back as long as he's healthy. It just may not look the same way it did for Muhammad Ibrahim and Chase Brown and guys like that were averaging 25 plus touches a game. Like Chase Brown last year, this was his carries starting with Indiana on to Northwestern when he I think got dinged up. 36, 20, 20, 25, 31, 41, 32, 33, 23, 29, 19. I do not want Audric Estime touching the ball that many times.
Sir. No way.
There's no need for it. They had to at Illinois. That's all they had on offense was Chase Brown. Notre Dame doesn't have that. They don't. Illinois. There was a big drop off between RB1 and RB2 in Illinois last year. There's a drop off here, but it's not that great if everybody's healthy. And you take advantage of that, in my opinion. And that's what I expect Notre Dame to do this season.
Sure. Andre has a question. What is a traditional tight end now compared to 10 years ago? Is there such a thing as true pass catching tight end and or a blocking tight end that can catch?
You kind of so to answer your question, Andre, the answer is a traditional tight end today is a tight end from 10 years ago. If that makes sense, right? Like it's a throwback. It's more of that, like he said, Vince. It's that guy that can line up and block on the edge. There's old school tight ends that are the guys that just they were like glorified tackles. They just line up and block. That's not what I'm referring to. I'm talking about like the 1980s, the 1990s tight ends, the guys that were before Shannon Sharp really took over. The guys that were like they would line up attached and they could block their butts off, but they were also weapons in the pass game. You think of what the Redskins used to have, Clint Didier and those kind of guys where they were true tight ends, but they were in that they could block, but they were also weapons in the pass game, but they were short game, intermediate game, occasionally stretch the ball down the field. So that's the style of play where even though Shannon Sharp played in the 90s, he was a modern day tight end. He was ahead of his time, in my opinion. But that's what I mean by that in the difference between traditional tight end and now modern tight end now is like you're playing W, you're playing in the slot, you're moving out wide, you're
more multiple.
You're more, you're Brock Bowers.
Right.
Michael Mayer was a traditional tight end.
Yep.
He can move all around, but he was a big physical lineup,
right.
and you're going to be used a certain way. Where Brock Bowers is more of a use the word modern tight end.
Sure.
And they're both effective, but a lot of teams are, depending on the offense, you're looking for that other type of guy.
You want the modern guy in your offense.
Yeah.
Modern.
I want more. Well, sort of. I want a modern guy, but I don't necessarily want Brock Bowers. I want a tight end that can block.
Okay.
He doesn't have to be a great blocker, but he has to be able to block. And I don't think Brock Bowers is much of a blocker. Now he may become. He was only a sophomore last year. Like the dude's got time. I mean, Michael Mayer wasn't a great blocker as a sophomore either.
Right.
Tyler Eifert, I could line him up and he could block a 9 technique. He wasn't going to dominate, but he could do it. I could run outside zone to his side. You know what I'm saying? But with the way that I run the game, I mean, he's as a blocker, he's my backside blocker. I'm an inside zone counter. I mean, he's a movement guy. He's blocking, split zone. He's blocking the backside. He's just get in backside of that 9 technique or just get inside that 7 technique and get in his way. That's what I really needed him to do. I don't need him to be an old school. We're running like it back in the day when you're running power O, your tight end had to be a great blocker. He was either going to down block up to a linebacker, or he was going to kick out the 9 technique, depending on how you blocked your power O. If you had a fullback, then you have the fullback kind of kicking that out, and you could bring your tight end open. Other teams would run power O, where the tight end would block the 9 technique, and the fullback was your lead blocker. It just depends on how you want to do it.
Sure.
Either way, you needed a butt kicker at tight end. Mm-hmm. You do that.
Yep.
And that's more of a traditional guy.
Yep.
I don't need that in my offense.
Sure.
But I like a tight end that can line up all over the field and be a legitimate pass game weapon, and that can hold his own in the run game.
Right.
And Tyler can hold his own. He just is. But if you wanted to run power football like Notre Dame did in 2012, you had to put Troy Nicholas in the game. I mean, just right, and that's okay. Troy Nicholas is a traditional tight end. He is an old school tight end. He is a 30 catch, 15 yards per catch kind of guy. And so I hope that answers your question, Andre.
PK, do you see a scenario where H can up-tempo a series or two? For example, score on Ohio State, get a 3-and-out, and then go hurry up.
I think this is this guy's asked this question a bunch. He's really keeps asking about like hurry up in 2 minutes. Yes, Notre Dame will change tempos this year. I promise you. Can they do that? Of course. That's something Sam Hartman has done a ton. And then there was a discussion in the chat about like running. And you can go up tempo and not run your quarterback. You don't have to have a mobile running. Now, Sam Hartman can run. And there are times when I would use his legs as to my advantage. But for him, it's like, dude, if you're running inside zone and they just completely vacate the backside, pull that sucker and run, get as much as you can, and then slide or step out of bounds.
Yeah.
Right. Like there's not run. There's not Brandon Wimbush or Jack Cohn, and then there's no variation. There's I don't want to be an Ian Book either, or Deshaun Kaiser either. I just don't want to take that many hits. But he can certainly, they drop 8, he takes off running, get what you can get and slide. I don't need you to run a guy over and get to the sticks. You know what I mean? Like I don't want you going down.
Right.
But there's no reason not to use his athleticism to move the chains and. If they're just going to crash the backside of the run game, I'm pulling that sucker and I'm just saying, hey, Sam, go get the easiest 10 yards you've ever gotten in your life.
Exactly.
And there's nothing wrong with that. And he's not really taking a hit. Now he's got to make the right decisions, but if you're about to get hit, man, go down. Right. But yes, you'll see some tempo stuff. You'll see Notre Dame mix up the tempo this year. How much will they do hurry up? I don't know. But yeah, they'll mix it up, and they can certainly do that against Ohio State. The thing is, you've also got to be mindful of where your defense is.
Sure.
And so in your scenario right here, I don't know if, Ohio State goes 3 and out. Do you quickly go tempo and then get your defense right back on the field? Maybe. But there's got to be some communication. And this is where Marcus Freeman's going to play a big role. You may have gone 3 and out because their quarterback missed a read. You blew a coverage. He didn't see it. I need some time with my defense so we can figure out what the heck happened, because we got lucky on that series. We need to talk it out. You may say to coach, hey, coach, we had 2 blown assignments on that last series, and Ohio State didn't take advantage of it. You do that again the next series, I promise you they'll take advantage of it.
Sure.
Right? Because the Ohio State coaches are going to be up there. Hey, we had a Mecca backside. The quarterback was locked in on Marvin. They had him double covered, but they had a blown coverage backside, and Cade Stover was wide open up the seam. Let's go back to that. You need to make sure you address that and fix that, even if they didn't hit it. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what I want to see with them, Vince, when you look at it. So that would require the head coach to, hey, Jared, normal offense. Right. Or Jared say, hey, coach, I want to push the tempo this next series. Then it's up to Coach Freeman to say, yeah, let's do it, because he's able to monitor the defense, be on the phone with the defensive coaches and stuff like that, and let them know, hey, guys, look, we're going to go quick this series. We're going to take a shot. Be ready. So, hey, we're going to take a shot on this first play, coach. And Marcus Freeman's listening to all that. He's not listening, okay, but he's listening to that. He then knows to click the thing over, because that's the great thing about being a head coach, right, is you can click.
You get both.
Listen to. He said, hey, guys, listen, we're going to take a shot right here. So just have your defense ready. If this play hits, you got, your guys are going to be back out there again. Now, again, there's an extra point and all that and kickoff and TV break, but hey, we got to get what we need to get out now and talk about what the importance of now, because we may be out there quicker. And then if it's an incomplete pass, say, okay, now let's get back to this. Or, hey, they're going to go tempo. So you got to be real precise with the stuff you're talking through with your defense. That's all part of stuff that we don't talk enough about as fans and analysts that goes into whether or not you can or can't push the tempo. And that's a big reason why teams that push the tempo by nature don't have very good defenses.
Yep.
Because we don't have a lot of time to make correction and adjustments and to talk and what were they doing?
And they're on the field a lot.
Just scored again. Yeah. And they're not only on the field a lot, but there's not as much time in between series to communicate and talk. What did you see? What can we adjust? Like now it's we have just enough time for our guys to tell us what they saw. And then we don't have a lot of time as a staff to say, because what you do is you say, you're talking through it. This is what we saw. This is what we saw. And then, okay, hang out here. Then you guys get on the phones okay, what do we, this is what they did. What they saw. It's
a process.
But if your team's got a really fast offense, you may only get what they saw. And then your D coordinator's got to kind of on the fly make adjustments with his calls, where in a more traditional setting, you guys can talk as a staff, then go back and say, okay, guys, listen, the next time they do this is how we need to handle that. This is the adjustment. This is what happened. And the less time you have to handle that, the less effective you're going to be, which is partly why teams there's practice reasons why, but in game, that's a reason why defensively, because you're ever why do these teams that play part of air raid offense, they're constantly blowing coverages? Because you just don't have a lot of time to talk about that. You don't have a lot of time. So this offense is scheming all this other stuff, and you guys don't have a lot of time to deal with the adjustments. And they're throwing this at us, and we've got about 2.5 minutes to figure all this out and get back out there, because our offense is going to go tempo again. And they just scored another 60-yard touchdown. Crap. We got to get back out there. It's a challenge. Because then you say, well, you got half your defense is on the starting kick return team or on the starting kickoff team or whatever the case may be. Starting kickoff team, right? So it's well, okay, we're making adjustments, but my 2 starting linebackers are out there on kickoff team, and my starting safety is out on kickoff team. So, hey guys, let them know when you get out there that we made this adjustment.
Yeah, exactly. And then things get lost in translation, and then that's all part of being a head coach too. It's being able to manage both sides of that. And something that I'm sure Marcus Freeman is working towards, because I guarantee you that's like drinking through a fire hose when you are a head coach in your first year. And so this is something that he's going to be able to kind of dive into a little bit more, have a little bit more control over how things are going and the tempo and all of that stuff, right? And so, yeah, you're right. It's not something that we talk about very often, but it's definitely something that people need to understand and how that works. It's not just, okay, we're going to go tempo here. Let's go. Like there's just so much more to the conversation than that.
Right.
Broke neck boy. Who would win? The worst Notre Dame team you've seen versus the worst USC team you've seen, and the best for both as well. Back from BMT.
The worst USC team that I've ever seen is not as bad as the 2007 Notre Dame team. That was one of the worst Power 5 teams I've ever seen in my life. I mean, they were like Northwestern 2022 bad, right? I mean, they were bad. So, I mean, the two of the 3 wins they had, Vince, were over a team that went 3-9 and a team that won 11, right? I mean, they were bad. I've never seen USC have a team that bad. Even the team from a couple years ago that went like 4-8, right? Clay Helton's last team. I mean, that team still had a lot of talent. They were just coached really poorly. They would have been able to out talent Notre Dame.
They had individual talent because USC always has individual talent. They're in Southern California. Like they're going to accidentally get talent. Like that's
right.
Not usually a USC problem. It's how that talent is coached.
Who would win against the best teams? That's a good question. Because it's hard to say, because what's difficult about a question like this, and it's fun to ask it, but the reality is the way the game was played in 1980 and 89 is different than it was played in 04 and 05 when USC had those great teams. Like best USC team I've ever seen is probably that 04 team. Would you agree with that, Vince? A 2004 USC team that won the title. That I think that was the year that they blew out Oklahoma in the bowl game, I believe. I'm looking at that now. Yeah, they beat Oklahoma 55-19 in a bowl game. That team was really – so that year they beat BYU 42-10, beat number 7 Cal by 6, beat number 15 Arizona State by 38, beat Washington by 38, beat Washington State by 40, won on the road at Oregon State by 8, beat Arizona by 40, beat Notre Dame by 31. They went on beat USC in the Rose Bowl in a competitive game, and then they just destroyed Oklahoma State. Oh, and they beat a pretty good Virginia Tech team at the beginning of the year as well by 11 in Maryland. So, yeah, that Virginia Tech team they beat by 11 that year went on to be 10-3 and ranked 10th. So, and one of their losses was to number 3 Auburn. You remember that Jason Campbell Auburn team that went undefeated? Yeah, one of Virginia Tech's 3 losses that year were to national champion USC, number 3 Auburn by 3 points, and then they lost early to NC State by a point. That wasn't a very good NC State team, but like that was a really good Virginia Tech team. So that 04 USC team was phenomenal. Would they have been able to beat the 89 Notre Dame team? I mean, Notre Dame would have not been able to play the defense they play, and USC wouldn't have been able to do some things they see because the game had changed so much. You know, Notre Dame wouldn't have played a 5-2 against that USC team. They would have played differently. But the thing about Notre Dame is they had the athletes in the secondary that they could have matched up. I mean, Todd Light, athletically in his prime, could match up against anybody USC had. You know, they had Pat Terrell, who spent a decade in the NFL, was a second-round draft pick. You know, Stan Smagala was probably the fastest DB they had. I mean, they had NFL guys all over the place. You know, it was such a different game. So I don't know who would have won, but I would say this. I believe that the 88 and 89 Notre Dame teams were every bit as dominant, if not more so, than that 04 USC team was. Right? That's my opinion.
There you go.
Is it by a lot? No, it's not by a lot. You know, but like that especially the 89 Notre Dame team, Vince, that was such a
well, they were loaded with talent.
Oh my gosh. I mean, the only reason they didn't win at all was because they had to play the national champs on the road and they were getting payback. But I mean, they beat a Virginia team that year in the first game of the year, 36-13. It was not that close. That Virginia team finished 10-3. They beat number 2 Michigan that year on the road. If you remember, Rocket, Michigan that year went 10-2. Michigan's only losses were to Notre Dame and USC. They lost USC by a touchdown in the Rose Bowl. Notre Dame beat USC that year as well. That USC team was pretty good as well. They finished ranked 8th in the polls. Notre Dame that year beat number 7 Pittsburgh 45-7. They beat number 17 Penn State on the road 34-23, and then they beat number 1 Colorado in the bowl game by 15. It was an undefeated Colorado team that they beat in the Orange Bowl by 15. So, I mean, they were a really good football team. Penn State that year finished 15th. So that year, let me just look this up real quick. I'm gonna give you, this is the rankings of the teams that Notre Dame beat that year, the final season rankings of who they beat that year. And let me just get to this. I'm gonna pull all these up. So Notre Dame that year beat, this is end of season rankings. They beat number 18 Virginia by 23, and it wasn't that close. It could have been way worse. It was like 23 or something like that, nothing at halftime. They beat number 7 Michigan on the road by 5. They beat number 16 Michigan State by 8. They knocked out, Air Force was ranked 17th at the time. Notre Dame beat them by 14 at their place. Air Force finished unranked, but 8-4-1. They beat number 8 USC 28-24. They beat number 17 Pittsburgh, just end of season ranking, 45-7. Miami only beat them by 21. And then their other games that year, they lost to Notre Dame by 38, Miami the next week or 2 weeks later by 21, and then they lost to Penn State by 3. A Penn State team that finished 15th, that Notre Dame went on the road and beat by 11, and then they beat number 4 Colorado by 15. Like, that was a dominant Notre Dame team. So that would have been a great matchup.
Yeah.
But to compare them directly,
like
different
logistically,
eras,
it's just different. It's
different
eras. Exactly. Yeah.
But they were both great teams. That was a great USC team. Like, that 04 USC team is one of those ones you're like, yeah, I would have loved to seen. Like, here would have been a better matchup to discuss. I would have loved to have seen 04 USC against 2000 Miami. That would have been a game I would have liked to have seen, right? Because that's more in the same era.
Sure.
It's like saying I would love to have seen 19 LSU against 18 Clemson, right? Or, something like, it's just more in line with each other. 13 Florida State or something like that, right? It's the same era, same game. You can do those hypothetical matchups. I can't compare what Notre Dame was in 1988 to modern times because they probably wouldn't be running the same offense, but the talent would still be elite. They'd just be doing something a little bit different. Like, if Lou Holtz was coaching today, my guess would be he'd be running stuff like what Stanford was running under Harbaugh from like 08 and David Shaw from like 08 to 12 and 13. And they'd be doing exactly what Stanford did, but with way better players.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I think they would be. So just a different game. But yeah, that Notre Dame team was in 89 was even more dominant than the 88 team was. They really were. It's just the 88 team won all their games, and the 89 team lost once to the national champs. Right. Well, in today's era, Notre Dame would have got a rematch against that 89.
Exactly. They would have had another shot.
I would have liked to have seen that.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen that. There's no doubt, because they would have been Notre Dame definitely would have been in the playoff that year, because they were number 4 going into the Orange Bowl. So Notre Dame was number 4, and I'm trying to remember who the 3 was. It might have been Florida State. Let me see who was the 3 going into the bowl game that year. Let me see what Florida State's ranking was going to that game. No, they were 5. Was it Michigan? Maybe it might have been Michigan. Michigan might have been the number 4 or number 3, and then when they got beat by USC, they dropped. Michigan was 3. So the playoff that year, based on the rankings, would have been a rematch in the first semifinal of Notre Dame and Miami in the semifinal. So you'd have given a month, because remember, Lou Holtz was basically unbeatable in the postseason. The only time they lost was a not great 1990 team to Colorado, the national champion Colorado team, in a game Notre Dame should have won that game. I still say that was not a block in the back. It should not have been called. And that was, I think, the only bowl game that I remember Lou Holtz losing in that era when they were really good. Colorado that year was number 1 and, won the national championship that year. They had just beaten Kansas State by 61. They beat number 3 Nebraska on the road by 15. They beat Notre Dame by 1. And that was a 3-loss Notre Dame team. You know what I mean? So, like, Lou Holtz in a bowl game, you didn't want that smoke. So if you'd have given Lou Holtz a month to prepare for that 89 team with the rematch of we want payback, come on, man.
Yeah.
Then you'd have had in the other semifinal game, you'd have had Michigan. You'd have had Michigan would have played Colorado, and the other. No, hold on a second. Let me look. See who did I say the other team? It was Notre Dame, Miami, Michigan, and who was the
You never said the fourth one. You
Miami
said
was number 1 going into it, right? Notre Dame was number 4. Michigan was 3. Would it have been Nebraska? No, it wouldn't have been Nebraska.
Colorado?
What was Colorado in 89? I'm trying to find Colorado in that. I don't know if it was Colorado or not. I'm trying to find it because we're talking about, it would have been, Colorado was 1. No, Colorado was 1. Miami was 2. That's what it was.
Okay.
So Notre Dame would have still played. Okay. I got it right. I'm sorry. I got it wrong. So Miami was 2. So it would have been Miami and Michigan in the semifinal, and it would have been Notre Dame and Colorado. And
we know that Notre Dame beat Colorado already.
Convincingly. And so I would imagine Miami would have beat Michigan. Right?
Sure.
So that's where you'd have the rematch then. And like you said, we knew that Notre Dame beat Colorado. They already did it.
Sure.
So yeah, I would have liked that rematch. A lot.
That'd have been great.
A lot. No doubt about it. So yeah. Anyway, fun stuff. Here we go.
Irish Gordian Knot, Notre Dame. Okay. Are you guys keeping your bold predictions so you can go over them when the season is over? Could also reevaluate them at the mid-season point.
I usually don't. I mean, they're meant to be fun.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll actually have actual season predictions we'll do before the season starts that I would look back at more. The bold predictions are meant to be fun. If Notre Dame reaches half their bold predictions for this year, they're going to be freaking unreal. I mean, that's the whole point of it being a bold prediction. It's meant to be a little bit of fun.
Right.
So I don't track them. We just kind of have some fun with it. You can. I mean, you guys can, and we, bring them up later in the year, ask us about them.
And we can laugh about them, or we can be like, yeah, see, told you.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't do that because it's like, dude,
they were bold.
The whole thing we say is they're bold,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
If we get them right, it just means that Notre Dame's really good.
Andre Neely wants to know, are we a nickel-based defense?
Depends on the week. There will be times this year where they will be, Andre, yeah. Like there are going to be games where you're going to see Notre Dame be more balanced and, some nickel, some base. NC State, most likely, a lot of nickel. Ohio State, you're going to need to mix it up because the way Ohio State, if Ohio State's running the ball like they're capable of, you could get in trouble if you just go base all the time.
Nickel.
Yeah. You have to be careful about the matchups and
sure.
Because what Ohio State's going to try to do is say, hey, if we can get you into your base defense with a third linebacker on the field, then what we're going to do is, and we're going to then say, and we're going to put Marvin Harrison into the slot, which they will do at times, and say we're going to get him matched up against your linebacker and safety.
Right.
And then what does Notre Dame do to match that? You know what I mean? That's part of the chess match.
That's the chess match.
You got to be careful, right?
Yep.
But then like USC, you're going to be in nickel a lot. Clemson, you're going to be probably a little bit more balanced, but spend a decent amount of time in nickel. Pitt, you're going to be you're in your base defense a lot more. Central Michigan, you're going to be in your base defense a lot more. Tennessee State, you're going to be in your base defense a lot more. Duke, you're going to be in a base. You can be in a base defense a little bit more because a lot of their stuff, throwing the balls like quick game and things like that. Louisville, we'll see what Louisville's personnel looks like this year, but it's going to depend. It's really going to depend on the week, Andre, and the matchup that Notre Dame feels that that works best for them. But
sure,
there will be some. And the other part too is how good is Thomas Harper? Right, that's the other part. If Thomas Harper's balling, then you're going to see them be nickel a lot more in those games. But if they're not, then you're going to say, hey, look, we're going to stand our base defense, but we're just going to trigger the linebackers and just pressure with the linebackers a lot more, and just play more man and just take our chances with our blitz package because. We can't, because the other thing is if you just can't match up with the team's athletes, then you just say, well, then we're just going to try to make sure their quarterback doesn't have the time to get the ball out. And that's what you hope to do. And then just rally to the ball and tackle guys and hope for some incompletions or turnovers is really what it comes down to. Good question.
Andrew Gilmore, any idea what happened with Emmett Mosley, legacy 4-star wide receiver? Did we cool on him or did he really like Stanford better?
He just never showed a lot of interest in Notre Dame. Notre Dame liked him. They cooled on him because he cooled on them, basically.
Gotcha.
Like, it was one of those things where they liked him, they wanted him, but it got to a point in time where like this kid just doesn't have any interest in us, and we got to move on. Is what it's come down to.
Yeah, and sometimes you got to make those decisions.
Right.
I mean, it's
right. He just wanted to blaze his own trail, not follow his mom and dad's footsteps, which is totally fine. I mean, it's his life. I'm totally good with that.
Sure.
But no, he liked Stanford better than Notre Dame. Yes, I mean he did. That's why he's going there. If he wanted to go to Notre Dame, he'd be in the class, and they would have taken him. He would have been in the class.
Irish Mills 540. Two things, Brian. I'm about to purchase the sweatpants just because of how comfortable you said they were.
Smart move.
Yeah, I've got a pair, and I wear them out in the wintertime. There's no doubt about it. Number two, how does the tight end room look this year without a dominant go-to weapon like Michael Mayer?
We kind of talked a little bit about this earlier. I mean, how does it look? It looks like a group that's going to be like we said at the beginning, more of a complementary unit.
Yep.
Where they are not the dominant force. They are a piece of the puzzle.
Right. An important piece, I will say.
Yes, very important piece. Where this team may be more receiver driven or running back driven, or other parts of the offense are more, that's your group, but you're going to need this group to be productive. You're going to need this group to play at a high level. And there will be times this year when the tight ends are going to step up in a game and take it over.
Sure.
And help you win, where a team is going to say, we're not letting Tobias and Jaden Thomas beat us. We're not going to let Tobias and Chris Tyree, or Jaden Thomas, Chris Tyree, or Deion Colsey and whatever, some combination. They're not going to do that. And we're also going to make sure we key on the run game. So we're going to say, hey, we're going to leave our 6-foot safety matched up against your tight ends because we don't think that tight end can beat us. And then that in game, Mitchell Evans or Holden Stace or Eli Raridon or somebody or them as a unit are going to say, cool. Bet we got this, and go make plays. I mean, that's good. They're going to need to do that this year. It could be a thing where the receivers aren't playing well. It happens, Vince.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, you look at the Clemson receivers, as good as they were in 2019, they got flat dominated by Ohio State secondary. So somebody's got to step up and win that game. So in that particular game, it was Trevor Lawrence as a runner. I mean, that's what it was, right? I mean, it was Trevor Lawrence stepped up. I think he ran for 100 yards that game, if I remember correctly, Vince. Let me see here. Let me find that box score. I believe Trevor he ran for 107 yards. And Justin Ross had 6 catches for 47 yards. T. Higgins had 4 catches for 33 yards. So guess who stepped up in that game? And Ohio State was dominating Clemson at the point of attack, and Travis Etienne could get nothing going in the run game. 36 carries for 10 touchdowns. So you know what happens? Trevor Lawrence uses his legs to make plays, has a 67-yard run, runs for 107 yards, and Travis Etienne has 3 catches for 98 yards and 2 touchdowns. Right? That was a team with dominant wide receivers and a first number 1 overall draft pick throwing the football. In his second year, he had just won a title. Yeah. And they shut down your wide receivers. Beat your receivers up. So guess what? Other people had to step up. Travis Etienne had to be that dude that day in the pass game. There will be a game like that where your tight end's got to step up and do for your offense what Travis Etienne did for the Clemson offense. And they're going to need to do that. And if they're an afterthought in your offense throughout the year, then they're not going to be able to step up and do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So it'll look like that. Complementary role that occasionally they're going to step up and be those dudes. That's what I think we're going to see from the tight ends this year. Fair, Vince? I mean,
no, absolutely. I think they're going to be a very important piece, right? But if anybody's expecting the tight end room to look like Michael Mayer, that's unrealistic. That's not who this group needs to be, and that's not how this group can be the most effective in this offense either, because you have to play to the strengths of this group, and you have to play to the strengths of this offense. And if you think the tight ends aren't going to be an important piece of this offense, then you're not doing the offense the way it needs to be done. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't see that being the case. I'm not saying Jared Parker's going to just forget about the fact that the tight ends exist, but if he wants this offense to be as dynamic and, score as many points as they want to, and all of those different things, the tight ends are going to have to be involved, and they're going to have to be an important piece of the puzzle. No doubt about it. They're just not going to be the focal point of the offense, nor would I want them to be, with the way they are right now.
Right.
Irish Gordian, not based on what you have seen from Irish media this summer. Are you optimistic that they will finally bring it a little more this season? It seems that there has been an uptick in published videos. Oh, okay, I get the question now.
Yeah, he's not talking about like our competitors
right.
or the
right. That's what I thought at first. I was like, what do you mean they're going to bring it? Yeah,
I hope so.
The Tims are going to bring it this year.
Yeah. Better step it up. Yeah. Yeah, because I was like, I don't read anybody else, so I don't.
Right.
But yeah, the Notre Dame media, I hope so. I don't know that I would say that there's necessarily been an uptick. I think recently there's been an uptick because Notre Dame made their media swing through New York, so there's a lot of stuff from that.
Right. Of course.
But I think we've seen 3 workout videos from the summer.
Yeah, there hasn't been that many,
right?
That I've noticed anyway.
Yeah. So, I don't know that I would say they necessarily are doing more. I felt like we saw, a lot of those in the past. I hope so. I don't have a lot of. Here's the thing that frustrates me. So since June 29th to now, July 22nd, they've done 4 workout videos. Right. The other stuff was like the stuff in New York, which was literally a media day. That was what it was designed to do. Everything else is like pictures of the workout warriors and stuff like that. So, we'll see. We'll see. I'm hopeful.
Yeah. They've got the people to do it. They've got the content to do it. They just need to do it.
It just make it a priority. I mean, and it could be, there's a lot of different ways to do it. If I was in charge, I would have, like I said before, I'd have a video from each practice. I would have a mic'd up guy. I'd have it one. When you got 25 practices, I'd have each coach mic'd up at least once. Right. Probably, your 10 assistants. Plus I'd have a couple with Marcus Freeman. I would have, your minute long to 90-second long highlight videos. And then from each practice, I'd put out like a play or something like that. Or like, look at this great grab. Like if a receiver has this sick one-handed catch or a defensive back makes a sick play or something like that, or your running back just jukes somebody out of their clothes or something like that. Like I'd put that clip out there and just promote that. Because again, you're not seeing what the play is. You're not seeing they lined up.
It's just an individual
motion. The defense was. You may just show it like as the ball snapped, and you're from a real close up view where you're not giving anything away. Oh, gee, Jadarian Price can juke people. Ohio State now knows our game plan. You know what I mean? Like it's not that. And what you're doing is you're just promoting your team. Look, it's all about recruiting for number one. And number two, it's about, give a rip about your fans.
Mm-hmm.
Well, fans aren't excited about this because there's nothing there. I mean, you don't have a media day with us, right? Which, kind of bothers me a little bit. Like you don't have a media day like we used to have where we get to be there and do all these type of things. We get like each coach one day. Okay, fine, great. That's fine. It is what it is. You don't think we matter enough to do a media day with us. So you're going to go to New York with a bunch of people that don't cover you every day because that gets you on a bigger spotlight. Okay, whatever. We know we don't care to y'all. It is what it is. So if you're not going to let us get all that kind of content because we can't be, doing all that kind of stuff, then you do it. But that is kind of one of the good things about the amount of practices we get to be at is because people in our job will be putting out the little highlights from those practices and things like that too. So, we will see some of that. But yeah, I think it's great for recruiting. It's great to fans. It helps build excitement about the season. It's all that kind of stuff. And it just gets you good PR. And when you're out there and you're being seen and you're being, and to me, it's like you're wasting an incredibly personable coach by not having more of those things with him and some of these other coaches. Like, let that people see Coach Stuckey and let people see Coach McCullough and Coach Rudolph and and Coach Mickens and these kind of guys in those mic'd up videos with the fun that like Cincinnati did one with Gino Gaduli. That was really cool. When you remember that, Vince, when he first got hired, we all saw that video. It was like he was mic'd up all day, and I mean you could edit it out to me. It's not like you put up every second of it.
Right.
It's like
you had the conversation when he talks to a recruit and like all these different things. Like no,
or yelling at somebody for not doing something right. You can
frame it anyway.
All that stuff is cool. All that stuff is cool. And
I'll even take it a step further. Notre Dame has their own Fighting Irish media, right? And that's their in-house deal. They don't do enough with the other sports either. I mean, yes, they don't do enough with football, but they don't do enough with the other varsity sports that they have And they need to be doing way more of that too.
And it can also be something that's a great part of it's a part of your academic situation. You have students that want to get into this that you're responsible for this team, you're responsible for that team, kind of like the observer and stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like,
absolutely.
It's a great learning opportunity.
There's easy ways to do this, and I just don't think that they're taking advantage of the situation that they have, because Fighting Irish Media they got some pretty nice digs over there connected to the stadium, and I just don't think that they're using them enough, personally.
Yep.
Coleman Smith, confidence level, Notre Dame will land KVA tomorrow, and flipping Caleb Beasley.
I don't have a lot of confidence in either of them at this point in time. With Kingston, it's such an unknown. Nobody knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Notre Dame has not been told. I'm pretty sure Ohio State hasn't been told. He's supposed to commit tomorrow.
Yeah.
And as far as I know, he hasn't told anybody what he's doing. That tells me that either A, he's keeping this quiet. He's made his decision. He doesn't want it to leak out because he knows, look, the smart kids know you tell the coaches that you're going, they're going to go call their buddies in the media and they're going to put it out there. And then 87 crystal balls go out and everybody knows where you're going.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's just the reality. He may not want that out. Or option 2 is he really genuinely has not made the ultimate decision yet. Or he thinks he has, but he's not feeling great about it.
Right.
So he doesn't want to necessarily call and tell a coach, hey, I'm not coming, when he may decide that next day he's waking up. Because, like, I don't think Manti told people where he was going. I mean, everybody thought it was going to be USC, but I don't remember that Manti had called the Notre Dame coaches and said it was Notre Dame. It wasn't going to be.
The way I remember it is the coaches were just as surprised as everybody else.
Right. But it's not like he
remember it.
It's not like he called them the night before and said, I'm going to USC. I don't think it might have. I don't remember it, but I thought.
think it did either. But
So I have to go back and watch that video that they did on him. That was really well done. The one on who does that? Is it Net? It's not Netflix. It was on Netflix. Is it Netflix?
I think so.
The Untold or whatever it is, something like that. They do really good stuff.
Yep.
So anyway, that's kind of where I.
You want to answer the second part?
Yeah. Same. I mean, look. Okay. If he visits for the Ohio State game like he said he was going to, then I'll feel good about it. If he doesn't, then they're not going to flip him. I mean, and so we won't really have an idea until then. So right now he's committed to Tennessee. I think they got a shot to flip him. Am I as confident now as I was a month ago? No, I'm not. But they're still working. But we'll find out about Kingston. I still don't know if we're doing a show or not tomorrow. I mean, we may just have to do one just anyway, and then we talk about it one way or the other. I don't know how we're going to handle that one, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see. All right,
here we know what time he's committing tomorrow.
I have to go look.
Okay,
I don't know off the top of my head
yet. All right, that's just curious. No big deal.
I think he does. I think he has a time. I just don't know that he's necessarily done it yet.
Gotcha.
This is going to first of all, since he's on your team now, Archer. Let's get this straight. It's not Lorenzo Styles Jr. He's not a junior. He's got, I believe, a different middle name. It's kind of like Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders' his kid was not Barry Sanders Jr. It was Barry Sanders. He had a different middle name. So it's not Lorenzo Styles Jr. So, and that's his mom told me that. So I think that's a pretty credible source.
I would trust that source as well. Yeah, for sure.
The person who, gave him the name.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Signed the birth certificate. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
So Archer says Lorenzo Styles said he transferred to Ohio State because he's, quote, trying to be one of the best players in the country, unquote. Do you think he has the ability, both physically and mentally, to be that?
Yes on the first, no on the second. The fact that he made this comment, is like, why? No, he doesn't. No, yeah. I very much question if he has the attitude to be a great player. He's going to have to be at Ohio State a different person than he was at Notre Dame from a work ethic and an attitude standpoint. And Notre Dame tried to force feed him. This is why I get frustrated when I hear things about, how he felt about certain things. It's like they tried to force feed the ball to you last year and you didn't step up and make plays.
Yeah. I mean, he was fighting the football, and that's mental. That's an all mental side of things. And then he checked out and left. So
yeah, it is what it is. I got no ill will towards him, but I also am glad that, I'm not, gee, I wish Lorenzo was still here. I'm like, best of luck to you. Peace out.
And I was a big Lorenzo Styles fan, man. I was.
Same.
I was a huge Lorenzo Styles fan, but it took a turn, and it wasn't going to course correct at Notre Dame.
Whenever I think of him, I just have that Mike Singletary, can't do it. Can't win with him. Can't do it. That's just how I feel. You know what I mean? That's just how I feel about it.
Oh, that's great.
But physically, yes, he's got the talent to be a really good football player. There's no doubting that.
Oh, he's got the talent. Absolutely. He wouldn't have played as a true freshman. I mean, yes, there was
as well
some
as he
depth
did as a
chart
true
issues,
freshman.
but yes, as well as, and then that opened up everything for like, man, this guy's going to be good.
Yeah. Yep.
So Gregory Perez with a super chat. Thanks, Gregory. Really appreciate it. He says, what is your best advice for someone who wants to do what you guys do?
Best advice to me is to find a way to do it. I mean, this is going to sound silly, but find a way to do it, even if that means working for free. The first article I ever wrote, a cover Notre Dame, I did for free because it was like, I did it really kind of for fun. And then the guy that I did it for started paying me for it. And so I was doing like film breakdowns, pay me for it. Then I started doing like these like 25 Word document pages long of breakdowns where I'd break down every player on every play, and I'd start getting paid for it. Then eventually that led to a full-time job. And then that full-time job led to an even better full-time job with an even better company and better all this and better that. And then that led to me starting my own thing. Right. Yep. It's just doing it. And so finding a way to do it. I mean, you hear young people now, it's like, it's, working for free is dumb. Like, well, first of all, working for free in the field you want to work in is better than not working in the field you want to work in at all. Right. And so be willing to do that. And if the people that you work for, treat you right, they'll find a way to take care of you some way, somehow, but just find a way to do it. Number one.
Yep, exactly.
Be a hard worker. That's one of the biggest problems that I have when it comes to dealing with people is this guy really invested in what I'm trying to do? Is he accountable? When I ask him to do something, does he do it? Does he step up and do it? Is he a hard worker? Is he a person that's got passion for what he does? It's not that you got to have passion for my business, but if you have passion for what you do, that will inherently mean that you're doing things that are good for my business. So those, like, I've had tried to have Notre Dame students help out with things. I had a guy one time, really good writer, when I could get him to show up, and do the work. And they say, oh, I'll do this. And then not hear from them for a couple of weeks. It's like, well, that's not going to work. You know what I mean? But that's the big thing. And if it's something where you just want to kind of go out on your own and do it then just do it, man. Like, go start your own channel and start talking about Notre Dame football. And if what you have to say is good, then people will find you. Right. I mean,
yeah,
I remember first time we had 1,000 downloads on a view. We're like, oh my gosh, this is so great. Now it's like, if we have 1,000 downloads on a show, we're like, oh my God, like, is that like the worst show we've ever done or something? Like, if people like you, they'll find you, man. But just find a way to do it. Don't be afraid to have people tell you no.
Yeah.
Like, some people could write to me, hey, I'd love to do this. There's a guy that asked about wanting to do things for editing. I got to respond to him. I keep forgetting to respond to him. I'm so busy, but be willing to reach out. And sometimes people ignore you. Sometimes people say no, thanks. Sometimes somebody say, hey, yeah, you know what? I'll help you out. So if you're listening and you're the guy that emailed me about editing, I'm not purposely ignoring you. I've just been really busy. I will email you this weekend, I promise. But just be willing to do that. Get your foot in the door. Just do it. And the other thing too is put a lot of pride in your craft. Don't treat jobs as just jobs. If you want to do something like this, it's got to be something you got to be passionate about. Because if it's just a job to you, you're going to hate it. You are, because it's just your life's going to get in the way. And because this is not a 9-to-5 job. That's the other thing. You want to do this. It's not a 9-to-5 job. You got to, something happens at 9 o'clock, you got to do it. Right. I mean, you don't get weekends off. I mean, Vince, you know how my days go.
Sure do.
Be at a baseball game and all of a sudden, oh, this happened. Oh, sorry. I can't say, well, I'll deal with it in 3 hours. I'm in a baseball game. Oh, okay, got to deal with it now. Got to deal with it now.
Yeah.
So, I'm driving home for Memorial Day, find out Devin Ford commits. I got to pull off on the side of the road, walk around on the toll road, get my computer and sit there as my car's vibrating as semis go flying by me at 80 miles an hour. Oh my God, I'm going to die. I had to get it out, right? Because it had to get done and nobody else was going to do it. So I had to get it done, So that's what this job is, right? So people see like us having fun on the show. There's a lot more to it. There's a lot of prep and a lot of stuff that comes afterwards that goes into this. That it's fun. It's a blast. I'm blessed, but it's like, I think there's a lot that goes into this that people don't realize, and so you've got to understand that, and it's hard work and all that other kind of stuff. But man, just find a way to do it. And if you've got the talent, you'll rise. If you don't, you'll have to find something else to do.
It is fun. There's no doubt about that. And I will say that when I got into this business, it was as a side thing. It was like, hey, you know what? It's fun to talk about Notre Dame football. Let's see if I could do something else with it. And I won a contest and then did it for free. Well, I'll say free in quotes because I got to go to the games. I got to go to the home games. That was my payment, which was unbelievable, awesome. And I did it. That's what I did for a few years. And then
how I started the radio station or
at the radio station.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. I won a contest to be Sean's co-host for a pregame show for Notre Dame football on U93 here locally. And that parlayed into working with Sean on his radio show for free, by the way. And I would pick up money by running the board, the radio board. I would run the board for like NFL games and things like that. And so that's how I would kind of make a little bit of money. But then the on-air stuff I was doing for free because I really enjoyed working with Sean and I really enjoyed talking about Notre Dame football. And then that kind of parlayed into doing a little bit of writing. And that's how I met Brian and, so on and so forth. And so it's a little bit of being in the right place at the right time. And it's a little bit of just being willing to do whatever, whenever, and that's kind of how
it's still a little bit of a side thing for you.
Oh, absolutely.
A side thing that, you make.
But it's become a side thing that is very important to, my family, right. Financially. It has become a side thing that is part of the whole thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
And because I did other side things before this became my main.
You created value for yourself.
Absolutely. Right. Exactly. Right. But making friends, working with the people that were around me and getting to know what they were doing and learning their side of the craft. Right. And that kind of a thing. And just being a sponge. That's kind of what it's all about. And that allowed me to not
pay you just because you're my friend. I pay because you bring value to what we do.
Yeah, exactly.
And you made yourself valuable. You made yourself an important piece to be willing to do. Hey, I'll co-host with Sean. Sure. I'll transition from what I was doing with you before to do this. And there's value to it. So,
yep, exactly. And that allowed me
to. How much did you make when we first started doing shows together?
Oh, yeah. It wasn't much. it was zero to start off with, wasn't it?
We weren't making any money off of our show.
Yeah.
Right.
It was just like, hey, let's try to see if we can get this started. And then maybe down the line we can make some money from. And I was like, cool, I get to do shows with my buddy. Let's go. Exactly. And it's turned into something awesome where I was able to quit Home Depot and, some other side things.
You were doing shows with me, but you were doing other jobs as well. Exactly. Because you got a bunch of kids.
just bleed me dry.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, that's a great question, Gregory.
Yeah. I'm going to real quick address this. Archer 452. How would you rank the tight end room against the other teams on the schedule? We will. I know you guys were asking a question kind of like this yesterday.
For every position
group. Yeah, we're going to actually have some articles and show a couple shows about this. We'll do one offense, one defense as we get closer to the season. So we'll address it there. Just off the top of my head, I'd think top three. I just have to dive more into. I know Ohio State has a much more established starter. I'd have to do a little bit more research on what their depth looks like, and Purdue. I know Purdue lost their kid. What do they have coming back? I mean, there's just a little bit more research I'd have to do to be able to give you that answer. Off the top of my head, top three, but I reserve the right to change that up or down after I finish breaking all that stuff down. So that'll be stuff we do kind of later in fall camp as we get closer and closer to the season. That'll be part of our this is our pre-camp coverage. That'll be part of our right before preseason coverage.
Lucky Ducks 512. What would you like to see from Tyree in fall camp that would get you excited for him having a good year? It's a good question.
Catching the ball consistently.
Yeah, that would be number one, and then a close number two would be I want to see his feel for the position. Finding that opening in zone and just that's a big part of being a wide receiver is finding, just being comfortable and finding a way to get open. But then consistently catching the ball is obviously huge. We know he can run fast. We know he can do those things. I think he's a pretty good route runner, but that feel for how to get open and finding those creases is going to be huge.
Oh. All right, let's go to next one here, Vince.
From Andrew Gilmore. Who's the better quarterback, Hartman or Brock Purdy?
I would say it depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for a consummate game manager that doesn't make bad decisions and just gets the ball where it needs to get to, it's probably Brock Purdy. Sam Hartman's always going to be a bit of a chance taker. And if you're a team that, we just can't afford to turn the ball over, you may like Brock Purdy better. Like Brock Purdy's got the better size He's got a little bit better body, a little thicker than Sam, but I mean, I just think Sam's the more talented guy, arm talent wise. I think if you're going to run the kind of offense that Notre Dame wants to run, it's going to be Sam Hartman. You want somebody who can throw the ball down the field, someone that's willing to take some chances, can take some pressure off the run game in ways that I don't know that Brock Purdy can. Again, he's a good game manager, he's a good quarterback, but I think Sam Hartman's the more talented guy.
I think this stems from a conversation that was asked yesterday. It was, can Sam Hartman be a starter in the NFL?
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, I think I said, we started talking about Brock Purdy for something, and so I circled back to it. I said, well, look, it's all about being in the right position and on the right team at the right time. That has a lot to do with it. If you're not a generational style quarterback like a Trevor Lawrence, Trevor Lawrence is going to make an impact no matter what team he's going to be on. He's going to start. But if you are, Brady Quinn going to the Cleveland Browns didn't do him any favors.
No.
You know what I mean?
Those
were my two differentiating situations, right? Brock Purdy got himself in a situation where he was able to be successful because he fell into a good situation on a pretty good, the guys around him were really good.
And their starting quarterback got hurt.
Exactly.
Right.
And so
actually their top two quarterbacks got hurt.
He was in a situation where he was able to be successful. And I was like, if Brock Purdy can be that guy, then Sam Hartman can be that guy for sure.
Right.
But he has to be, I think, in the right situation.
I think too many times people kind of get into this. Well, he's not a top round draft pick, so no, he can't be a starter.
Right.
And I just think that doesn't really deal in reality.
Absolutely.
The reality is there's not 32 first round draft pick caliber guys playing quarterback in the National Football League.
Exactly.
There's just not. And a lot of the guys that people view as first round picks are just that because, Will Levis is picked number 34 overall, not because he's a good quarterback, but because he can throw the ball 1,000 miles an hour and really far. That's it. He's a mediocre at best college quarterback, at best. Sam Hartman was an exponentially better college quarterback than him, but he's not 6'4" with a bazooka for an arm. That's
exactly.
Right. Now, that NFL team still evaluate that poorly because let's be real about something, Vince. If the San Francisco 49ers thought that Brock Purdy was a starting caliber quarterback, they would have not waited until the very last draft pick of the NFL draft. He literally was Mr. Irrelevant.
Was he really?
They would not have waited till then.
I didn't even realize that.
Yeah. It's kind of like people say, well, what a brilliant draft pick by Bill Belichick. No, if Bill Belichick thought that Tom Brady was going to be that good, he's an idiot for waiting until the 6th round.
Correct.
You wait till the 3rd round and then you take that chance on him.
Right.
No, you're stupid if you wait till the 6th round. Somebody's going to pick him. You run the risk of someone picking him if you think he didn't think he was going to be that. Right. I think they liked Tom Brady. Clearly, they liked Tom Brady. They took him the 6th round, gave him a chance to make the team and all that. They clearly liked him, but they didn't view him as what he became.
Right. Exactly.
If the 49ers thought that this is going to be our starting quarterback for the next however many years, they would not have waited until the very, very end of the 7th round to do it. They just wouldn't have.
Right.
So, I mean.
There's always going to be exceptions to every rule, right? I mean, look, Kirk Cousins, for example, was drafted in the exact same draft as Griffith, right? The same team, same draft.
First overall pick, right? Wasn't Robert Griffith?
They weren't considering Kirk Cousins to be a starter in the NFL for a long period of time, and look at what he's done because he ended up in a good situation that allowed him to be successful.
Right.
And here he is, right? And say what you want to about Kirk Cousins. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is he is a sustained starter in the NFL. And he was the 2nd quarterback taken by his team in the same draft.
Right.
So there's so many variables. So many variables. Could Sam Hartman be a starter in the NFL? My answer is yes. It just depends on all the different variables that go into it.
Yeah. If you had to ask me who I would rather have, Sam Hartman or Brock Purdy, I would absolutely take Sam Hartman.
I would too.
Over Brock Purdy. Because Brock Purdy you could say maybe has a higher floor. I think he's much lower ceiling.
Agreed.
And to me, if the 49ers think that they're going to win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy, I have a hard time believing. Right. I think that's a mistake. I think that's a mistake. But they're also, again, this is the nature of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
With what they're paying some of their other stars, Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams, they can't afford to go out there and pay for a Pat Mahomes type of guy.
Right. So they
Even
have to
Trey Lance,
they have to deal with what they've got.
Yeah, you've got Brock Purdy making the league minimum basically for the next 3 years. Financially, that makes a lot of sense. So Trey Lance would have to be significantly better than Brock Purdy for them to want to go with him, because as a first-round pick, he makes a lot more money.
Sure.
So, yeah. Yep.
A lot of variables, like I said, a lot of variables going to who's starting for your favorite NFL team, for sure. Archer, what is the best type of offense? What is the base type of offense Parker is going to run? How different from Tommy Rees's do you expect it to be?
We don't know.
Archer he's doing a little breakdown here.
Well, what I like is that when we're doing shows like this, he always asks about Notre Dame or some Notre Dame related question. Yeah. Usually, he'll wait till the Friday shows to ask some of the the other stuff. But I appreciate that. We don't know. We don't know. I mean, I could tell you based on the blue gold game, but I don't know that even that's the case. You're missing. Audric carried the ball 2-3 times. You didn't have your team playing together. You didn't have all your tight ends. I mean, there's just we don't know. We don't know. Is it gonna how it'll be different from Tommy Rees's, even if it's the same exact playbook, because every coach is going to run the same playbook differently. They're going to have different emphases, and it's going to be a different roster, and so it'll look different. But I think the only thing we really know is we'll see more RPOs in this offense. That's the only thing that I really feel confident we can say for sure. We're definitely going to see that this season.
Yeah. I think we'll see the majority 11 personnel, but that could vary game to game. I mean, I'm not sure.
And he followed up with he's not sure what type of offense Parker ran before. Parker's never run an offense.
Exactly.
His offense at West Virginia, he ran Neil Brown's offense, and Neil Brown was the primary play caller.
Right.
So I think he did like red zone and stuff like that. So that's the whole point. Like with Garrett Riley, you kind of have an idea of what Garrett Riley's going to do because we know the tree he came from. Yes, he's got some different wrinkles than his brother, and he'll probably have some different wrinkles from what Sonny Dykes like to do, but they're both air raid guys, and that's his lineage, and he's kind of running offense, and you have an idea of what he's going to do. With Jared Parker, he's never run his own offense before. So, and I don't know that he necessarily has the freedom to completely revamp the offense, and he may have like all these things he wants to do. He can't just come in with a new playbook. He's taking over kind of what was already established terminology-wise, scheme-wise, and stuff like that, and he's going to put his own wrinkles on it. It'd probably take him a couple years, man. It's 2 to 3 years to transform it to more into what, if he has a different vision of it, it's going to take a little bit more time. But I think part of the thing with why he was hired is because his philosophy of offense and what he believes in is similar to what Marcus Freeman wants.
Right, exactly.
Which is a balanced offense that can run the ball on anyone, but also has the ability to go beat you throwing the football. So I think Marcus Freeman wants that balance to where being able to run the football is still at the heart of what you do. But as this is a kind of a conversation I had with Coach Freeman that didn't make it in the articles, but we kind of talked about like being a great running team doesn't mean you average 250 rushing yards a game, because if that's kind of that stubborn, we're just going to pound our head into the wall no matter what. If teams are coming in there and loading the box up, then I have no problem throwing for 350.
Right, exactly.
If that's what presents itself. But when we need to run, we can run.
Right.
That's where he wants to be.
Yep.
Not just unnecessarily being stubbornly running the football just because you need to get you to your 200 yards. That's not what he believes in. But he believes in no matter who you're playing, no matter the situation, when you need a run, when you need a yard, you can get that yard. That you go out to every game and your foundation is we can run the ball on you. So if a team wants to come out and say, we're not going to let Sam Hartman beat us, Notre Dame's going to say, cool. And we're about to run for 3 bills on you.
Exactly.
If you're going to play 6 in the box and not let us throw the ball down the field, Audric this is your best chance at putting some Heisman tape together.
Yep,
you know what I mean? Like some Doak Walker tape together. I mean,
I would love to see a team come out and put 6 in the box and think they're going to beat Notre Dame like that. Yeah. Bring it on, man.
Yeah.
With this offensive line and the running back room, and oh my gosh, let's go.
Absolutely.
WJS. Any of the tight ends remind you of Kyle Rudolph?
Eli Raridon a little bit.
Okay.
From what Kyle was in at Notre Dame. You're big, tall, vertical. Kyle Rudolph is also a really good high school basketball player as well.
Sure.
Eli, the same number, body type wise, I think Eli's a little faster. He's a little bit more fluid. Kyle was a little bit tight in the hips, but great hands. Very similar. Very similar.
Cool.
That's how about you, Vince? You kind
of
No,
that's a good comp. That's a really good, I seen them both in number 9 and seeing them both go up and get the ball, and yeah, I could see it. Absolutely, I could see it. Both kind of that athletic, quote unquote modern tight end. Yeah, I could see that. I feel like Kyle Rudolph was that in college, and then he didn't morph, but he allowed himself to bulk up a little bit in the NFL to be able to play at that level and be able to be a more traditional tight end, but also still maintain that athleticism.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yep. Got last 3, it looks like here, Vince.
All right. Dalen Riggins, what attributes would a 2-man group at tight end have? Height?
I mean, it just depends on who your 2 are, right? Like, so if we're just talking about in theory, a 2 tight end set gives you more ability to create extra gaps in the run game. That's ultimately the goal of having a tight end attached to the line of scrimmage. We now have an extra gap to run the football, which also means the edge has been widened out. So if you're in 12 personnel with your 2 tight ends on the end of the line of scrimmage, you now have a C gap to run the football in everywhere. And now the outside runs are D gap. You've now created a wider edge for if teams want to come off the edge. So, you have extra gaps. You now have the ability to get good firm edge blocks no matter where you go. Because like it used to be back in the day, Vince, where if you were a 12 personnel team, you'd literally almost every run you had was a check with me.
Mm-hmm.
Or even if it wasn't, the quarterback could quickly check. So you line up, you're in a balanced 2x2. You find out where you have the numbers, where you have the edge, and say, hey, just quickly, we're running outside zone. I'm just going to decide which way we're going to go to it.
Right.
So you come, Ringo, whatever the case may be, or Tiger. I mean, you give some, I always laugh when teams will do like R&Ls with their checks. I'm like, bro,
seriously.
You know what I mean?
We're not that dumb. I know defenders are dumb, but we're not that dumb.
Right. But like whatever the call is, like, hey, we're running this opposite. You know what I mean? It's not quite like that anymore, but it still is a little bit. But 12 personnel gives you the ability to do that. And it was great for duo because, duo was a run where you'd actually run it to the tight end, where inside zone is usually where you're running it away from the tight end, where you're actually cutting back to the tight end. So like duo it's kind of funny because an inside zone cuts back to the tight end. Duo bounces to the tight end. It's right, but it's similar type of attack angle, even though the blocking scheme's a lot different. But those are the advantages to it. A little bit more beef. Height is an advantage in certain looks, but it's not a primary reason to go 12 personnel.
Sure.
It's more about creating those extra spaces in the run game. And then if you can do some throwing the game stuff, like if you're a team that's going to throw the ball all day, you're not going to be a 12 personnel team unless you have like Tony Gonzalez and Shannon Sharp types as your tight ends, right? You're not going to line up or you don't have receivers. You're not going to line up in 12 personnel all day, throw the ball 65 times unless you just have studs at tight end.
Sure.
It's more because you're able to create. And then the other thing too, I can do out of that is I can go double tight. So I can put a tight end over in a wing. And now I've created an even extra gap. There's now a D gap that I can run through that side. And then I can do things with my receivers coming backside to kind of isolate that backside a little bit. I can run read zone, or I can run an RPO backside, put my twins backside, so if they want to crash off the edge, I can pull it and throw the little bubble or something like that. I mean, there's things you can do to kind of isolate that where I can create an even extra edge and out leverage you. It's a leverage gap run game thing, really, is the primary reasons for that. Vince, would you agree with that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And and as far as an attributes, like if I was creating my players, right, and I didn't just have to work with what I had, I would want kind of a Mitchell Evans type, and I would want an Eli Raridon type like that. I would want 2 different types of tight ends that I can bring in and we can block, or I can put them out and we can go. Like,
right.
That's what I would do ideally, but I can take 2 Mitchell Evanses, or I can take 2 Eli Raridons and be successful. I would want one of each just so I can vary what I want to do. And I would put Mitchell Evans out wide and keep Eli attached. Like there's a million different things that you can do, but
you're still primarily a running football team.
Absolutely.
You're doing that all the time. Right.
Yeah.
Right. You just want to be in a situation, Vince, where you want to be balanced in those looks.
Right.
You don't want to be like, but you don't want to be like, because you don't want to be like 80-20, 90-10 when you're in 12 personnel, or even 70-30. You want to be more true 60-40 when you look at the calls, and sometimes 70-30. I mean, if they're not stopping it, they're not stopping it. Like,
correct.
The only time you should be 80-20 is if like this team is just not stopping us. Like Clemson just could not stop Notre Dame and 12 personnel last year. I mean, just for whatever reason in that game, they had no answers. No answers.
So you keep going. Like
keep doing it.
I definitely subscribe to the theory that if something's working, I'm going to keep going at it. I'm not going to try to be the smartest guy in the room where, I got to change it up. Like, no, I don't. There was a game I remember when I was calling plays in high school. Team we were playing just couldn't stop trap. And I called trap like 8 times in a row, and we just bloop, 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 touchdown.
Yeah.
Like
that's one of the things I liked when I was breaking down Chip Long's film at Memphis. There was a drive, I think it was against UCF or Cincinnati or like somebody like that, maybe Tulane or something. But like they literally ran G scheme and all the way down the field.
Yeah,
they just went left or right. I mean, they just ran their G scheme, just boom, 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 and you couldn't stop it. I think they ran it like at one point. It was like a 10-play drive. At one point, they ran like 6 or 7 plays in a row.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like, look, you have yet to do what you need to do to stop this play. Why do I need to do something?
I remember my head coach is like, why do we keep running the same play over and over again? I said, because we're averaging 8.5 yards a carry. Like,
and they have done nothing to adjust to it.
Right. We're going to keep
out leverage them formationally every single time, and they've done nothing about it. Yeah,
exactly. Yep. This is that TDD Brammy 4. Todd Brammy 4, maybe? I don't know. But thanks for the question. If the tight end sneak is back, would you like to see Evans pass out of it? And if so, against who and in what situation? I hope it's not back personally. But
I just – that's one of those you do it once or twice and that's it type of situation.
It was a nice wrinkle last year. Yeah. It worked early. They went back to the well too many times.
What I want to see him pass out of it, here's the thing. If you're going to pass out of it, you're passing out of it because you think it's going to work that particular play.
Sure.
But my whole thing is I'd rather, I mean, it's a gimmicky thing. Would I have a problem if they passed out of it against a Tennessee State or a Central Michigan or even a Duke? I guess I'd be okay with it, but like, I just would rather, if you want to throw the football, put your starting quarterback under center and run something out of it. I'd much rather Mitchell Evans be catching a ball in a 13 personnel scenario than throwing it. I'm someone who's like, I still think the biggest waste that Notre Dame ever had offensively in their entire tenure that I've ever followed Notre Dame is the fact that Avery Davis never threw a pass in a game.
Oh, I was waiting for that last year. When he got hurt, I was like,
but it shouldn't have waited till his 5th year.
You're right.
Or
You're
6th year. Last year was his 6th year.
You're right.
Sorry, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. This was his 6th year. It should have happened before.
Yes.
Because you recruited him to play quarterback.
Tailor-made.
It wasn't even just like he played quarterback in high school like Mitchell Evans. They literally recruited him to play quarterback.
Right.
So it just never made any sense.
Right.
So if he's not going to throw a pass, I want Mitchell Evans throwing a pass. Not that Mitchell couldn't do it. The only way that I would say to do it is if you were going to do something, and this is where I'd actually be okay with a tight end. If you were going to work it this way to where Mitchell actually took a shotgun snap and was doing like a zone read type of thing where you're going to run jet or he's keeping it and hammering the line of scrimmage, that's a different wrinkle you could do a couple times. And then out of that, you could throw the ball. But I don't want him like faking a sneak and then pop passing it over there. No, because some safety is going to be right there.
Right.
No.
And there's no read, by the way, when you're doing like a pop pass. That's usually like a one, like you're doing it.
Right.
And there's just too much.
Yeah, you'd have to put him like in the pistol. Because when Tim Tebow did that stuff, I believe he did that out of like a pistol look. He'd do that little knee thing and then, or he'd run up and then jump it over like that. It couldn't be off of the look that they showed last year.
Right.
For sure.
Right.
We have another one from was it Todd Brammy 4?
Sure, yeah. Do you think Notre Dame needs to win at least a playoff game before the playoff expansion to help with perception, recruiting, and whatnot? Do they need to? No.
It would be helpful.
Sure, it would.
I mean, look, if they go out next year and win a playoff game, I would say, well, it depends on who they beat. Because I think early on, the playoff wins will help in your selling of your team. Hey, we're
talking about when it expands.
It expands.
Gotcha.
After a couple years, it's going to be like, guys, there's 12 teams.
Right.
Right. Winning a first round game, like it's going to be, it's kind of like the NCAA tournament. It used to be where if you made the NCAA tournament and won a game, that immediately got you into the Sweet 16 because there's only like 32 teams in the tournament.
That's true.
Right. And so it was big. Now it's like you can win you have to win 2 games to get you the Sweet 16 now, right?
Yep. Some teams 3.
That's right. If you're in a play-in game. So it's like you could win a game, get beaten round 2, and it's like, well, so what? You didn't even make the Sweet 16.
You didn't get out of the first weekend.
Right. Yeah. And that's what killed Mike Bray. He'd win the first game. They just didn't win the second game. Got beat by West Virginia, got beat by whoever. And so it just doesn't mean a whole lot. Now it's because the Sweet 16. You make Sweet 16, you've done something because that's what the playoff is going to turn into. It's did you win a quarterfinals game or not? That's going to be. But the first couple of years, you'll get some love for it. So,
you'll get some traction out of that. Yeah. You win a home playoff game, and there'll be a lot of pub around it.
Right. And it's also going to matter who you beat.
Sure.
Did you go out and play the group of 5 team?
If they're the 5 seed and they play
you beat 9-3 Memphis by 20. It's like no one care.
Exactly.
You get a hot, Washington team, or you get a Power 5 team. Texas gets in there, and you beat a name brand. Yeah, that's going to mean something. Sure. I mean, it's not going to have the same impact as going to the semifinal this year. Like, there's levels, right, Vince? Going to a playoff game this year and winning is going to mean more than winning a first round game next year.
Yes.
But it doesn't mean next year's game won't be impactful if you go win one next year.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So do they need to do one? No. Would it be incredibly helpful if they won one? Absolutely it would.
My goodness.
Absolutely it would.
I've talked to Ryan both on the show and, just the two of us like texting back and forth. And I know, he's super high in the 25 class, for example, right? And it's a loaded class from what it sounds like, right? You guys are the experts, but it sounds like it's a loaded class.
Oh yeah.
If they go to the playoff and they win a game this year, that 25 class is going to explode.
No doubt.
It's going to explode.
And same with 26 and
exactly. And so that's going to give you a ton of momentum. Now, if they don't go to the playoff or they go to the playoff, they lose, but then they win one next year, you were in the playoff. That's still great. You win one next year. It's still going to be a bump.
But it won't be like this year.
Absolutely correct.
Like this year. Yeah. But they're still going to be okay.
For sure.
But here's the thing. If Notre Dame goes to the playoff this year and loses in the semifinal in a barn burner to Georgia, let's say that Notre Dame goes to the playoff this year and loses the way that Ohio State lost to Georgia last year. That's going to give them a bump too.
Absolutely.
Like, hey, man, you're the missing piece.
Right.
To come here and, the next Keon Keeley that comes along, hey, bro, you're the difference between that late field goal loss and a late field goal win for a championship, because if we had their quarterback doesn't make that one play that won the game for them or whatever the case may be, right? It's a much easier sell. When you go to the playoff and you get annihilated, it's like, you guys are still a long way away.
Right, exactly.
So even a playoff close loss helps you.
That's still a step in
as much, right?
It's still a step from where they've been, right? Correct. It's still a step in the right direction from where they've been.
I'm not sad. Hey, we've arrived. No. Arrived is when you win a championship, right?
Correct.
But hey, you'd feel like, hey, we're closer. As long as it's to if you get to the playoff and like that's what I think stings Michigan fans so much from last year is the fact that
TCU.
It's not that they lost in a really close game, but they didn't get the love from that game,
right?
That Ohio State got from Georgia.
Sure.
Even though they were both close losses and both teams had a chance to win it late, it's because but Ohio State lost to Georgia. You lost to TCU. Now TCU was a really good football team last year.
For sure. But then the perception didn't help when they just got smoke showed the next week.
That's a great point. Yeah. But it's still TCU. Even if TCU would have played a little bit tough, it's still TCU. But you're correct, Vince. When they got slaughtered in the next game, it's like, dude, you lost.
All I could hear was Michigan fans.
45. You gave up 51 points of that team.
Right.
Come on, man.
We would have put up a better fight against Georgia.
You didn't. I hate that. Browns fans used to say that crap to me when I was a kid. Well, we'd have been closer in the Super Bowl than you were. Based on what? We beat you.
Right.
Right? Like, what do you mean it have been closer? We beat you. So
this is not a hypothetical.
Like, so stupid.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Dumb. So dumb. The need part's what I would remove. If you were to frame it to where, would a playoff win this year be more impactful from a perception standpoint than a first round playoff game next year? Absolutely.
Right.
but it's still going to be impactful next year.
Right.
Now, if Notre Dame next year can get, because here's where the playoff can help you from a perception standpoint. If let's say, because with Notre Dame, they have to win 2 to get to the semifinals since they can't win a first round quarter. Yeah. They can't get a first round bye. Let's say Notre Dame next year goes 12-0 and they're the 5 seed. 11-1, they're the 5 seed. Either one.
Right.
And they win a game over, like Oklahoma State, right? Some, Wisconsin gets in, something like that, right? Good win, but not. But then you go to the next round, and you play the 4 seed, and the 4 seeds, Georgia, Texas. No, it can't be. An SEC team. They're going to be in the SEC then. You beat Ohio State, Michigan, and then go to the semifinals and lose. That's way bigger than just going to the semifinals this now and losing.
Right.
So even though you're still losing at the same stage, you've earned that big win.
Sure.
In the quarterfinals over a big name team that was seeded higher than you. I say that seeded higher than you because Notre Dame may still be ranked higher.
The seed is right. Yeah.
Notre Dame could be the best team in the country, and they're still the 5
seed. Be a 5.
Right.
So,
so those are the things you look for, Vince, and you say those can present you some more opportunities to make some noise, even if you're only ever getting to the Final Four and losing.
Right.
I mean, and then you got to get to the Final Four and lose a few times before teams start saying, dude, okay, you've been here a few times. Like, it's time to win one. Right. But you're still going to get a ton of love. Wow, they won 2 games. And that's something that is an advantage. It's going to get to the point where you don't get that really big bump like you get a semifinal game now until you win a quarterfinal game over a higher seeded team. Right. That's going to be really the key for Notre Dame in that regard. So we had another kind of a playoff question too.
Before we get to from Rob Osgood. Sorry, this is so late. But next year with the expanded playoff starting, as a coach, will you watch playing time more because of more potential games? To a degree. I mean, you still got to win the games. I mean, so you kind of have to balance the fact that you've got to win these games to get in, but then also I want to make sure my guys are fresh. And there's still going to be, 2 weeks, 3 weeks in between. Like if we're talking Notre Dame specifically, there's going to be 3 weeks between, I believe, the end of their season to the beginning of the 12-team playoff.
Yeah, there's a couple things. Number one, in my opinion, the NCAA needs to do one of 2 things in response to the expanded playoff. Because even teams that win their conference championships still have to win 3 games to win a title. They're going to have to play 16 games to win a title. You have to win the quarterfinal game, the semifinal game, the championship game. Am I correct?
I believe
and
so.
They're not getting rid of conference championship games. So that's 12 regular seasons, your conference championship game, plus 3 playoff games. Even if you're the number 1 seed, you got to win 3 playoff games to win it all. You can win your conference and still have to win 4 games. Because if you win your conference and you're a Power 5 champion, but you're not one of the 4 seeds,
then you're
still in the
playing that first
round.
weekend. Yeah.
So that team's got to play 17 games. So they need to do one of 2 things. Number 1, eliminate the 4-year rule. The reality is, if the last time I did this, I read this, students on average take 4.5 years to graduate. So like just normal students. So go and say, you have 5 years. You have 5 years to play. There's no more redshirting. You have 5 years to play. Okay. So whether you play 2 snaps or 10 snaps, or 1,000 snaps,
right?
You have 5 years to play. Now, what this does is this means that you can play more depth. You can play a young guy 5 snaps a game for 13 games.
Right.
And then if you need a medical red shirt, you can get a 6th year if you missed, a full year because of an injury or something like that.
Right.
So do that and let them play 5 years. I think what that would do is you'd see graduation rates go up a little bit.
Because they have more time.
We have more time. Because then kids could maybe take a little bit of some of the kids who maybe aren't elite students could say, hey, I'm going to maybe stay at the 12 and better be able to handle my course load, something like that. Or you'd see more kids. What we'd also see is more kids getting master's degrees.
Yeah.
Because the kids that are good students will be able to, I'm still getting done in 3.5. And then now I got another full time to go get my master's degree. The guys that are big time players are still going to leave after 3 anyway. Right. But now you don't have to redshirt a kid and say, well, we're going to arbitrarily not play him at all or only 4 games because of this redshirt rule. Well, now that you're forcing teams to play 15, 16, 17 games, this redshirt rule is great because now I can play guys on special teams to take some of the wear and tear off of. Or I've got this really good offensive lineman that I'd like to get 10 snaps a game, but I can't because I got to redshirt him.
Right.
Or I've got this number 3 tight end. So you could do that. Or the second thing that they could do is, if they don't want to do that, and that's my number one solution, is get rid of the arbitrary 4 years to play, right? 5 years to play 4. Just let them play 5 years, right? Just let them play 5 years. And then the other part of it is now, maybe you can say once kids have 4 years, you can still decide to bring them back for a 5th year or not. You have that option. Your
but
scholarship
option
only
as a
exists for 4 years,
yeah.
right? So there's still the option of, transferring, an automatic transfer if you graduate on time, so you're not guaranteed a 5th year at that school, but so there's be some things you'd have to work out on it. But that's what I would suggest do. Or say postseason games don't count towards red shirts, which means now I could play a red shirt 4 games, but then know that I can go play him in the postseason at full time, right? So those are different things that you could do to allow your team to have the depth they need. Or maybe you expand the red shirt rule to you can't play more than half the team's regular season games. Make it 6 games, something along. But however you do it, postseason does not count towards a red shirt, right? So if you play 4 games in the regular season, you get your red shirt. I don't care if you play every single snap of every single postseason game. That's what I would say to do. Because what's going to happen, Vince, is you're going to see kids getting screwed out of their situations because you're getting into games 16 and 17. The more games you play, the more injuries that are going to happen. And so now I played a kid 4 games in the regular season thinking we're not going to need him in the postseason. And now in the semifinal game, my starter goes down and I need to play this kid. We just burned a year of eligibility. That shouldn't be coaches shouldn't be having to make those decisions in the postseason. To get to play 7. You guys wanted to make all this money, then you need to give us better protections for our players and for our teams. And that comes from either getting rid of the arbitrary 5 years to play 4 and just say, if they can play 4 and 5, then just let them play 5. Just let them play 5. If a kid can stay for 5 years anyway, why not do it now? And then they're all getting out at the end of their freshman, because then after their 5th year seasons, just like a 5th year is now, once the season's over with, they'll either play in the postseason and then start getting ready for the NFL draft. They don't have to worry about finishing up school and stuff like that. That's the way I look at it, right? So that's absolutely where we could go. And that's more realistic than somebody mentioned, cut a game off. They're not going to do that.
No,
these schools in the conferences and they're not going to give up revenue.
Right.
That's the whole point. They're not going to give up revenue.
And
there's make changes to allow you to better manage your rosters.
And cutting a game off the schedule, that only affects positively the 12 to 15 teams that are playing in a conference championship and then in the playoff. Correct. You still have 115 teams. Yeah,
that's a great point, Vince. You're screwing over all the teams that don't make a cut. If you want to get rid of something, get rid of the conference championship games. Right. And I'd be all for that, especially now that you can have 12-team playoffs.
Right.
Because it doesn't matter who the one team is in the Big Ten or the one team is in the SEC. Who had the best record that can earn the highest seed, right? And if you want to find out who your champ is, then here's a thought. Maybe don't give Georgia cupcake schedules every year.
Right.
Make them actually play good teams. So that's what I would do is if you want to get rid of a game, I think Vince, you nailed it perfectly. Don't punish the less thans because you're trying to protect the postseason for the greater thans.
Correct.
Get rid of the conference championship games because there's going to be has there ever been a year looking back since the SEC title started that the second SEC team wouldn't have got into the postseason? Maybe a couple times. Like there was a year Missouri made it. Maybe they're not one of the 12. See, your South Carolina made it. They still might have been part of the 12.
Sure.
More often than not, SEC team is going to be in there, whether they're playing the title game or not.
Right.
More often than not. Agreed. Even Auburn in 2017 had 2 or 3 losses. To me, that Auburn team is probably still in the NCAA tournament, right? In 2017, Auburn was a 3-loss. No, they were a 2-loss team. They play Georgia and they lose to Georgia, and Georgia's the 2 seed, and then Auburn drops down to number 10, even with 3 losses. Well, why did Auburn need that? They already beat Georgia once. Why did they have to beat them again?
Right.
Right? I mean, they're both going to be in the 12-team playoff is my point. So why do you need to play that game again? Because now you've set up a chance where maybe Auburn and Georgia have to play each other for a third freaking time.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why? They're both going to go to the playoff anyway. Why are we playing that game? We're playing that game for one reason and one reason only: money.
Money.
That's it. The city that the game is played in makes a crap load of money, and the TV makes a crap load of money.
Right.
That's it. And we get back to the original sin of college football, which is money.
Mm-hmm.
So if you care about player safety and you're not willing to give up the revenue of a conference title game, then you need to change the eligibility rules for college football players to allow teams to play more players. Because here's the thing: you're going to have 5-6 games. You're a great team. You're going to whoop the other team, or you're right by the other team, that you can then get these younger players in the game more. You can do more with your special teams. If I don't have to worry about redshirting Drake Bone and Jaden Alsbury, then I don't have – that's an easy – if they're starters on my special teams, then they're starters on my special teams. I don't have to worry about saving a year of eligibility for them to be linebackers down the road because you've got 5 years. That you see what I'm saying, Vince? And so now that's how you start taking some of the wear and tear off these players. But that would require them to actually care about the well-being of the players, which they clearly don't.
Right. Yep.
Because let's be honest, the whole thing about the running clocks – that's not about player safety. They can say that until they're blue in the face. They don't want these games to keep running over the start time of the next game.
Exactly.
That's what it's about.
It's about commercials and fitting into a time schedule. That's all that is.
They
can frame it any way that they want, but that's not the situation at all.
Because if they truly cared about player safety, they would not be risking a Power 5 champion or a Group of 5 champion to have to play 17 games to win a national championship.
Correct.
Just would not do
because they just went to 17 games in the NFL, and we heard the cry about that. But now you're going to be doing it to the college kids? Come on.
Yeah, and they don't get the time off they used to. To your point, they get a couple, 2 to 3 weeks off, but not the month off like you do for bowl games now.
Right, exactly.
Last question, Vincent. We're going to get out of here, man.
All right. David Lowe says, Vincent Bryan, who y'all's all-time favorite Notre Dame player? Just one. I know yours.
Who's that?
Rocket.
Yeah.
And that's yours. It's tough for me. Here's what I'll say. When I fell in love with Notre Dame football, it was in that like 92, 93 era, right? So I've been following it ever since. I have had one jersey in my entire existence as a fan.
Can I guess?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, let me ask. So was it Brady Quinn?
It is not.
Wow.
It was not.
Was it Cherish Jackson?
Yeah. Nope.
Oh, wow. Okay. No, I don't know.
Because Brady Quinn, I was like in my 20s. And so I didn't really go that route. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This was early on. I had a Rick Meyer Seattle Seahawks rookie jersey that I wore
rookie of the year that year.
Fell apart.
Yeah, he was the rookie of the year that year.
Yes, he was. And I was a huge fan. Like, my dad ended up doing some work for him. So my dad was at his wedding. And so, like,
is he a good guy?
His card. Oh, yeah.
I've heard he's a really good guy.
Yeah, and we have since interviewed him on the pregame show that I was doing a couple years ago. We interviewed him. Still a great guy. And so Rick Meyer, I think I'm going to have to go with my all-time favorite player.
He seems like a super chill dude, man.
Yes.
Like absolutely. He runs like a wine company now.
Yep.
Like,
he's in California.
He seems like a super chill dude, yeah.
His kids are like lacrosse players and like he's just, absolutely, 100%. Yeah. So
that's really cool.
Yep.
I liked Rick Meyer. Your intro to Notre Dame football was Rick Meyer era. Mine was Tony Rice era. That's why Tony's kind of like, if I were to pick my top 5, it'd be like Ricky Waters. Rocket Ismail, Tony Rice, Brady Quinn.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, I don't have any from the current era that I've covered the team. It just seems weird.
That seems weird to me too. Yeah, like, it's the guys that I fell in love with when I was a kid,
when I was still a fan, or when I was a fan
that I idolized. So it'd be like Bettis,
because I was like still in my 20s when Brady played at Notre Dame, so still young enough to still be like that kind of fan.
Sure,
you know what I mean, sure. Bettis to me was not one of mine because of just like on that team. I really liked Reggie Brooks from the team. Like, I love the way Reggie ran, and Rick Meyer was a really good player. So I'm trying to think, man, like, Todd Light, that's another one, right? He's in my top 5 of the guys I was a fan of. And Yeah, I mean, that's 4 of them. I'd have to think about some others. I'd have to think about who my 5th one was. I really liked Michael Stonebreaker because he had an awesome name and a great name. I really liked Demetrius DeBose. He was a guy that I liked a lot. Kevin McDougal was a guy that I mean, I was partial to quarterbacks, right? So I'd probably go Tony Rice, Brady Quinn, Rick Meyer, because I liked Rick Meyer. I mean, Rocket Ismail and Todd Light, that's probably my 5.
I would throw, for me, I would throw Bettis in there for me. I would throw Samardzija in for me because he was that dual baseball football. Like I really dug that. Yeah. That's why probably Golden Tate is probably up there for me because he did both. So yeah,
I mean, something about Samardzija where I liked him, but I just couldn't love him.
I don't know. I get it.
I don't know what it was, man. It just,
dude, he had kind of a cockiness that I appreciated. Yeah, like I kind of dug it, man.
Like, I don't like it.
He's from the region, man. Like you got to have a little cockiness coming out of the region. Like it is what it is. But
he was really good, though.
Yeah,
he was a really good player
for sure.
I was watching the Michigan State game the other day, and I forgot about that slant route he caught. I think it was 4th down. If I remember correctly, that was a 4th down.
Sounds right.
That in the rain, where he caught that. I think it was 4th down. Caught that slant, stopped on his wet turf field, and then comes back outside. That was
that old school turf field, like the crap turf field. Yep. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know what I did not know until was it 20? What was the Little Giants year? Was that 2010?
I think so, yeah.
So I covered that game in 2010. You know what I did not know? That they actually have a grass field now.
Well, they went back to grass, did they?
Yeah. I mean, I still thought it was like field turf.
Sure, yeah, right.
But it was actual grass.
Okay.
And I did not,
because they used to have that old, like the cement with the carpet on top. Like that's the turf that they used to have.
Oh yeah,
up there at Michigan State. And I think you're right. I think
I'm pretty sure the 06 game was on the they still have the turf, I believe. So I'm pulling that up right now, Vince. I'm looking at that game. I can't tell if it was still the turf or it was the grass. I think it actually might have been the grass. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm looking at it. I'm really not sure. No, it had to be turf because nobody was like muddy.
Oh, sure. Yeah. In that kind of weather. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. It might have been grass. I'm not sure what that field was in 06. Yeah. I'm really not sure. I just know that was a great play by Samardzija. And that game, I've never seen a game that went so bad early to be so good late. Because you remember the Matt Trannon throwback? You're like, this is going to get ugly. Like, this is going to be worse than the Michigan game. That's kind of how I felt. Like, it's going to be worse than the Michigan. Because remember how early against Michigan, they were just smacking them. It was just crushing Notre Dame. Like, you knew that wasn't going to be a close game from almost the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then the Michigan State game kind of started off that way. I'm actually going to look at the box score. I mean, it was like they were down man, oh man. That game, it was like 38-17 at one point in time, and it was ugly.
Now I'm gonna have to go back and watch that one. So
I watched it the other day. I watched the second half. I still can't watch the first half.
That's fair.
Yeah, it was 17-0 at the end of the first quarter. Notre Dame scores, and then they go back down and score again to make it 24-7. Notre Dame scores again to make it 24-14, and then they went down and scored again. It's 31-14 at halftime. Notre Dame scores early in the first quarter and make it 31-21, and then Michigan State goes down and scores right back and scores. And it's 37-21 going into the fourth quarter. And then that's when it started. That's when Notre Dame made their comeback and started forcing turnover. But like even when they made it 37-27, you're like, they're going to go down and score and it's going to be over, right? I mean, you're just waiting on them. And then it wasn't until Notre Dame, I think they forced a turnover. I think it was where like they forced a fumble. It was a force of, I think Chinadum, stripped it, right? You remember that? They were running. Notre Dame had just made it 37-27, and Chinny comes up and he just rips it out on an off tackle run to the right. And like at first nobody knew what would happen. Like you didn't know the ball had come out. You didn't see the ball come out on TV. You see him go like this, and then there's like this scrum, and then all of a sudden the Notre Dame players are like going crazy running off the field. And you're like, what? Hold on. What just happened? Yeah. What just happened?
Yep.
And then Notre Dame had a short field, and they went down and scored like pretty quickly. I think they recovered at like the 24-yard line. And if you remember on that series, because I was watching the other day, Notre Dame actually went backwards. They had like a 15-yard penalty. And then Brady threw a bomb into the end zone, and Samardzija interfered with to give him a first down because like the drive wasn't going well. And then obviously they went down and scored.
I was at that game, Brian.
Yeah, I think the touchdown was like that crazy over the shoulder, back shoulder to Rama. I think was the touchdown on that drive. You were at that game in 06?
I was in the box, and my wife and my mother-in-law were in the stands, just getting poured on. And my father-in-law and myself were in the press box, just like,
yeah. Yeah. But that game, like, I was at my grandma's house watching that game, and when Terrell picked that pass off, man, I was going crazy.
Oh my gosh.
I was going nuts.
Yeah, it was not a good way to start that game.
When they scored to make it 37-34, I was like, they're going to win. They're going to win. Like, they've got all the momentum now. And at the time, remember, Michigan State was that team that would just collapse. They would look real good and then just like fall apart. And you're like, this is like it. But I didn't feel that way until the Chinadum fumble. And I was like, they may actually win this. And then they like went backwards. I'm like, freaking Notre Dame. You get this golden opportunity. And then when the penalty happened, then of course they score a couple of, I mean, they're going to win. When it was 37-24 with as much time as there was in the game, I was like, dude, they're going to win this game. They're going to win this game. They're going to win. And then the next series they go out and
I'm pretty sure I have the program for that game somewhere over there on my bookshelf because it was the 40th anniversary of the 66 game.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's right. 40. Yeah. Yeah. Because that game was also at Michigan State.
Yep.
So wild stuff.
Pretty sure I got that program.
That's it, man. Good question, David. So your number one was Rick Meyer minus Rocket. And if I had, and it's close. Rocket and Tony Rice are very close for me.
Sure.
Very close, but Rocket would be my number one.
Yep.
He's my number one. And Tony Rice is like, it's like 1A, 1B for me.
I get you. Oh yeah.
Yeah. But like Brady Quinn is like on that cutoff of the last where I was old enough to like have like a fan person type of thing.
And that's because that's right where I started covering the team and doing the shows with Sean was the last Willingham. It was the fall of 04 is when I started doing it. So like when Brady got there and Jeff Samardzija and Zibikowski, like doing the pregame show, like I still felt like I was kind of a fan, you know what I mean? And so it's just when you get deeper into it, you know, that kind of a thing. So like those were the last teams where I was like idolizing guys because they were still kind of my age. You know what I mean? Now they're all just kids. Now they're all kids. It's like, I can't idolize a child. Like it's
it's not even just that. It's like, it's more of a professional relationship now. When you watch the players, you can really appreciate a guy's talent, but it's like, I'm a fan. Like it's more about like, man, what a great kid. It's just,
absolutely.
You just look at him differently now. You know what I mean? Where, it's you still love it and you enjoy it. You're happy for him, but you just don't have that.
Absolutely.
Like, I'm not going to go out in town and rock in a Sam Hartman jersey. Like that just seems like I got to write articles about him and do breakdowns. And I got to watch them. It's hard to do that, honestly. And the way the job is now, you have to look at them differently. I'm still a Notre Dame fan.
Absolutely.
But it's just, you look at players differently. Because remember when I was a fan of the Rocket, he was older than I was.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You know, now it's like, I'm the fan of a 19-year-old. That just seems kind of weird.
Right. And I was 11 when Rick Meyer was the quarterback at Notre Dame. Like, that's
but even when Brady was playing, I wasn't that much older than him. I mean, in 2005, I was 27.
I was 24.
He was in his 20s.
Right.
He's more like a peer.
Yes.
Now it's like, dude, I'm 45. Like, you know,
exactly. And we have to go to practice and we have to talk about how good or bad.
You have to be objective, right?
Exactly.
Right.
And you can't really, it's, you know,
so it's more about just evaluating them as players.
Right.
And then as young men, like, you know, hey, that's a guy I would kind of want to have run in my company someday because he's you know, just different. It's different.
Exactly.
But it's all the evolution of a fan. Because like who in their 40s, you know, favorite player is a dude that they're watching now. It's usually not. It's usually like some dude that you watched when you were a kid, right? I mean, that's like no matter how good Notre Dame is next year, a 65-year-old fan is still going to say like 70-year-old fan is still going to say Terry Hanratty or Ross Brown or something like that, right? I mean,
it's the guys that they grew up idolizing.
Right. Yeah. When they were younger. You just look at them differently than you do now.
Correct.
So, yeah. But I didn't think that question was going to take as long as it did to answer. But it's a lot of fun. I like to end it with a nostalgia question.
That was
you know what I mean?
That was good.
That was a good one. Good job. David asked 2 really good questions today. That's good,
awesome.
Man. It's good. And they're both positive. They're both positive.
Hey.
So, good job, my man. Appreciate it.
That's great. That's right.
All right, get us out of here, Vince.
All right, man. Well, everybody, thanks for hanging with us. We have officially crested over the 4-hour mark, and so we're glad you guys were all hanging out with us on a Saturday afternoon. Really appreciate it.
That little short mailbag y'all had yesterday, man. I felt we had to make up for it.
I knew that was coming too. I was mentally prepared for that. So make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, because you never know when the next show is going to be, and you got to have that notification bell checked if you want to know. So. Big week coming up. Fall camp starts. We're getting into our pre-fall camp action, and then you guys are going to hear everything we have to say about practice that we get to go attend, and really looking forward to it. So make sure you stick with us next week because it's going to be a lot of fun over on irishbreakdown.com, as well as the YouTube channel, the podcast, all that fun stuff. So for Brian, I'm Vince. Thanks for joining us on the Irish Breakdown podcast, and we will see you next time.
I'm leaving it up. I'm not ending it when you got that face. I'm going to make you hold that face as long as possible. I'm mean, y'all. I'm mean.
I'm going to hold it.